got his live just here.
Yeah.
Woo! What is up to the transparency? Cowbells for all. Let's go. We're outside the courthouse. Good morning. Feels like a Monday. It's a Tuesday.
Oh!
There's a good look outside of the courthouse right there. Everyone's in green, in pink and green.
You can't. She's stuck.
Hopefully you guys had a great holiday. Welcome back. What is that, Boston? I had a fabulous weekend. My allergies are a little feeling it.
They're both supportive. Yeah, it'll all be good.
What the heck is that thing doing?
Again, this is no, come on. All right, guys.
Oh, they got the little P.
You sacked. Yeah, I was sacked when Vanzetti had the score.
All right, guys, welcome back. Today's episode is day 18. It is Tuesday. It's 5:28, and Yannetti is taking on Higgins. Alan Jackson is back in Cali. This week, all that you're going to see is this day all day. Okay, so those of you guys that are playing Bev Bingo, we have those bingo cards posted. Go ahead and hit that link. Okay, get yourself your card. Today's bingo is a carryover from last week. Nobody got that $50, so I'm carrying it over and is a cover all day here today. Murky does a great job with posting the numbers that are associated with the words. There's 75 different words, and there's a word bank, so you guys can check that out. So Alan Jackson did his thing with Higgins last Friday, and now Yannetti is going to have his chance. And Karen Reed had to sign off on this, and she did. That's why she was called up to the judge. That's why Karen went and talked to the judge, is because she had to sign off on the fact that Alan Jackson wouldn't be finishing Brian Higgins' cross, and that Yannetti would be. So obviously she went ahead and did that. I spoke a little bit about Higgins' data that we were able to get from his card, proxy swipe card. I'm curious to see where Yannetti goes, with the remaining, whatever they have left to cross Higgins. He'll obviously be then redirected by Lally, and then they'll have a chance then to actually, recross him again. So, email cards. Yeah, if you're gonna get a card for the $50, just email what card number you have. That way we know what card you have in play, and that's just to keep everybody honest. Again, we cash app you that $50. It's only words that Bev says. So those of you guys that play the Bev's bingo while we're watching trial, it does not matter what any of the lawyers say or the witnesses. It only matters what Bev says. So, yeah, traveling and drinking all day and night, then to the station for work. Sure. Yeah, I think what's interesting is I'm going to cover a little bit more is the phone calls that would then be happening with Jen McCabe. Also, we went and found out, guys, guess who is this Matt Welsh guy, this best friend of Higgins that helped him more or less get those messages out of the phone. He is none other than the expert witness that testified in the Aaron Hernandez case in the Boston drive-by shooting. So go check my community page out. I talk about that, but I'll pin the two videos that I have of Matt Welsh testifying for Aaron or against Aaron Hernandez he does Cellbrite. So this guy isn't just like some like, oh, here, come on in and go ahead and use, that key has to do whatever. Like he knows what he's talking about with phones. He's an expert. And when we found that out, I said, get the fuck out of here. Like, and I hope that Yannetti asks him about that. You testified in the Aaron Hernandez trial, right? As a cell phone expert? Or your buddy did, right? Your buddy did. Oh, I knew that name. Was he the cell phone expert in the Aaron Hernandez trial? Give it like that way. If there's any way you could slide that in to let these lawyers or these the jurors know, he just didn't go to some random friend. Like this guy knew what he was doing. This guy knows how to manipulate phones. This guy knows ways around it. So I would try to slide that in if I was him. And I don't care if she says stricken from the record, get fucked. The jury heard it. You know what I mean? Yep, strike that. Sounds great. So let's take a look at, again, good morning, everybody. Let's see if Tom's making it anywhere.
It's funny.
Let's see if
a great weekend.
We'll go back and see. Okay, here we go. We got some people coming in. Let's take a look at them. Again, this is without Alan Jackson today, so let's see how they parade in. There we go. He's having bad service down there.
See, they wanted me to say that to you this morning.
Oh, there she is. Oh, she smiles with Yannetti. Look at all that. Who do we have here?
I felt a few sprinkles.
Yep.
It is beautiful.
Oh, there's Liza's there. Alan, I didn't know if she would be there or not because of Alan Jackson, so she's still there. And Karen is dressed in powder blue, baby. Go North Carolina.
Oh, good luck. Good morning.
North Carolina. Oh, it sucks that they're having really bad service. There we go. I'm sure Jennifer Coffindaffer is going to speak about this. I'm sure she's going to say that Karen's dressed like a hooker because she has a skirt on. God forbid. You know how awesome it is for her to have that support, you guys, walking in there like that? Crime hasn't started yet, honey. Crime Con hasn't started yet. It starts this coming weekend. Get on down there to Nashville. Yeah, bad service. Tom got the camera all up in her face, but Tom camera, like, look at that. Up. Welcome to the no buffer zone. I don't know who these people are. Where's David Yannetti? She's looking back. Where's he at? Where's Yannetti? Oh. What the heck's going on? Oh, maybe he switched cameras? I don't know.
Oh.
Anyways.
No, you guys, I love you guys. I love all you guys. Really, you're just fabulous, awesome people.
Absolutely reminds me, yeah, Johnny Depp. Yeah, Johnny Depp, Karen Reed having, wouldn't that be sweet if Johnny Depp just showed up and was like, here's $1 million. You're paying for your defense. You know? Or at least, here's 100,000. I know what it's like. Woman. Here you go. Surprised nobody reached out to him. He dresses up as Jack Sparrow and shows up there like, when did you just die? Johnny Depp's here. It's Jack Sparrow passing out hundies. The blue has significance for the Roman Catholics. It represents Mary. Sure does. Virgin Mary up in this B. Did you guys see? We have Sarah Levingston, MVP, and Julie Nagel at CF McCarthy's this past weekend, as in like they were just taking beer back together. They've graduated from Michelob Ultra / White Claws to High Noons. So just want to let you guys know that. Go check out the community page, but you can see Sarah Livingston, MVP, according to Lana, and what's her tits? Julie Snagel. So I thought that was awesome. Like legit, those two frumpy fucks just sitting back, throwing back High Noons. Like you can't beat it. High Noons. Oh shit! Thank you guys for registering your bingo cards. I'm starting to get the flow of them in from the email. So this is my email in case you want to play bingo. Just register your card. Woohoo! All right, let's go to trial here. What do we got? Bev's. You think Bev's gonna start on time? Oh hell no! She knows she's got a full day. Okay, she's not starting early. I will show you guys this though. I have like a second, so you can see. Let's see if I have the Boston one. Boston police officers testify in Aaron Hernandez double murder trial. We're just gonna have to wait for it. We got to get this party on the road. ATF agent, rather. I'm sorry. Here we go. We're going to go with the law and crime version. I think they have the best audio, so we'll go with them. And here we go. So far, Sarah and Higgins have been the most useful at giving clarity at what happened, says Carolina and Baby. Higgins has been an awesome, useful idiot. Thank you for that comment. Cheers. Where's the community page on YouTube? Go to my channel and it'll say like lives, videos, and there's a tab that says community. You hit that, and that's where I post like links and stuff like that. So I think I posted that link. If not, I'm going to post it right now to my community page. Links and stuff like that. So yeah. I'm posting it now in case any of you guys want to see it. See who Matt is. There you go. It's posted. If you want to meet Matt Kelsch, see him testify. God, you know what? Screw it. I'm going to go check it out really quick for all of you guys. I just want you guys to see what he looks like. Here. Bev ain't starting anytime soon. Okay, here's the video, the surveillance video that I promised you guys. This is from Birchmore.
Snow shovel and a snow brush. She's seen on CCTV
Take a
cameras
look at this.
wiping off all the snow from her car, basically.
So these are all the different
So
times
why
that
would
she was
someone
coming
scrape
and
off the snow
going.
from their car at around 5:30 p.m. because they have
If they
plans
caught
to
on
drive it
camera.
the next morning and they don't want to do it in the morning? Sandra is seen entering the lobby
And she comes
elevator
back
and
with, like,
presumably goes back to her
a
apartment
shovel.
unit at around 5:30 p.m.
Or not a shovel, but
Now,
a
we
sweeper.
don't have CCTV from each individual floor of the building, but where else would she have gone after entering the elevator? That was the last time she was seen. Monday, February 1st at 5:30, your time of death. They combed through the footage. Now, we don't have CCTV.
That's when she come back with dude, homie.
Boots.
Right
He-
there.
Nobody in the
There he
leasing
comes.
office recognizes a man wearing a black jacket, a black hood, a mask, and black work boots. He's got his head angled down
Goes
the whole time
upstairs.
that he's in the lobby.
28 minutes
It's almost
later,
like
he
he's
comes
hiding from the
downstairs.
cameras. And the one thing to note about this man, other than the fact that nobody in the building management recognizes him as a resident of the building, nobody
Sick.
knows who he is. But he also is very
Right.
massive. He's tall. He's burly. The elevator button.
There you go. Again, I think I shared that on my page as well. So if you guys want to go see that whole story, I like the way that she does her videos. Give props to her. Now, good morning, Jen. How are you? Eddie. Then here, we're going to go back to Bev. We'll wait here if Bev doesn't come back here in the next 2 minutes while I'm uploading this Aaron Hernandez, Matt Welsh testimony. He's a Cellbrite expert, man. This dude's like, that's who helped Higgins destroy his phone, is the guy that testified in the Aaron Hernandez case. And he's an same thing as Higgins. He's an ATF agent, and he testified in the Aaron Hernandez Boston case. And Boston supports Lana. She was on that grand jury. She was part of the grand jury for the Aaron Hernandez case. Oh, you special juror, you. Did you indict? You indicted Aaron Hernandez? I hope everyone had a great weekend, says Jen. Yes, I hope everybody's been just killing it. We'll have to interview Boston on her amazing duties as a juror in the Aaron Hernandez grand jury. Yes, goddammit, I didn't want to, but my vote didn't matter. I don't know if he did the Boston one, right? That's the drive-by double murder. I don't know. Is that the one that he was acquitted of with Jose Baez? Or no? Yeah, the drive-by. That's what I thought. Jose Baez representing Shanna Gardner. She just got denied bond. And and I was shocked. I'm not going to lie. I thought that they were going to put her out like, a mill or two. And I was kind of shocked. I'm going to play that bond hearing. It's like a mini trial. Like, I love shit like that. But Jose Baez works this officer. Again, another brand new detective doing homicides. So very interesting. I'm sure Bev had a great weekend. Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure she's on cloud 9. She only does one day today this week. Well, with this trial, I don't know if she does anything else, but she had a long weekend. It ended with a boom for her on Friday. Then she got to go Saturday, Sunday, Monday. You know damn well she was blowing her hair with that leaf blower on Monday, getting ready for her big twerking working for Monday. Then she probably ran into Sarah Levinston and Julie Nagel up at CF McCarthy's just to check it out. If you guys have not seen, go to the community page and you will see that Sarah Levinston, MVP, according to Lana, of this trial, it was with none other than Julie Nagel kicking it at CF McCarthy's this past Sunday. They have graduated from White Claws to High Noons. So they're working at that like 4.5% alcohol. If I would have been there, okay, I would have bought the whole damn bar shot and then put it on Sarah Levinson's tab and said, Daddy Albert can pay for this, right? Give him a call. Sarah has the same look on her face that she was in trial, okay? Her look, she could be that girl you could say, Sarah, you just won the lottery. Sarah, you just won a trip to Jamaica for like the 10 people that were in that house with you. Sarah, oh my God, I'm so sorry your cat and dog just died. Sarah, it's picture day. Come on, get your favorite outfit on. Go to school, take a picture. Sarah, submit your high school yearbook photo. If anybody can find me Sarah Levingston high school yearbook photo, I will pay $50. $50 cash if you can send me Sarah Levingston's high school yearbook photo. Okay, $20 for Julie Nagel's, but $50. I want some damn flatheads. I want a big blow up of Sarah Levingston. I'm telling you, she's the MVP of this case. But this is her, and I'll show you if you don't believe me. Sarah, get your ass down here, girl. If you go to my community page, you will see none other than Sarah Nagel. I'm sorry, Sarah Levinson and Julie Nagel. I intertwine those names all the time. Let's just call them Frumps. All right. Here they are. Where are they? Just doing a lot yesterday. There she is. This gem. Here we go. Ready? Meet. Okay, there's Sarah. Julie's in the hat. And they are at CF McCarthy's. Okay. There she is. Look at that. Resting bitch. You guys, I'm telling you, if you get me this broad's high school yearbook photo, $50. I want you to get your asses up out there. And I want you hunting for those. Hit your Canton local libraries, damn it. Sarah is the sloth in Zootopia. Yeah, I could see that. But we want some. The mom of Carson Hockey. Did you see that? Dude, everybody was all up in CF McCarthy's. You guys, it is literally the trial of the century. These two are seen tossing back high noons. Okay, I thought everybody was supposed to be sequestered. They could be recalled. And here they are at CF McCarthy's, one of the places in question. These two were like, we don't give a shit. We're going to go out to CF McCarthy's and celebrate Memorial Day weekend. Well, why aren't you with your families? Like, I don't know, having some barbecues and shit. Like, isn't that what you do? So maybe their families aren't kicking it with them. I'm surprised they weren't at the McCabe's and you know, jumping in the pool. Cannonball! Woo! Can you see Julie like this? Or can you see Sarah like this? I'm going to cannonball now. Julie, don't do that. Julie, do you want another high noon? Bartender, we'll take 2 more high noons. Bartender, we'll take 2 more high noons. Don't even look at me like that. The Celtics just swept. The Celtics swept. This is her. We're going to the finals. You want to go sit front row, Cardi B? Ah, shit. Anyways, well, they've graduated from White Claw to High Noon, so give a shout out. Look at those. Look at those. They both do. She's a Michelob Ultra drinker, man. Look at this guy. He wanted some wine. Love it. Oh God, Bev's in. Bev's in. We got to get back. Okay, Lana, you're having too much fun. All right. Oh, fucking sidebar, man. If I hear one more thing about sidebar. All right, here we go. All right, get your bingo cards out, guys. Let's have some fun today while we watch this trial. We're going to try to do it over here. Make sure you hit that link, get your Bev's bingo scorecard, which is your actual bingo card. And every time you touch, okay, every time you touch the card, it's going to light up Bev's face for you. So once you fill up the whole card,
versus Karen Reed.
You're going to say bingo.
Counsel identify themselves for the
And
record.
if you're all first one to do it, gets $50.
Morning, Mr.
Gotcha.
Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Below.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Unetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Gianetti. Good morning, jurors. Before
You are unmuted.
I just want to mention that Attorney Jackson is not here today. Please don't consider that in any way. Certainly don't hold it against Ms. Reed for him not being here. Just don't consider it at all in your deliberations. So I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent
Send it to me.
research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here? Everyone said no. Thank you very much.
All right, so go
let's bring
ahead.
Mr. Higgins in, please.
Oh,
And
Mr.
Ms.
Higgins.
Gianetti, you'll be taking over.
I will, Your Honor.
Okay.
Get it. I got my juror notebook here, guys. Again, make yourself known. Hit that thumbs up. Let's do it.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the atmosphere of the court and jury in the case down here, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
See what he's wearing.
Proceed, Your Honor.
Yes.
Sir, you provided to investigators what you claim were the complete text exchanges between yourself and Karen Reed and yourself and John O'Keefe, correct?
What I provided was the complete, I let them know that there was a complete exchange between myself and the defendant. And I said that I may have had other text strings at other times with Mr. O'Keefe.
I'm going to proceed to ask you a series of questions which call for a yes or no answer. Can we agree that you'll answer yes or no to those questions?
If I can answer yes or no to the best of my ability, I will.
All right, I'm going to keep the question very simple, sir. Okay? You did not provide to investigators any other text messages between you and anyone else.
That's correct.
In September of 2022, you were served with a preservation order for your phone, were you not?
Yes.
After September of 2022, you never received anything in writing that canceled or lifted that preservation order, correct?
That's correct.
After September of 2022, you made the decision to dispose of your phone without consulting anybody about the decision to throw out your phone, correct?
Yes.
Before you threw the phone away, you did a factory reset of it, did you not?
No, I did not.
Well, you previously testified that you testified in another proceeding on June 1st, correct, of 2023?
Yes.
Prior to that June 1st testimony, you met with some people and gave a statement on May 5th of 2023, did you not?
I did meet with them. I don't know if that was the date.
Okay. It was prior to June, correct?
Yes.
All right. May 5th doesn't sound wildly inaccurate, does it?
No.
And when you met with those people on or about May 5th, we'll say, or whatever date it was prior to June 1st of 2023, you told them that you did a factory reset of your phone ending in 5421. Did you not?
I don't recall that. No, I don't recall making that statement.
You don't recall what you said about the factory reset during that interview, we'll call it, in May of 2023, correct?
That's correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Boom. Yanetti's bringing her right away, guys. This is amazing. He's coming straight for him. Yanetti's going, we're going yes or no. Do you understand me?
Directing your attention to the first highlighted line there, sir.
Why don't you give him a second?
If you read that silently to yourself and look up at me when you're done. All right, may I approach?
Yes.
Having read that document, sir, does that refresh your memory about telling those people in May of 2023 that you did do a factory reset of your phone?
That's not accurate. I did not tell them that. And I also didn't tell them that I saved texts with my father.
All right, so your testimony is that they got it wrong, correct?
My testimony is I didn't make those statements.
Your testimony is that they got it wrong, yes or no?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, in any case, you took the SIM card out of your phone, correct?
No, what I testified to was that it's,
Did you take the SIM card out of your phone, yes or no?
I don't know.
Did you testify that that's what you do when you get rid of phones, sir?
What I said was that might have been the extent of it if I was to have done that.
And you either cut up the SIM card or ripped it up, correct?
I believe what I testified to was
I'm
I
not
would have
asking you what you testified to. I'm asking you today, did you either cut up the SIM card or rip it up?
cut it up or broke it.
And you will agree with me that cutting up or breaking the SIM card destroys the SIM card, does it not?
The card itself, yes.
That would have been the purpose in terms of cutting it up or ripping it up, to destroy it, correct?
Well, so nobody else could use the phone.
Well, that was my next question. But
In another phone.
But the purpose of cutting up or ripping up or the SIM card is to destroy the SIM card, is it not?
Yes.
And you wanted to make sure that somebody couldn't put that SIM card in their phone and potentially access your data, correct?
No, that wouldn't be the reason why.
Okay. Well, we already talked about the fact that you testified under oath on June 1st of 2023, correct?
Yes.
And you were under oath when you were testifying on June 1st of 2023, correct?
Yes,
You swore to tell the truth.
yes,
You raised your right hand.
that's correct.
And June of 2023, June 1st of 2023 was about a year ago, correct?
Yes,
It was about a year closer to your throwing your phone away, correct?
yes,
And in that testimony that you gave in June 1st of 2023, did you say the following, quote, "I made sure that somebody couldn't put it in their phone"?
yes, I did say that.
In fact, by either cutting up or ripping up your SIM card, you also knew that that SIM card couldn't be put back in your phone either, correct?
Yeah, I believe that would be correct.
And you'll agree with me that you took that destroyed SIM card and put it in a trash bag, did you not?
I believe it went in a trash bag, yes.
Well, you used a passive voice. It went in a trash bag. Did it fly out of your hand unexpectedly into a trash bag, sir?
No, sir, it would have been disposed of with the phone.
No, I understand, but are you reluctant to say that you put it in a trash bag, sir?
Objection.
Can you answer that? Are you reluctant to say that?
No, Your Honor, I put it in a trash bag. Oh, with my
And
trash.
then you also took your phone, now without the SIM card, and you put that in the trash bag too, did you not?
Yes, sir.
Then you drove to a military base and you threw both the destroyed SIM card and the phone into a dumpster, did you not?
Well, I was cutting through the base, and I believe how I testified
Did you drive to a
was
military base, sir?
I was cutting through a base, yes.
Did you drive to it?
Yes, sir.
And then you put both the destroyed SIM card and the phone itself, which were in a trash bag, into a dumpster on that military base, did you not?
I believe that's what I did, yes.
And as you were driving away, you knew that that destroyed SIM card and the phone would be gone forever, correct?
Yes, I threw it away.
And before you drove away, you did not transfer anything from your old phone to the new phone, correct?
That's correct.
You lost all of your photos on that phone, did you not?
Whatever photos I had on there, I did, yes.
You lost all your videos on that phone, did you not?
To the extent if I had any.
You lost all of your other text messages besides the ones that you had with Karen Reed and John O'Keefe, correct?
That's correct.
And you knew that you did have text messages on that old phone with Kevin Albert.
He's a friend, most likely.
You also had text messages on your phone with Nicole Albert.
Most likely, yes.
And you had text messages on your phone with Brian Albert.
Yes.
It was important to you that no one see those text exchanges that you had with those three members of the Albert family.
Objection.
I'll let him have it.
No, sir, that's not true.
You took no steps to preserve those text messages, did you?
That's correct.
You did not ask your friend Matt Kelch, the agent, to help you extract those text messages, did you?
That's correct.
And when you went to that machine, you did not extract them yourself, did you?
He walked me through it. I did do the extraction.
You did not extract the three strands of text messages with Nicole Albert, Kevin Albert, and Brian Albert to preserve from that machine, did you not?
No, I did not extract those.
So the only place you knew they existed was on your old phone, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
The same phone that you put into a dumpster on a military base with a SIM card removed from the phone and destroyed, correct?
Well, I did throw the SIM card and the phone on the military base.
Right, and the SIM card was destroyed. You've already testified to that.
I said to the extent of if I did that, I would have done that.
And we're talking about the actual phone that would have had your text messages, again, with Brian, Nicole, and Kevin Albert, correct?
Yes, because the motion was denied.
Well, you've already testified, sir, earlier that you never received anything in writing that either canceled or lifted the initial preservation order, correct?
That is correct.
You knew when you were throwing that phone and the destroyed SIM card in the dumpster that from that day forward, no one would ever be able to access the content of what you and Brian Albert had discussed by text messages on your old phone, correct?
Anybody.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Lally?
Nothing further.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Now this is going to be the redirect because they're going to try to rehabilitate him.
Morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
If I could take you back just for a moment to January 29th, early in the morning, you're pulling away from the Albert home, correct?
Yes.
And you had the plow down on the front of your Jeep Wrangler, is that correct?
Initially, it was still on the ground, yes.
And about how long distance again was that on the ground before you pulled that up?
Maybe a foot.
And with relation to the curb, specifically in front of the area with the flagpole and the fire hydrant, how close to the curb were you when you were pulling away from the Albert house?
I believe I looked both ways. There was no vehicles coming in either direction. I pulled out into traffic, and because that's a one-lane road, if there's no other vehicles, I'd be more to the center of that road.
Now, maybe a silly question, but with reference to the front of your Jeep Wrangler, that didn't have any red plastic pieces or anything like that on the front of it, correct?
At what time? At what point?
At any time.
No.
And that's the same Jeep Wrangler that you then drove to the Canton Police Station immediately after?
Directly from there, yes.
And then you drove that same Jeep Wrangler back to your home in West Roxbury?
Yes.
And then you drove that same Jeep Wrangler back to Fairview Road later on that morning?
Yes.
And then you drove that same Jeep Wrangler from Fairview Road to the Canton Police Station again later that morning, correct?
Yes.
Now, the text communications between yourself and Ms. Reed, again, who initiated those?
The defendant did.
And that was on January 12th, 2022, correct?
About 8:23 in the evening, I believe.
Now, with reference to that, what she claimed happened in Aruba, that was something that she mentioned to you via text, correct?
The incident itself, I believe, was through text, but I believe the actual location was when she had stopped by my place in West Roxbury.
So that's to my point. So, sir, with regard to the incident itself, she referenced that both via text and in person to you as well.
Yes, that's correct.
And the kiss that she planted on you in the garage at Mr. O'Keefe's house, that was again something that she mentioned both in text and verbally in person. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, as far as the ghosting that you were asked questions about last Friday, there were some text messages between you and the defendant on January 19th, correct?
What was the date? I'm sorry.
January 19th.
19th?
Yes.
Yes.
And do you recall if there were any text messages between you going either way, between yourself and the defendant between January 19th and January 23rd?
I think there were, not 100%.
Madam Mayor Pro?
Yes.
She talks to him for 3 days, then has to deal with this. Chrissy G. Spoken like a true smart
I'm going
woman
to show
right
you
there.
what's been marked as Exhibit 104A.
All right, new exhibit here, 104A, or maybe it's the old one, who knows? As the day turns in Canton.
Back there, specifically the back page. If you could just let me know whether or not there's any text messages between yourself and the defendant, Ms. Reed, between January 19th and January 23rd.
Yes. Looks like the 19th and the 23rd, both text messages.
But in between those dates, and what I'm asking about is January 20th, January 21st, January 22nd.
Those
No
look like
text messages on any of
screenshots.
those dates, correct?
I don't see any.
And then as far as between January 23rd and January 28th, January 28th is when you texted her while you were both within the waterfall, correct?
On the 28th, yes.
So between the 23rd and the 28th, so on January 24th, January 25th, January 26th, January 27th, you didn't send any text messages to her, you didn't receive any from her, correct?
I don't believe so, no.
And then beyond that one text message that you testified to on the 28th, the next text message you received from the defendant was in regard to John being dead on the 29th, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You asked some questions about these text messages and whether or not you discussed them with various people. Did you discuss those text messages with anyone?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Why not, sir?
To be honest with you, I mean, on a personal level, I kind of keep things to myself. I was a little embarrassed. Wasn't really proud of them. Kind of maybe didn't show me in a good light with respects that I was John's friend.
And so with regard
That's
to
fair.
that text on January 28th that you had sent her in the waterfall, she didn't respond as she was in the waterfall with her boyfriend, Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
That's correct.
Now, if the defendant did not have a boyfriend, wasn't dating Mr. O'Keefe, would you have been interested in pursuing anything further with the defendant?
I can't say. I don't know.
What, if any, reservations would you have based on the conversations that you had?
Just everything was so out of left field. I just found it hard to believe.
Now, with reference to going to the Camden Police Station after Fairview Road and moving the vehicles around, which is closer to the Camden Police Station? Your home in West Roxbury or the home on Fairview Road?
The home on Fairview Road would be.
And with the impending weather, why was it that you went to the Camden Police Station to move the vehicles around on that occasion?
Because as I stated before, if I didn't do it then, I would have had to come back in the morning. And I knew the weather was going to be getting worse. I knew that I had a long day. I had been in New York. I had been out the night before in New York, and I just thought it was best to get them moved at that point.
Now, you were asked some questions on Friday about a phone call or something in a call log from about 2 o'clock or 2:22 in the morning of January 29th. Do you recall that?
I recall the questions, yes.
And you have an iPhone, or you had an iPhone, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, when you make a call on an iPhone, as you sort of place that call, you hit the button, there's sort of a timer that comes up and it starts counting off seconds as the call is being connected, correct?
I believe so.
Okay.
I'll allow it.
And so seconds are ticking off while the call is being connected, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And if a call is connected, then it starts ringing. Unless someone picks up immediately, there are further seconds that are ticking off on an iPhone while that call is ringing through, correct?
I believe so.
The objection sustained is to the phone.
This is for an expert. So move on, Lally. Get the fuck out of here.
You were asked some questions about
Get Matt Welch up here.
or a call back between yourself and Brian Albert around that time frame. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you were trying to explain sort of what your answers were in that prior proceeding in reference to them, correct?
Yes.
What, if anything else, did you want to explain to the jury in regard to that? Objection.
In that form, I'll sustain.
You were asked some specific points as far as
Yeah,
the
get
testimony in the
specific,
prior proceeding.
motherfucker.
Yes.
What, if anything else, did you say in reference to that in the prior proceeding? Objection.
Sustained is to the form, Mr. Lally.
Mr. Lally, you're not going to get that in, honey. Improper as fuck.
Did you ever speak with Brian Albert at 2:22 in the morning on January 29th?
No, I did not.
Do you recall making a call or receiving a call from Brian Albert around that time?
No, I do not.
You were asked some questions on Friday regarding key card access within the Canton Police Station, correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as that door that you utilized, you would testify on Friday that you would sort of park down towards the back and then come in through the Sally Port area, is that correct?
So I believe I was referring to one of the two Sallyport doors.
And that was sort of your cut through in order to get to your office?
Yes.
Now, with reference to that particular area, as far as going in and out from the parking lot of the Sally Port, does the key card, you have to swipe a key card in order to go in and to go out?
So sometimes if you're close to the door, maybe having a conversation with somebody, it could activate the key card itself. But physically, if I'm going into the door, I would take it out and I would swipe it. I would hold it to the card reader. Some are more sensitive than others, is what I'm trying to say.
And similar to
shut
when you're
the
going
fucking
in, when you're
front
going
door.
out, does that require sort of swiping or using the key card in order to go outside?
So there are some doors that you need to swipe out of, and I believe the booking room and the Sallyport itself are doors such as those.
May I approach?
Yes.
He's trying to say that the door could be sensitive. That was swipe card. If he was talking to somebody, it could have, just made it seem like he was going out and.
I'll show you a document to place one for you. If you could just take a look at that and look up when you finish. You recognize that, sir?
Yes.
Is that the same document that was essentially the same document that was placed before you on Friday?
Yes.
And that's a 167-page document encapsulating different key swipes within the Canton Police Station on January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And from those 167 pages, at least on that first page, does there appear to be about 27 entries there?
Yes.
And so from 27 entries over a course of 167 pages, that'd be somewhere north of 4,500 entries within those 167 pages. Does that sound right?
Well, I went to public high school, but I'll take your word for it.
Would it surprise you that there are 18 entries within those 4,500?
So not what would surprise him. Ask the question differently, Mr. Lawler.
You know that there are 18 entries that contain your name within those records. Objection. Formal question.
No, I'll allow that.
Are you asking me if in the 167 pages, there's only 18 entries with me?
Yes.
I did not know that, no.
Would that surprise you as far as your, well, let me rephrase that. Now, with respect to your
That doesn't
travel
matter.
around Canton Police Station on that particular day.
You weren't working. Do
would
you normally
quarrel
go
with
to the
18
office
entries
when
as
you're
far
not
as where you
working?
went and what you did in Canton PD that day?
No, in and out, nope.
Come on, Yanetta, you can get him on recross here. Let's open the door, baby.
Now, sir, with respect to your phone, you were provided notification in regard to a preservation order in regard to your phone sometime in September of 2022, correct?
I received a subpoena on September 30th, 2022.
And that was in regard to a hearing in which counsel for the defendant was seeking your physical phone as evidence, correct?
Yes.
And is it your understanding, or were you informed after that date, sometime in early October of 2022, that that motion had been denied?
So I believe it was October 21st of that year, I was made aware that that was denied on actually October 5th.
Are you aware of a 30-day period by which a defendant has to file some sort of notice of appeal of a motion? Objection.
I'll allow that.
Hi.
I know typically there's appeal periods. In this particular sense, I wasn't familiar with the preservation order itself. What a preservation order was with respects to, that was kind of all new to me. Usually in an investigation that I'm conducting, it's a search warrant, I take the phone. I don't ask people to preserve it through a court order, if that makes sense.
And so when was it that you disposed of your phone?
It would have been, it was about 2 months after that,
And why was it that you disposed of the phone?
because it was beaten, it was broken up, and I had already had a new phone, and I just, only explanation is I threw it away. That's it.
Now, beyond sort of this case, what if anything else was going on with reference to your personal phone that led you to want to get rid of it?
So in July of 2022, I had a target of an investigation I was working who alleged that he called me on my personal cell phone. And when I questioned him as to the fact how he obtained my personal telephone number, he told me that his girlfriend had obtained it off of open source internet, which I later confirmed that that number was out there.
What, if any, concerns did that raise for you, sir?
Well, I had a lot of concerns, and so July of 22 is when I probably started thinking about, you know what, I got to get rid of the telephone number itself.
And a lot of the work that you were doing, at least at that time, was undercover work. Is that correct?
Before this case right here, yes.
Now, as far as the SIM card that you're talking about, do you have any specific memory of doing anything with that SIM card?
No, and that's how I testified in that other hearing, that to the extent of what I would have done is I would have cut it up or broke it. And the concern would be that to my understanding, that's not holding any photos, that's not holding videos, that's not holding my contacts, it's holding phone information itself.
And as far as photos or videos or what, if anything like that, did you even have one?
I didn't have much, in the sense that I'm divorced, I don't have kids, I didn't have the typical memories that somebody would have had on their phone that they wanted to preserve. They were more like the text messages with the defendant, where it would be a drink glass at a bar, food, something along those lines. I had more of a connection to my work phone and more of a value to my work phone than I did my personal phone.
Now, as far as that military base down the Cape, how often, let me ask you this, when you lived at the residence in Barnstable County, what would you do with your trash down there?
Well, if I was going through and I had trash or some recycling, and I was either getting gas on the base or hitting the duty free, I would occasionally toss a bag of trash in one of the dumpsters there. Or if I forgot, I would throw it out when I got back to my other property. And at the time, at one point, I was living in Canton, and I had the house there, and then I sold it, and then I had the in-law I was renting, so I had other options to throw things away.
Do you have trash pickup at your residence in Barnstable?
No.
So if you were to throw away anything, any sort of trash, it would have to be either at the base or at one of your other homes.
It would be somewhere else.
And so with reference to the phone and the SIM card, if you even did you drive specifically to the base to throw your phone away, or were you throwing it away with other trash?
It was just with other trash.
You were shown some call logs or some toll records or something to that effect last Friday with respect to calls that you had made or received around January 29th, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes.
And was that anything that you had specifically preserved and given to the troopers, or that was something that someone was able to obtain even without your phone or without your SIM card, correct?
That's correct.
May I approach this to retrieve now?
Yes.
One moment, Charlie.
Yes.
Well, sir, going back to January 29th, pulling away from the residence on Fairview Road, you didn't see anything on the side of the road, is that correct?
Absolutely not, no.
And what is it that you would have done had you seen anything, or had you seen Mr. O'Keefe on the side of the road on January 29th?
I've spent my whole life between being a firefighter working in the profession that I work now, being a tactical medic, if I had saw John O'Keefe on the side of the road, I would have done something to make a difference.
No further questions.
Yes, pin his tits. He
Feel
fucked
free
up.
to stand up and stretch.
He fucked up. He fucked up. You know, when you start blabbing, you're getting yourself into a world of mess. There's a reason that they teach you, Lally. Okay? You don't ask questions you don't know the answer to, and you also don't let people just blab, you know? I think he messed up here. I think he said a couple of things that got him a little bit of hot water, and I'll tell you what I mean by that. First of all, when it got back over to Lally for his redirect opportunity here, and he shows those exhibits, the 104A, and was talking about those text messages and whatnot. Did you discuss this with anybody? And he says, no, not to my knowledge. Well, just on Friday, he said that he had discussed it with his worker, his co-worker. Okay. And I think what Yannetti had in his hands there is he had the transcript from Friday. He had that transcribed. I don't know if you guys saw that. Like, it was like a 3-ring. So take like this, for example, but it's like going to be like way thicker like this. So it's going to be all the transcription of what was said. And I think right there, he kind of impeaches himself right there. Okay. So that's number one I noticed. Number two, he says that he wasn't, he didn't make any of this known because he wasn't like proud of it or whatever. And it came out of left field. All right. What the fuck is he talking about? It came out of left field. He's over there Jones and blue balling it for Karen Reed. Look at his messages.
Sir, you testified that a prime motivator of you to get rid of your phone was a July 22nd call from a target of an investigation that you were working on.
I never said it was a prime motivator.
Was it a prime motivator?
No, what I testified to was the phone number was what I was concerned about primarily.
Right.
Didn't have anything to do with the phone.
Oh, you did not change your phone number on July 22nd, correct?
July of 2022.
Boom.
Is that what you mean?
The date that you received a call supposedly from a target of an investigation you were working on was July 22nd of which year?
So I believe it was July 25th of 2022.
July
I was so
25th.
concerned that I reported it to my supervisor.
Right, but you did not change your phone number after that for quite a while, correct?
I believe it was September.
Okay. So for those months, you kept the same phone number and kept the same phone, correct?
I did.
And September happened to be the month that you received the preservation order from this court, correct?
September of 22, yes.
Right. Now, with regard to the text exchanges that you had with Karen Reed, you testified that you were embarrassed about them.
Well, I wasn't proud of them.
I think your word was embarrassed, correct?
I can agree to that. That's fair.
Well, you already testified to that, right?
I believe that
About 5 minutes ago?
might have been a word I used, yes.
And you also explained that you would keep things like that to yourself, correct?
That could be something, yes.
Here we go.
However, you would also agree with me that while they were going on, you told your boss about that text exchange, correct?
Well, I told her about the kiss.
Do you deny telling your boss about the texting that you were doing with Karen Reed?
I don't know if I specifically recall that, no.
But you don't deny it, sir, correct?
It's possible that I told her about that. I'm not going to deny it.
All right. And in any case, those text exchanges were preserved. You preserved those before disposing of your phone, correct?
Correct.
And with regard to the other text exchanges that you did not preserve with the Alberts, including Brian Albert, are you familiar with the term consciousness of guilt, Mr. Higgins?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained.
I may have a moment.
Yes.
Okay. I need a date. When did he meet with this Mac guy again? If anybody knows it out there, otherwise I have to go grab my book. I can't believe I don't know this date. When did he preserve his string of text messages with?
Just one more thing. With regard to the date that you changed phone numbers on your phone, you would agree with me that was September 29th of 2022?
When I actually changed the phone number?
That's what I just asked.
Yeah, yes, I also got a new phone. Yes.
Okay. September 29th of 2022, you changed your phone number and got a new phone. And then September 30th, the next day, you were served with the preservation order, correct?
I got the preservation order on the 30th. That's correct.
Nothing good.
All right, Mr. Higgins, you are all set, sir.
This is why
you,
the
Your Honor.
dates are going to
Thank you.
matter. The dates are going to matter because these people were all tipped off. Okay.
All right, Mr. Lally, who's your next witness?
Obviously, they had a hearing.
Sure.
They had stuff. Now, if the children are coming up, there may be the children are testifying. I'm not sure if that's going to happen. There's rumor that the children are going to be testifying. I'm guessing that they're not going to either show the children, okay, and then just have it be audio, or they may ask for it to not be on at all, okay? So, again, I'm going to pull up, hold on one second. Okay. So, now I have to tell you guys, the reason that Carrie Roberts was not cross-examined is because she is going to get hell. She testified on direct that she had John's phone and that she put it in her pocket, and then she eventually gives it over to either a police officer,
Yes, we're going to take a 10-minute recess.
You are unmuted.
Okay, 10 minutes.
All rise to the court, please.
All right, so 10-minute recess.
Follow me.
All right, so I posted on my community tab that now Trooper Proctor, according to one of the reports, Trooper Proctor was on scene, okay, and I'm trying to pull it out here. I have all of these reports. Let me get the one that I need. Oh, wait, hold on. Did I mute that? Hold on, shit.
Testimony will, and by agreement of the.
Hold on, I want everyone for you guys playing bingo. Here you go. Listen to the words.
Thank you. You may be seated, please.
All right, so Mr. Lally, your next witness is a juvenile?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so there's a specific media order that there'll be no transmission of this testimony. Well, and by agreement of the parties, the child witness will be sitting in the courtroom, in the witness stand when the jury comes back in. And that's by agreement, Ms. Giannetti?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, so 10 o'clock or so we'll come back out?
Court, all rise.
So are they not doing the audio at all?
Hey there, Karen Reed trial watchers. This is a law and crime leads.com/LC Live.
Okay. So again, I'm not sure if we're going to be able to hear it. Did they say audio or just no video? Is it video and audio? We'll see what they do here. I don't think they're going to be very long, you guys. I don't think that the defense is going to be cross-examining at all. just like how Paul O'Keefe and Aaron O'Keefe are not cross-examined, I don't see them being cross-examined. And it kind of makes sense if you think about it, how this all worked out. Alan Jackson knew that he wouldn't be here this week. They made the scheduling, I think to help out with that. And so the only day there was going to be this day. And I think it was planned that this was going to be a day that Yannetti and Little were going to be doing any of the line of questioning. They weren't expecting Higgins to take up that time. So, again, all right, I want to show you guys something. God bless America. September 16th was the defendant's motion for order pursuant to Mass Rule Crim P17 directed to Brian Albert, Julie Albert, Colin Albert, Brian Higgins, and the Commonwealth, and memorandum in support thereof. And this was to be able to preserve the phones. Now, I want to show you guys something. Let me go. I'm going to use Hector the projector to show you guys this. Okay. All right, so this is the order, or like the motion for it. All right. Brian Albert's sister, Julie Albert, also appeared at Brian Albert's residence that morning. Julie Albert testified at the grand jury that she went to Brian Albert's house at 8:30 a.m. on January 29, 2022, to drop off Dunkin' Donuts for Brian Albert Jr.'s birthday. She explained that when she got there, Brian Albert insisted that she come inside and told her there had been an accident. However, in a prior statement to Sergeant Bukaki and Sergeant Tully on February 10th, 2022, Miss Albert accidentally let it slip that she actually found out about John dying when her phone woke her up at 4:55 a.m. to a call from Jennifer McCabe. Thus, in a prior statement to law enforcement, Julie Albert indicated that she was notified about John's death before Karen Reed ever found O'Keefe's body. Now, remember we've been wondering why some things are going to be held back. You're going to the line of questioning isn't for that person. So you have to wait till you get to the detective, and then you would ask them in your report, you wrote that, this had occurred. Was there an oversight in your report, or did this person tell you that? Okay. So I want to point this out. Now, the other thing, so at 9 a.m., after apparently conferring with Brian Albert, her sister, her husband, and Julie Albert outside the presence of the police, Jennifer McCabe personally called Sergeant Lank and asked him to return to Brian Albert's home because she had suddenly recalled some new information. All right. Now, Brian Albert also made sure to inform his close friend Brian Higgins that O'Keefe's body had been found. Brian Higgins testified at the grand jury that on January 29th, 2022, he woke up from a call from Canton's chief of police. After ignoring the chief's call, he did take a call from Brian Albert, who informed him that the authorities had found O'Keefe. Thus, in the hours after O'Keefe's body was found, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, Julie Albert, and Brian Higgins all immediately convened at Brian Albert's house to discuss the instant investigation. Facts relating to law enforcement's subsequent investigation of the death of Mr. O'Keefe. A timeline of the recovery of evidence and the involvement of law enforcement agents who have close personal relationships with the pertinent witnesses and potential suspects involved in this case, at the very least, raise serious questions as to the objectivity and veracity of the police investigation that has been conducted to date. According to the supplemental report prepared by Canton Police Sergeant Michael J. Lang, after first responders secured the scene on January 29, 2022, shortly after 6 a.m., Sergeant Lang and Lieutenant Gallagher and Sergeant Good attempted to retrieve as much evidence as possible. So this is all stuff that we've heard, right? Now, the Massachusetts State Police officially assumed jurisdiction of the case upon Mr. O'Keefe's passing at 7:59 a.m. According to Trooper Proctor's affidavit filed in support of the geofence search warrant. So people out there that want to know if there's a geofence search, like there's geofencing in this case, right? Proctor claimed that he and Sergeant Bukaki traveled to 345 Country Hill Drive in North Dighton, Massachusetts, for the purpose of interviewing Miss Reed and recovering her black SUV. This is where we're getting the information on the fact that Trooper Proctor lied about what time he actually got the car, towed the car, all that stuff, right? Well, we go one step forward and let me show you. Where does he put in? Hold on 1 second. All right, take a look. This was done on February 2nd. Sorry, February 4th was when it was written up. This is Trooper Nicholas Guerno. This is the cell phone extraction and forensic analysis of a cell phone belonging to John O'Keefe. Make sure you guys are getting this. Okay, good. Now, look at what it says here. On Saturday, January 29th, 2022, Trooper Michael Proctor and Sergeant Bukaki of the Norfolk District Attorney's Office responded to an unattended death of John O'Keefe at 34 Fairview Road in Canton. Everybody has said that they never went to 34 Fairview. Until when? Now wait for it. Through his investigation, it was found that O'Keefe was a victim of a motor vehicle homicide. While on scene, Trooper Proctor secured O'Keefe's cell phone and brought it to the Norfolk DA's office for forensic analysis. This is why Carrie Roberts was not 100% was not cross-examined yet. Carrie Roberts testified that she handed this phone off to one of the police or EMT or somebody, right? Now, how in the fuck would it be that that phone would be at 34 Fairview? Because Yuri Bukaki and Trooper Proctor were not there. Okay. And then the only place that Proctor went, okay, he never was there. He never went to 34 Fairview. He went to none other than Jen McCabe's house. Okay. But see, that's why it hasn't, this is why I believe Carrie Roberts was not cross-examined, because they're going to do their spiel with these, law enforcement people. Then they're going to recall Carrie Roberts back when it's their turn. Okay. And Carrie Roberts is going to have a hell of a lot to explain. What do you mean you don't know? You just put John O'Keefe's phone in your pocket and you went walking around with it? But then guess what they have? They have Carrie Roberts's motherfucking phone data, bitches. That's why it's always been under wraps about Carrie Roberts. Because her phone data has never surfaced in the capacity that Jennifer McCabe's did, okay? And remember how Jennifer McCabe and Yannetti were going, or Alan Jackson were going at it, and Alan Jackson trips her up and he's like, okay, so on January 29th, when did Carrie Roberts get interviewed? And she's like, wait, no, she wasn't at my house on the 29th. That's because it all has to do with the data. I'm telling you. He knows, because she has, Carrie Roberts just admitted that she was the one that took John's phone. So she has his phone. All right. And then so they went ahead and they pulled all of her data. So we have that hoe, right? And it's going to come out, in my personal opinion, that Carrie Roberts, again, this is my personal opinion, was 100% with Jennifer McCabe on January 29th. Yes. Did she go and pick up John's parents? Did she take them over to Meadows, over where his house is? Yes, absolutely. Okay. But how in the world would Proctor get his cell phone? You guys think it was passed amongst a ton of people to give it to Proctor? Absolutely not. Also, Proctor didn't go to 34 Fairview. So how did he get the phone? And I just cannot wait for this to come out. Because these people have John's phone. These people have John's phone. And then Yannetti just asked him, Higgins, so you're saying that you turned over all of your text messages with John O'Keefe and the defendant. Like there was nothing missing. So the chain of custody of John's phone would have went from Carrie Roberts to who to how does Proctor have it. But Carrie Roberts was not cross-examined for a reason, and it was due to strategy. Because remember, they have Carrie Roberts's data. And that's one thing, you guys, that's been kept under wraps the whole time is Carrie Roberts' data. I can't get Carrie Roberts' data. I want Carrie Roberts' data. I can't get it. It was her data was not put in any motion. Nothing. All these any public motion. I don't think any motion, period. Because now it's all pretty much public. now. Now, can you believe this? That the jury has to be so confused as to say to themselves, wait a second, if there was a preserve order for these people's cell phones, who didn't preserve it? Who didn't make that an order, right? You're hearing all of this stuff, right?
Who denied the order?
Whose call was this? Whose call was this? Because it is beyond obvious that these phones should have been, when they were preserved, then it should have been ordered.
This is a police officer's desk.
Like, so as a juror, wouldn't you say, yeah, we all know that it was Bev, but as a juror, wouldn't you just say, like, I have a question. So if there was an order to preserve these phones, it was for the purpose of, if they were preserved and nobody did anything with them, right? Then why didn't they get preserved? Why didn't that data, like, why wasn't that signed? Why didn't they have a chance to go and retrieve the data from the phones? You know, don't you think a juror is going to ask that? Wouldn't you be asking that? Wouldn't you be taking notes about that? Because I know I would be. I'd be like, okay, wait a second. All these people that were there in the house and their phones just.
And the totality of that.
So for the best part is that I think they're going to be able to get that through when they're questioning someone like Proctor, when they're questioning somebody like, why would the defense attorney have to try to go about it this way? Why wouldn't it be that you're going and getting this through search warrants? You have probable cause, right? Yes. So why didn't you go and get it? So let's go back to this. Go back to this. Okay. Court is on a break still. I want to put this right with the, like that. Okay.
I wonder if she's gonna come back for a second because she's a 10-minute break because there's no audio or video of the kids. So.
No, she's not. She already said something. Okay, so Turtle Boy, we were just told that we are not allowed to live report or use computers or phones while the minors are testifying. Other reporters believe they are interpreting the order incorrectly. Dude, all I have to say is, like, Bev, I'm going to start writing your office daily and just mailing out you letters and just letting you know, because I am going to pay for these trial transcripts. Or maybe Karen Reed, when she gets her free copy, defendants usually get a copy. Well, they have to be indigent, I think, to get them for free. But every day for the rest of my life, I want to mail that broad a piece of mail with a piece of paper of that trial transcript to say, look at what a joke you are. These poor jurors had to listen to this shit and it's all incomplete because you didn't fucking do your goddamn job. I don't think that the kids are going to be on the stand for the rest of the day. I don't think that that's happening at all. And you know who put them in this, right? When Jen McCabe's answering questions like, I talked to the kids. So, I don't think he's going to take. He'll get booed right the fuck up out of there. And if he does that to these kids, then Paul O'Keefe's a bigger pussy than I ever gave him credit for. Yeah, I don't think they're going to be just like how he did. They didn't cross Aaron or Paul. They're not crossing the kids. Promise you. There's no effing way. You underestimate Lally. Well, then I actually underestimate that town. You know, all these signs that we see for Karen Reed, I want to see some signs that, you know, like, let's go take a look at Lally's past cases. Because I think anybody that's had Lally as a prosecutor, all their cases should resurface. And anybody that has Bev as a judge, their cases should resurface. Lally is going to ask the kids if they remember being born. You know, I want to show a couple other things. Oh, yeah, here, I got some Life 360 data just so I can show you guys how accurate Life 360 is. I got my search warrant out. Here you go. Take a look. Ready? Ta-da. Look at this shit. It gives you the time, but to this time. And it actually works in reverse order. So like you're coming up and it's going like in this order. So you read from down up. But these are your latitudes and longitude. And it's literally updating like every like 21:19 hours and 3 seconds to 21:19, you know, in 2 seconds, like for that minute. I mean, you cannot, I mean, this is like play by play. And then here I want to show you what it looks like when you shut your phone off or turn your locations off. See how it says 3:11, 20, 40. So 20 hours, 48. So it's what, 8:48 and 10 seconds. Do you see see how it says 3:12 at 6:07 in the morning? So it was from 8 o'clock, 8:48 to 6:07. That phone was in the same spot. And then 6:08 and 30 seconds to 6:09. So then, and then you notice that it'll be traveling. And if you pay attention to these, and if you have multiple phones on your Life 360, then you're going to have like, you could actually have like multiple, but this is just one person's phone from the Life 360 of like their family. But it goes second by second. It's marking you. It's GPS tracking you, guys. So then I do believe that Unetti would have this if the feds turned it over. But that's what comes back in a warrant. I mean, it's tracking the shit out of you. Okay, so I'll zoom in. So this is somebody that went to sleep and their phone was just in the same spot at 8:48. And then they woke up at like on 3:12 from the 3:11. They woke up at, 6:07. And then they started moving with the phone. And it tracks them all the way. So this is all 3:12, 7:21 in the morning, 7:21. Then you go here, 7:24 to 7:24. It's in the same spot there. Then 7:28, 7:28, 7:31, 7:34, 7:34, 7:37 and 28 seconds, 7:37, 28 seconds. And then look at this big jump. 7:40 and 28 seconds to, 3:13 and 19:21 seconds. At 7:40 and 28 seconds on 3:12, that phone was shut off. Like stopped sharing locations, basically is what I'm saying. Because that phone remained on, but it just stopped sharing locations with this app. And it restarted sharing locations at 19:31 hours, which is 7:31 at night, the following day. See, 3:12. So at 7:40 in the morning, all of a sudden, that phone is not sharing locations until it decides to share locations again at 3:13, which is the following day at night at 7:31. And so what I went and did with this is I went back and looked at when this happened in the past based on historical records to show if this was something that would normally happen. And so I did, and I was able to show that I was right about it. So see right here, on March 9th, 7:56 a.m. And then do you see here, March 10th, 7:51 a.m. So they stopped sharing locations for a whole almost 24 hours. And what I was able to do is look and find out from a previous case that, for example, this guy never shut off and stopped sharing locations except when he went out of town for work. When he was out of town for work, he stopped sharing his locations during the time period that he was somewhere else, not in the city that he normally is in. Because all the other days during the week, that never happens. So it's consistent with hiding your locations from somebody, right? And who are you sharing your Life 360 data with? Who are you sharing it with? You're not sharing it with strangers, you know what I mean? You're sharing your Life 360 data app, like where you're at, your whereabouts. You're sharing that with your inner circle. So this person, when they were not working in their home city and they traveled out of the county into a different county, about 2 hours away, not even, they either used a third-party app to, you can do it, I looked it up, how it could be done, and you can make it seem like your phone's just chilling in the same spot. But once you get this data, you could totally see that it was just stopped sharing locations. So if, and in fact, the feds went and got this information, like this is what comes back in the search warrant. It doesn't say, oh, you were in some bubble. You know, your bubble doesn't fucking matter. So if the feds went actually out and got the Life 360 from the McCabe's, this is what it would look like. And then so your GPS tracking of Allie McCabe, I would think, is there. Like, yeah, I feel really bad for the kids. So let's talk about that Ring camera you guys want to talk about. This was a motion that was put in. A motion for production of the search warrant and missing Ring video recordings from One Meadows Ave. So this was filed back in February of 2023. And the defense filed it. And so I want to point out to compel the Commonwealth to produce forthwith a copy of the search warrant, including the application, affidavit, and return obtained by investigators for the Ring video recording from One Meadow Ave. The defendant further moves for the complete production from the Ring. Okay. On October 5th, 2022, this court, Canone residing, ordered the Commonwealth to produce a copy of all Ring video surveillance footage stored on Mr. O'Keefe's device, which captures the exterior of his residence located at One Meadows Ave between January 28th and 29th. See defendant's motion to compel discovery dated September 15th, 2022. This is defendant's motion, September 5th, 2022. Now, on February 14, 2022, having not received all of the ordered video recordings, the undersigned counsel emailed Norfolk County Assistant District Attorney Alan Lally for production of complete archive of ring videos from One Meadows, consistent with the court's order February 5th. Cianetti's email dated November 14th, attached here to as Exhibit 2. On January 5th, 2023, the entire defense team participated in a Zoom video conference. So they start motioning and doing all of this, guys, to get this ring camera footage. In September and October of 2022. Then they have to file this motion to compel February of 2023. Because Lally doesn't want to turn over this ring camera. Let's take a look. On January 5th, the entire defense team Zoomed with Lally, informing him of the discovery material that was still outstanding, including the above referenced missing ring videos. During that meeting, ADA Lally revealed to counsel for the first time that investigators had obtained and executed a search warrant for ring videos. So this wasn't just like, we're trying to get the ring off of John's device. This whole time, you guys performed a search warrant on ring for that data. Okay. Now, ADA Lally also informed counsel during that meeting that he would produce the requested materials by January 16th. On January 5th, attorney Elizabeth Little emailed ADA Lally to confirm that he would be producing the ring search warrant as well as the complete production from ring. They want the warrant. See Little's email. On January 16th and to date, the defendant has yet to receive the ring search warrant and the complete production for ring. So, again, this was filed February 1st, 2023. And it is clear that some of the surveillance footage is missing and or has not been provided by the Commonwealth to the defendant. There are videos that have been produced which depict John O'Keefe's vehicle in different positions, yet not videos of the vehicle having been moved in the interim. I'm just letting you guys know what bombs are coming up. I think this is going to be a bomb with the ring. Again, there are videos that have been produced which depict John O'Keefe's vehicle in different positions, yet not videos of the vehicle have been moved, like watching him move it, right? Given that ring cameras are motion activated, there are videos still to be provided. The defendant further relies on the attached affidavit of counsel in support of this motion. Now, let's take a look at okay. This is another motion to compel that they didn't do when they were supposed to. Ready? Check this out. So this was a motion that was filed. This is number 113 out of, they filed it like, I don't know, 300. And the date is 2023 in August. Okay. Request that the defense expert be permitted to independently test samples from John O'Keefe's clothing and person. All right. And they list all these things. So these are the item numbers. And then, you know, what they were looking for. So all these samples. I want to know what this is. Sample from areas around tears. 1 through 9. Then the black debris, guys, debris. Damaged areas 1 through 9 on the right gray long sleeve shirt. Okay. Then the defendant requests the ability to inspect and independently test the actual items of John O'Keefe's clothing. O'Keefe's baseball hat, which is not listed in evidence log, but was photographed as an item. Isn't that crazy? It was photographed on February 3rd. Fucking nuts, man. This is nuts. Defendant requests the ability to inspect the taillight pieces and housing recovered by law enforcement. Look at how many total pieces this is. Passenger side tailgate, pieces of plastic red covered from 30-foot Fairview, pieces of plastic red and clear covered from 30-foot Fairview. That's redacted. Piece of plastic. Trace item 14. Glass and clear plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road. They were asking for a request for defense expert to access the Lexus information. A copy of the OCME's original death certificate. Remember, this was totally a big point of contention because they didn't say that it was a homicide. That was undetermined. Reports regarding swabs taken in connection with John O'Keefe's clothing for submission to UC Davis lab determine whether animal DNA is present. That's the first expert that we've heard from in this case. So, request that any clothing swab samples submitted to UC Davis lab for animal DNA testing be run with canine markers. A copy of the February 10th, 2022 email correspondence and accompanying attachment sent by Trooper Proctor to James P. Short as referenced in the MSP case log, which was produced in notice of discovery. I have all of those. It's just wild to me. Okay. So remember how like they didn't have all this DNA testing back? Dude, they've been working on this forever. On July 18, 2023, Mr. Lally responded that the defense could not yet access these samples for independent testing because the listed items are the subject of ongoing trace and DNA testing at MSP lab. That same day, Attorney Little emailed ADA Lally expressing confusion as to why there are ongoing delays because according to reports produced by the Commonwealth, only 4 of the items requested by the defense for independent testing were actually selected for analysis by Trooper Proctor. Little's like, wait a second. We have your list right here, dude. We have your list. You're a lying sack of shit. All right, you're lying to us. So, and this is when he got caught with his pants around his ankles back in this hearing. In response to Ms. Little's email on January 21st, AD Lally indicated that he had reached out to the lab regarding the items they specifically selected for further analysis, which reports of any subsequent testing are complete, an ETA on their completion, if not already, and how with whom to coordinate for any independent testing with their lab. I will update you as soon as I have answers to those questions. Exhibit C. So she's like providing the courts all these exchanges of what you're supposed to do. Email exchange between ADA Lally and Attorney Little. To date, we have not received any further update. To date. Now, when was this put in? August 24th, I think. And then, so I have all these exhibits. You guys want to see them? I can show them to you. I don't give a shit. Here, I'll cross off Lally's email. Let me see if there's anything else. I'm not going to share Little's email either. All right. This is his email. Okay, to Little stating this. In response to your email outlining access to evidence, as previously indicated, the listed items are the subject of ongoing trace and DNA testing at the MSP lab. To avoid further delays, your compliance with lab protocols and timely submissions of consent to conduct exhaustive testing is crucial. My understanding from the lab is that the items that were first identified as being subject to exhaustive testing were tested on July 11th with your expert, Mr. Lakin, present. However, due to the late receipt of the exhaustive testing authorization form with respect to the second batch of exhaustive testing items, the form having been sent for your review on June 2nd and not received until July 10th, that testing was not able to be completed on July 11th and has been scheduled now with the lab and Mr. Lakin for August 1st. I have inquired of the lab of whether or not you are with any items that are no longer needed by the lab, blah, blah, blah. On prior occasions, the defendant has made reference to varying from inspection of said items to testing of said items. In seeking to accommodate that, I would like to know how you intend to conduct any inspection and or testing. Inspection can be arranged for at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office when the testing of the items are complete and retrieved from the lab. But any independent testing, I imagine, would have to be conducted within the MSP lab. With reference to your request for the original death certificate, I am unclear what you were seeking. In discovery, you have been provided 2 preliminary copies of the death certificate. Both are contained within the OCME file. In discovery, you have been provided a certificate copy of the finalized death certificate from the Registry of Vital Statistics. Lastly, the MSP lab has taken 2 samples from Mr. O'Keefe's outer clothing, specifically the right arm sleeve of the long sleeve t-shirt. The MSP lab does not test for non-human DNA. I have contacted the Veterinarian Forensic Genetics Laboratory at UC Davis, as they are a facility that tests for non-human DNA. Of the two samples taken, at least one will be submitted to that lab. The testing would likely be exhaustive. 2 samples would provide a more robust sample from which to test. However, pursuant to the policy standards of practice of UC Davis, it is my understanding that they do not permit outside individuals in their lab to observe any casework that is performed. Once testing is complete, the entirety of the case file would be provided to both sides. Thank you for your attention to this matter, says Lally. Then Little's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Okay. So she asked for, you guys are gonna die. Little says, tissue samples taken from injuries to O'Keefe's right arm. Based on your admission of this request in your last email and my review of the latest batch of discovery, which includes what is at least appeared to be a complete list of the items of evidence seized in connection with this case, am I correct that law enforcement failed to preserve any tissue samples from the injuries to O'Keefe's right arm? Then his response. In regard to the preliminary, or I'm sorry, on the tissue samples taken from injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, my review of the lab materials that were provided to you in the course of discovery would be the same as yours below. There were not any tissue samples taken from Mr. O'Keefe's right arm. Oh my God. What? This is little. This is like how point on she is. Independent testing versus inspection. Look at. There are only 4 items that appear to have been selected for analysis. Thus, I am confused as to what the holdup is in testing the remaining samples. Our expert would like to immediately arrange a time to go to the MSP lab and conduct independent testing on the remaining samples. Please let us know with our expert can contact the lab. Then she says, as to the actual items of O'Keefe's clothing, items 171, I showed you guys at the beginning, we are requesting both. 1, the ability to inspect these items, and 2, that our expert be able to independently test these items by taking their own swabs from these items of evidence. And I think what they ended up deciding, and I could be wrong, is that if you guys didn't do it right, like we need the tissue, you know what I mean? Like we're just going to pick apart what the fuck you didn't do, you know? Check this out. UC Davis testing. I reviewed your lab technician's email correspondence with UC Davis. Can you please produce any and all reports associated with the taking of the 2 swabs per the instructions sent by UC Davis forensic scientists? Remember how she said, I didn't do the swabs. They were already sent to me. Remember? And so Little saw the correspondence of those emails and then said, okay, now we're going to break this down, which is, can you please produce any and all reports associated with the taking of the 2 swabs per the instructions sent by USC? So that person hasn't testified yet. The UC Davis person was the only person to testify. So we have to wait for that person to testify who was the actual person that did the swabs. That person had to testify out of order. But that's the only piece of expert testimony that we've had to this point. And I'm pointing out here how fucked it is because, again, nothing was sent to them to test. So what did Lally do? Go around and search what labs don't allow people to watch you do stuff? I mean, I don't know. We're gonna swab it ourselves. The same people that did red solo cups and the same people that did leaf blowing. Okay. So she says, i.e., showing location of swabs. So she's like walking them through this. Little is like, look at, I mean, carrying this man, i.e., showing location of swabs and the procedures by which those swabs were preserved and packaged for transportation to UC Davis. I want to be sure we are on the same page as to the exact items of evidence you are proposing be sent to UC Davis. Once we have confirmed that the swabs you are referencing below are in keeping with UC Davis's instructions for obtaining the samples from O'Keefe's clothing, we do not object to having both swabs sent to them for testing for the presence of dog DNA. I would also ask that any clothing swab samples be run with canine markers, such that the dog DNA file type be preserved for later comparison per Terry Coon's May 18, 2023 email. Tissue samples taken from injuries to O'Keefe's. Based on your omissions of this request in your last email, my review of the last batch of discovery, which includes what at least appear to be a complete list of the items, am I correct that law enforcement failed to preserve any tissue samples from the injuries to O'Keefe's right arm? That would be correct. That would be right. Like, he is all over the place. All over the place. So if anybody wanted to know about John O'Keefe's hat, you guys, just so you know, it was recovered on February 3rd at the house. John O'Keefe's baseball hat, which was not listed in the evidence log, but was photographed as an item of evidence recovered by law enforcement from 34 Fairview Road on February 3rd, 2022. So I just wanted to provide you guys with, while we are at this downtime, with as much valuable information if you were wondering how ridiculously fucked this is, you know. Now, what else do I got for you guys? Was his shoe ever located? Let me check what I have here. This is the complete list of discovery in the Karen Reed case that was so this is all the grand jury minutes. Police. This was turned over. This is the first batch. So a copy of the Canton Police Department 911 calls. It says plural. So that's interesting to me. This is the incident report. The Canton Police Department scene photographs. Told you guys there was only 18 that was issued first. Copy of supplement Canton Police Department scene photos from 2 pages worth of scene photos from February 4th. Copy. This is the analysis of the ring camera from Meadows 1. Copy of Massachusetts State. So it's just a state police report. It's just a police report. Copy of the police report. Video surveillance and receipts from the waterfall. Copy of Massachusetts. So this is just, it's not the actual videos. Then copy of the Massachusetts State report. Processing of John O'Keefe's vehicle and garage doors at Meadow. So they processed the garage doors. That's interesting. Retrieval of video from the town of Canton footage. They gave a copy of the state police report that had to do with Berlin motor vehicle forensic of that's the Karen Reed's car. Cell phone extraction and forensic analysis of a cell phone belonging to Karen Reed. So it's just the state police report. And what that means is in a police report like that, you're getting, it's just letting you know the date and time that you went and did that. So I have a sample police report right here. So let me. Okay, what is this? Idaho State Police. It's just like this. It's the actual just written up, so it's nothing. It's going to be anything of people that you interview, just your report like this. And then your narrative. So that's what, when they're referring to the police reports. And this is the order that they turned everything over to the defense. This is the order of it. So let's zoom in and take a look a little closer at. So then you have, so this is just the report. This is not the actual phone extraction of it. Okay. Then you have the cell phone extraction of John O'Keefe. It's just the police report. Then you have the interview of the Cole Keithises. Then you have CF McCarthy's. You have the analysis. It's just a report. A report of interviews of James Sullivan. Analysis of the Waterfall Bar and Grill. So it's going to say each time that they, walked up and bought a drink and stuff like that. Collection of camera footage from, that's on like the corner. Copy of the police report from the public library and temple. Copy, so interview of, so that's going to be the niece and nephew. Those two. Interview of Christopher Curran, Carrie, Laura Sullivan, Marietta Sullivan. That's what we just heard last week. Copy of, can you believe that Karen Reed in the Discovery gets this? Copy of the call detail records of Karen Reed. So it's just a report of it, the analysis of call detail. Then the arrest of Karen Reed, page, 2 pages. Interview of Nicole Albert, 3 pages. Interview of Ryan Nagel. Firefighter Daniel Whitley, firefighter Francis Walsh. These are the reports. Interview of firefighter Anthony Flamati. Interview of Chris and Julie Albert. Interview of Paul O'Keefe. Then the warrant arrest Then interview of Matthew Kelly. Interview of Rebecca Trayers. That's the waterfall bartender. Again, this is all the discovery that was handed over in the first batch. So Bridget Meach, I don't know who that is yet. Search for evidence on Fairview Road. Interview of BH. Is that going to be Brian Higgins? Why the fuck are they? It's interesting. Interview of Brian Albert, Catherine Camarino with Trooper Prince. Interview of KF. That would be, the niece again. Who is this? Massachusetts Police Report. Interview of KF, 3 pages. 2 pages. Interesting. Oh, that's interesting. That's what we have heard about today. See how this is 2 pages here? See how this one, so they interviewed her multiple times, because this one is 3 pages. Wait, yeah, BF right here, right? Or I'm sorry, KF. Interview of Kath. Okay. Interview of Jennifer McCabe with Trooper Prince that time. Interview of Jennifer McCabe with Trooper Proctor. Interview of Matthew McCabe. And then interview of Carrie Roberts. Then we got copy of Matthew. Okay. Interview of Karen Reed. And now that's something that I'm interested in. When I saw that, it's like, okay, so this is the only time that they interviewed her, and it was done. The Massachusetts State Police interviewed her, and it's 4 pages. So we're going to hear about that in Trooper Proctor's interview, or when Trooper Proctor is, what do you call it? When he takes the stand. So Karen Reed talked to the Massachusetts State Police. Let me see if I can make this brighter. Okay. Then we have the initial response at 34 Fairview. So that'd be the incident report. Interview of Canton Officer Seraph. So 2 pages. That's when Proctor interviewed him. Interview of Katie McLaughlin. That was done by Proctor. Interview of Canton Officer Mulaney. That was done by Proctor. Michael Trotta. We haven't heard from him yet. Interview of firefighter Timothy Nuttall. Interview of Gregory Woodbury. We heard from these people. That's your first responders with the FFS firefighter. Wendell Roberry. Jason Becker. Interview of Jason Becker. Samuel. Did he ever take the stand? Then we have the crime laboratory report. Then we have the crime scene report. Then this is the unit that was sent out. That's going to be interesting. That was when they went back to the house. Then we have the autopsy photos. Then there's pictures at Good Samaritan Hospital. Then they provided booking. Then crime scene services section. to photos or crime scene photos again because they probably went back out there. Case, jacket, crime lab. Copy of Cellbrite extraction report of cell phone of Jennifer McCabe, Carrie Roberts, John O'Keefe, Jennifer McCabe from January 28th to 29th, 50 pages. And these were provided on flash drives, allegedly. Copy of Cellbrite extraction report of cell phone of Carrie Roberts. They just did 2 days worth, 25 pages. That's it. Copy of Cellbrite extraction report of cell phone of John O'Keefe. So this is like, we're providing you with the extraction of it. 159 pages of John O'Keefe for those 2 days. Carrie Roberts was only 25. Jennifer McCabe was 50, only 50. Copy of Cellbrite extraction report of cell phone of John O'Keefe, phone calls to and from Karen Reed. Copy of Cellbrite extraction report of cell phone of John O'Keefe, voicemails from Karen Reed on January 29th. Copy of ring video of One Meadows. Copy of ring video of One Meadows front door. So there's two different. Copy of surveillance video. Copy of surveillance video, Cassie's corner store. I want to know more about those. Let's look those up on Google. There's a test video that was done. Sane interview of PF. Ooh. Okay. So there's the minors again. Interesting. God, they put them through a lot. Copy of Massachusetts State Police Crime Scene Services section, Snowbank search photos. Interesting. 1 disc. I wonder what those. So see how that's like the Massachusetts State Police. We're going to start seeing more photos, I believe, when like anybody from the Massachusetts State Police is going to be testifying because they're the ones that took those photos. So we've seen pictures and everything that we've seen. It's been from Canton. So this is stuff that we're waiting to see once Massachusetts State Police people start testifying. Makes sense? But this was the first batch of discovery that was given. And I'm going to show you how long it took them to get some stuff over to them. But just so you guys, if you guys want to know all the evidence, or I should say discovery, some stuff is, can be deemed not admissible, Let me go to Patrick is done testifying. Oh, he went first? Oh, good. Thank you, H-Bag. I love saying H-Bag. I feel like I'm saying ho-bag. I love it. They still embrace, or the kids, yeah, the kids are testifying. Let me zoom in. I'm going to show you guys more of H-Bag, baby. You know it. All right, what do we got? More crime scene section, like with the Good Samaritan photos. Copy of RMV driver's history, Karen Reed, 4 pages. Copy of Canton Fire Department reports regarding John O'Keefe incident. So that's your patient care. I think that's going to be your patient care report. Where's that 9 pages at? Yeah, I think that's what that is. Canton Fire Department regarding Karen Reed, 7 pages. Cars diagram. CV of Trooper Joseph Paul. That's going to be an expert. Okay. Copy of the Chief Medical Examiner file. 72 pages. That's the ME. doctor that's going to be testifying to, I believe, saying that it's consistent with the car accident or whatever. A copy of the cell phone extraction of text communications between BH and John O'Keefe, 12 pages. So you guys saw how many pages there was in front of us, right? 12 pages. This is BH. This is Brian Higgins. Okay. Copy of cell phone extraction of text communications between BH. So he did a cell phone extraction of BH and Karen Reed, which is 56 pages. I didn't think we went through 56 messages, did we? I mean, 56 pages. I mean, what other stuff was on there? 56 pages? And so there was 119, 120. Copy of Verizon cell phone records. Copy of Verizon records, self sites diagram for Karen Reed's phone. Just for Karen Reed's phone. Copy of Verizon diagram for Karen Reed's phone. Okay. Copy of Good Samaritan records of Karen Reed. Because 67 pages. Is this when they section 12'd her? Copy of surveillance video from Waterfall Bar, Canton Public Library. 1 flash drive. Okay. Copy of CF McCarthy's receipts. 5 pages worth of receipts. That's interesting. Copy of Waterfall Bar and Grill. Okay. Now, then there was another Commonwealth notice of discovery dump. And so this was all that was added. So that was all taken care of on June 10th. So this happened, July 29th. Okay. And then on August 17th, this was additional. Copy of Verizon Tower preservation. Copy of Google preservation order. Copy of Google geofence search warrant. Your search warrant was only 1 page. Oh, that was the confirmation of it. See? Where's the actual search warrant? Copy of T-Mobile Sprint Tower preservation order. Confirmation. So these are all confirmations, not the actual search warrant, which is way different. Commonwealth notice of discovery. So then they added, what date is this? October 14th. Then we have the Norfolk County Detective Unit on-call duty roster. This is because then the defenses start requesting things. They want to know who was working. So that's what that's from. Oh, shit. I'm not sure. Hopefully this is stuff that interests you guys. I'd want to know this if I was paying attention to the trial. Let me go and zoom in just a little bit or move back. Okay, so then they got Troop H administrative log. So that means that they dispatched Troop H. Troop H administrative log from January. Okay. So remember these logs? Chain of custody. What the hell is going on in Stoughton District Court? 31 pages. Copy Google response letter. And see the search warrant right there. 5 pages. Copy of mass return of Google geofence warrant. Copy of all correspondence with Google. They wanted all to see what was going on. Oh God, Proctor's about to get blown out of the world. Okay, then on November 2022, copy of zip file from Google regarding geofence. That would be, and then copy of the district court docket. Interested. Then on November 21st, copy of Camp Police Department's 911 calls. Copy of Camp Police Department scene photos. Copy of CF McCarthy's restaurant receipts. See notice of discovery 1. Copy of Waterfall Bar receipts. See notice of. Okay. Copy of Camp Police Department scene photos. Copy of Camp. You want to know what it is? Is they just probably couldn't believe that this was so bad. Hold on. Because the defense is asking for stuff, and you see how he's saying, I've already supplied it. And I'm reading that. I'm thinking, yeah. I don't think the defense thought that it was all there. And so when they're saying that, like, this can't be all that you're sending. You know, this can't be all that you're sending. Again, we're just waiting on the children to have their time to testify. Again, this is all the discovery that was turned over in the Karen Reed case. Copy of Canton Police Department dispatch log. Remember, that's what Alan Jackson was like, what the fuck are you guys doing? Your shit isn't even right. So, but right here. So they weren't even going to turn that over, that one page. unless you ask for it. Copy of Camp Police Department scene photos with description. With description. Interesting. Copy of ring video of One Meadow Ave, Canton driveway camera. See notice of discovery 1. Back from appointment. Have learned anything new? We're just waiting. One of the children is done. Ooh, right here. So Julie Nagel, copy. So Julie Nagel, she enters the building. Her interview right here. There we go. And then here we go, Sarah Levinston. She gets, oh, look at these frumpy fucks. Look at, there they are together. You guys see how late they were interviewed? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Next up, what do we have? Oh, what day is this? January 2023. Copy of Norfolk Superior Court docket. Copy of Norwood Police Department 911 call from January 29th. Copy of Norwood Police Department 911 call. What the fuck's that? Huh? I don't know. That's interesting. What is this? Copy of scene photos taken by Lieutenant Brian Tully. 25 pages in one flash drive. Copy of Verizon information provided in response to search warrant. Don't even know what it's for. Norwood, exactly. What 911 calls that? We'll find out. The defense was asking for it. All right, then on this day, it was February. Copy of Norfolk County Regional Emergency Communication Center. 911 calls from January. So they wanted any and all. Copy of forensic image of John O'Keefe's cellular phone. Copy of forensic image of Jennifer McCabe's cellular phone. Finally, copy of Canton Police Department scene photos, electronic copies. Commonwealth discovery turning over. Here we go. Copy of Massachusetts State Police report number 23, report number 32, report number 52, report number 53, report 40. Interesting. Arrest of Karen Reed at Mansfield. Norfolk Superior Court docket. Copy of Norfolk Superior Court docket. Again, that was the February. Then copy of forensic image of Karen Reed's cellular. Wow, they finally got Karen Reed's cellular phone, and that would be able to be giving it to like somebody of like that's an expert for them. And they finally got her phone on March 24th of 2023. Oh my God, over a year and a couple months after the incident. Do you guys see like, so Brian Colbert is saying, give me my discovery. What the fuck? Give me my discovery. Same shit happened in Karen Reed's case. Give me my shit. Give me my shit. Then April 12th, copy of Canton Public Library surveillance video. Share file account provided to law enforcement. Copy of Lauren Hernandez's CV. Copy of Jobel Thomas's CV. Remember how Brian Colbert was like, give me my phone so I can give it to an expert so I can get the data so that he can provide me with an alibi because I wasn't there. I was somewhere else. But unless you give me my phone data, I can't go out and have an expert do a damn thing. You guys remember that? That's why actually there's a big court hearing this Thursday. And it's about to be lit as a tit up in that room. And we're going to be here for it. I mean, you can't sit here and tell me that you didn't have that copy to produce to Karen Reed's attorneys before 13 or 14 months later. Unreal. Then copy of Massachusetts Report 63. Trooper Nicholas. Oh, this is the guy that did their phones. That sucks. And this is the guy that did the report and said that Kerry Roberts had John O'Keefe's phone. I'm sorry, saying he didn't say Kerry Roberts had John O'Keefe's phone. He just said that Trooper Proctor got John O'Keefe's phone at the crime scene, secured it at the crime scene, which is impossible on January 29th. So he's going to have to answer that. This Trooper Nicholas, he has a lot to answer to. Trace analysis report, copy of the Dighton Police Department call log, copy of Dighton Police Department incident report. This is them going after, I believe, Karen Reed's car being towed and getting that to prove that Tully and these motherfuckers lied. Commonwealth notice of discovery, copy of Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory crime scene, all this stuff. Chain of custody report, conversation log. Copy of Massachusetts State Police collision analysis and reconstruction section. Raw data of Toyota. That was July 19th, 2023. The Commonwealth opposes the defendant's renewed motion to compel discovery and access to evidence, whereas the Commonwealth has and will continue to comply with discovery. And it's saying that a Norfolk grand jury returned 3 indictments against the defendant on June 9th, charging her with murder. The Commonwealth does not require to full discovery of the Commonwealth has complied, will continue to comply with providing the defendant all mandatory discovery. So this is, and then he was saying, this is everything that we sent you to date, okay? In that request. And then you get to everything I just showed you guys. Wait a second. These are new. Okay, so here, these are all the new stuff then. Copy of Massachusetts State Police consent to search form. That's new. Report 61's new. Copy of Mass State Police consent to search, Carrie Roberts. Copy of Canton Town Library. Case report for 62, 63. Copy of John O'Keefe's GPS points in relation to Massachusetts State Police report. Interesting. They have GPS coordinates on John. So what the fuck? Copy of John O'Keefe's GPS points in relation to Massachusetts State Police report. Well, what do they use for that? This shit's about to get wild. Nobody has testified to anything concerning John O'Keefe's phone yet, okay? So that's why I'm, getting pumped about that. Hold on 1 second. Let me rest my voice a little bit. Shit, I need a beverage. Is it noon yet? What's the update on the children? Anybody? I gotta go through this again. He tried to sneak in some stuff. Acting like he already provided it when he didn't. Copy of geofence search warrant affidavit. I want to see that. If there was a geofencing set up around the 34 Fairview home, it should be lit up lit up for days to show what phones were going around there. I mean, these people had to have their Do you understand that these all they're all going to be shown as liars once these experts testify? That's my opinion. Let's see. I can't wait to see Tully's pictures. If this was Tully's from arriving there on January 29th at yeah. Lana, look at the geofence warrant, Proctor, but the wrong dates and didn't include iPhones. Yeah, I'm trying to look at those. Anyways, we'll go over more of this. More kids. They have other phones for police usage. There is no more court the rest of the week. This is all we get. Our beer drinking babe played hockey in college. Yes, she did. Sources told me this morning that Michael Proctor will not be called as a witness for the Commonwealth. He is the lead investigator in the Karen Reed case and is currently under internal affairs investigation by the state police for lying to a state grand jury and looking for naked pictures in Karen's phone. What? It is not normal for the lead investigator in a murder case to not be called by the prosecution. I'm told he will be one of the first witnesses called by the defense. Oh my God. Oh my God. What a mess. Shut up. You gotta be kidding me. Mm. This is bad. Again, reports say that, again, let's see. Allegedly, Lally said originally that he would be called in the middle of his case. Now sources are saying this morning that Michael Proctor will not be called as a witness for the Commonwealth, but he will be called as one of the first witnesses in the defense's case once the state, Commonwealth rests. This is crazy. Do me a favor, guys. Take your little device that you're watching it on and click the thumbs up button. Get the algorithm pumping. Get everybody over here wanting to watch with us. This is wild. Again, I was told that the nephew went ahead and testified. Welcome, new member. Good morning, all. Kim House, 4 months. I will have to be working today. I'll miss all of you. Have a great day, Lana, and chat. Oh, thanks so much, Kim. Scooter 54, welcome. How can the prosecution not call the lead detective? Well, that's when you know you got some serious problems. What is up, Cammy? How you doing, girl? Shake it. Shake it, shake it. Oh, thank you so much. I'm way behind, but I love all the info you're talking about. Yeah, I mean, I want to talk about, like, where's this evidence? You know what I'm saying? Like, we've been here for how many days? This is what day? Okay, I got all my... We have seen, if you're a juror, what's the most damaging, the email or the text messages with Brian Higgins, who then just pulls those out of the phone and destroys his phone? I mean, what's damaging out there that you're going to be like, yeah, I'm going to find this. I mean, you're supposed to only bring cases that a prosecutor thinks that they can win. I mean, were they trying to go for TV ratings? Were they trying to go for like Bev's biggest bust moments of her career? I mean, didn't take off her shoes. I mean, what evidence is pointing you to being like, dude, this bitch is guilty? Because I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it. I mean, how many days? Now, and I personally believe, I don't care what the kids could possibly say. I don't care if the kid said that Karen Reed beat the shit out of them. It doesn't matter. It doesn't mean she killed anybody. It means she didn't like you guys. I mean, if you seriously want me to believe that Karen Reed decided to pull a Chris Watts, okay, and kill her man so that she could be with Higgins, I quit. But that's what you're asking the jury to believe right now, is that Karen Reed wanted to be with Brian Higgins. So, or Karen Reed's pissed about John O'Keefe making out with somebody in Aruba, and so therefore comes back, starts talking to somebody to piss him off, so that John finds out, embarrasses John, and then says, you know what, embarrassing him wasn't enough. I want to take him out. I'm just gonna run him over. Okay, I'm just gonna run him over. Okay. Also, there's like, let's also be straight up real about this. Why would anybody think that you backing into somebody like that is going to kill them? Yeah, they may have lost, some limbs or had some broken bones, but I mean, you think Karen Reed's going to do that to a cop, let alone her boyfriend, and then not think that she's going to get in any trouble for that? And do it on the front lawn of a cop who she knows are like pompous assholes and they run the town? I'm having a hard-boiled egg for lunch. How about you guys? Mm-hmm. Exactly. Mm-hmm. And the reason they're talking about the fire hydrant and that electrical box is because they're going to try to say that those items caused the gash on John's head and the marks on his body. That he somehow landed on that. You know, and that's where the gash came in, like on his head, and it's. Yeah, I also personally don't believe that she was ever going in there because she didn't want, like, you know, I'm not going in there. Exactly, 100%, and every girl does it. Every guy does it too. Karen Reed was just trying to make John jealous by flirting with Higgins in her text and on camera. Mm-hmm. And then I wouldn't be surprised if she said, oh, just like what you were doing in Aruba, so it's no big deal. No big deal. But I will tell you this, their demeanor out that night, I didn't see any tension. So I didn't see any, like, I'm pretending or something like that. Hard-boiled egg. It's a little dry. I want an egg salad sandwich. Okay. A little bit of mayonnaise on it. Just a tiny bit.
I don't touch mayo.
I mean, we got people that were pissed off. Higgins texting Karen Reed. She's ghosted him. Then he's like, fuck this. I'm going to text John and be like, where are you? I want to tell you something about your woman. You know? It was interesting that Unetti said, and you're sure that you turned over all of your messages. Okay, all of your messages. Because the only person that's going to be able to testify on Karen Reed's behalf about her phone is their expert with their phone. You know, here we have Karen Reed's phone, and these were the text messages that we found. It was this one, this one, this one. And then we showed you the, because it's already been deemed admitted into evidence, then you can then show them the evidence of what's already been deemed evidence for that expert to then look at and say, well, these text messages right here, did you find those in Brian Higgins' extraction? No, I didn't. You know? Stuff like that. So I'm curious. Mayo keeps your eggs in your bread, Lana. Ah, shit. Jealous? No. Karen was buzzed and flirting with the only other single man in the room. She was enjoying being playful. She went over to his house, man. I mean, I think Karen Reed was being real, though. She's like, yeah, we have a fucked up situation, you know? It's like she probably, like, loved John, but, like, wanted to be able to, like, you know, go out and do whatever they wanted to and, you know, not have, well, we have the kids thing this weekend and so-and-so's playing this sport, whatever. Just me. Sacrifice. Yeah, she did. You know how, like, that goes with anybody. Like, people do this all the time. Before they break up with somebody, they're, like, trying to put their feelers out for, like, their rebound. People do that shit all the time. And then sometimes they actually realize, like, fuck, man. I got it good with the person I'm dating. Like, I'm good, you know. Exit stage left. Dang it, Lana. Now I'm gonna go make hard, but yeah, I want an egg salad sandwich. I'm about to make myself one. I think it's so bad that Karen texted Higgins and Higgins did not respond to that text that John died. Like, it wasn't like John's dead. Like, John's dead would mean like she's telling him something that he doesn't already know about. Okay. John died is like that to me.
If your friend texts you that,
It would, but
you write back.
yeah, you would write back because of it. But I would think that you'd be saying something like, "Oh my God, John is dead. Like we found him at 34 feet." Like, you know what I mean? Like you'd have more than just saying. There's a difference between saying John died. Like John died from what you guys did. John died from what happened. You know, John didn't make it. Like that's why I said John died. Not John's dead. There's a difference to me.
Well,
for
you
me.
know why we didn't write that? You don't ask questions when you know the answer.
Yeah, a normal person would like. I think he thought, "What? Okay, if he's a cop, right? What would immediately go through your mind? Holy shit, this bitch is trying to set me up for his murder." You know what I mean? If like you're like that type of person, like, "Oh my God, do you think she was trying to set me up?"
If you have guilty knowledge, who knows? What goes into an egg salad sandwich? I don't want to touch mayo.
Mayo.
Mayo grosses me out, you know it.
You could put some celery in it too, but
There's no celery.
I-
in there. What are you talking about?
you've never had a egg salad sandwich with celery in it? The fuck, those are really good.
But there's no celery there.
What do you guys put in your egg salad sandwiches? Sandwiches. Yeah, I bet they go right to lunch when the kids are done testifying. Probably. I mean, it depends. Actually, I'm thinking this is going to wrap up. I'm telling you, there's no way they're cross-examining either one of those children. They didn't cross-examine fucking Paul or Aaron. Okay, they're not cross-examining those kids. You have class, okay, and your class would tell you we're not cross-examining them. Celery and pickles finely chopped, says Pam P.
Where's your pickle?
Yeah, celery. Who put celery? Yeah. They didn't cross Patrick. See, 1 for 1. Oh, can I just have some salt and pepper? I'll just eat this puppy whole. How do you guys crack your eggs? You know, egg, mayo, mustard, and onion. See, I can't do onion. Onion gives me the EBGBs. Oh yeah, thank you. Yeah, you just gotta. So you know how to slice and dice them like this?
Yes, I already sliced and diced the last batch.
Okay, well it's
But
just
you
like
want
this,
but
and then chop it up.
you just want this with mayo?
Yeah, but it's not a lot. It's just to have like.
Okay.
I'll do it.
How many do you want?
But I just want to.
Where's your pickles? You know, like pickles would probably help cut that mayo.
I don't like it like that. I don't want pickles in it.
This is how you do it. You crack it like this, but they're too fresh. So that's
I have to go back and watch my Shanann.
hard boiled.
My Shanann hard boiled egg
She's a master.
video.
Her hard boiled.
Good morning, TNT family. Just caught up at 2 times speed. Dang, anyone else ever tried to keep up with Lana at 2 times speed? No. But it's fun, isn't it? I try to keep it moving. Because she's a loser, Chester. You guys know the movie, what's it called? Ladybugs? You guys watch the Ladybugs movie ever? Priceless. One of my favorite movies of all time. Ladybugs with Rodney Dangerfield. Oh my God. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. I heard that it's getting pretty dicey out there in Idaho with the sheriff. What was it? Y'all are going crazy out there over who's going to be your next sheriff. Well, it doesn't matter because y'all are crap motherfuckers. So I wouldn't be. Turtle Boy on? Turn Turtle Boy on? Okay. Is he there? Okay. Let's see what he says. Let's go check him out. We'll go like this. Thanks, H-Bag. You're always good for a good H-Bagger. You little hoe bagging son of a bitch. Turtle Boy. Turtle Boy live? Is he live? Oh, he's live.
How's it going? Can you guys hear this all right on YouTube? Mine's live right now. Can you guys hear it? Hi, how you doing? Hi, nice to meet you. Pleasure. Nice crowd out here. Yeah. Beautiful day, huh? Beautiful day for this. Beautiful day. On YouTube? On YouTube, yeah. Oh, it's going okay? Okay, all right. So, and nobody here knows what happened in the courtroom? No. Okay. Okay, all right, cool. Yeah, so we're going to talk about it right now. All right, guys, listen. So here's the deal. Obviously, they told us we can't like live tweet or anything like that in the courtroom, so we had to take notes the old-fashioned way. Right. So for both kids when they testified. So both kids did testify. The boy went first, and I'm just going to read my notes here, okay? Okay. So first thing.
Here we go.
Lally's you doing his usual nonsense, wasting time asking stupid questions like, "What's your favorite sport? What's your favorite subject?" Wasting time like that. He asked the boy if Karen was took care of them. He said yes. That the relationship was sometimes tough and sometimes good between Karen and John. That there were disagreements and yelling that happened, quote unquote, frequently, more towards the end. He says that she was, quote, nice most of the time to them. Lally asks if there were not so nice times between John and Karen, to which the defense objected and led to a sidebar because that's a stupid question. And he said that that there was a few times that he got in trouble and yelled at by Karen, but he said that when she got mad at him for taking a long time to eat food. So this is the stupid conversation that's going on in there right now.
Oh my God.
She would ignore them and kind of like, go away and just like, when she was mad at them. He doesn't recall if the fights led to her leaving the house. He said that the Aruba arguments were nothing crazy. That when he came back to Meadows Ave, everyone looked down and said, and that Paul informed him what happened because he did not sleep in the house that night. He says that Karen looked sad and was crying at the kitchen table, and there were a couple others. He said that there was a computer upstairs because they always talk about this computer and insinuate she deleted ring camera footage, that there was a computer upstairs in the office, and that he doesn't remember if the defendant had an account. They called her the defendant, which is pretty gross. Both kids were coached to call her the defendant. And but he doesn't remember if she had an account. So if she doesn't have an account, then she couldn't have deleted the ring camera footage as these idiots like to suggest she did. They said that Lally asks if the phone was connected to the vehicle. He started asking stupid questions about the center console. The highlight was this. David Dinetti on cross-examination asked her one question. Did John or Karen ever raise a hand in anger towards each other? He said no. And then he said, quote, "I'm sorry that you were made to come here today." And the prosecution immediately objected to that, but it was pretty powerful. A lot of people were like, wow. He said, "I'm sorry that you were made to come here today." Now, the girl went next after that. She testified for longer. The usual nonsense about what's your favorite subject, how long you've been living with your grandparents. She said they met in 2020 for the first time. She definitely was a worse witness for Karen than the brother. She says that her relationship was with Karen Reed was, quote, dependent on the day, and that she was closer with the brother than she was with her. She says that it was good at the beginning, but it was, quote unquote, toxicity towards the end. He says that she also refers to Karen as the defendant. She said that John will walk away from fights, but that Karen will, quote, follow him and keep yelling like normal people, like welcome to relationships, I guess. She says that Karen would defend the brother during arguments and not her. She said that she was closer with John and the brother was closer with Karen. It was weird. And that during the Aruba trip that they argued in front of her about the smooching with Marietta situation. And they says that, let's see, that he asked Karen to leave the house one night and Karen said no. And that John said the relationship will run its course and then locked himself in his room for 34 minutes and Karen didn't leave. So, you know, welcome to relationships. He says that Karen was wanted to know if she knew when ring cameras were installed. And he said that John had access to it and offered the kids access to it and Karen access to it. And they all said no. So both kids testified that Karen does not have access to that ring camera video.
That's awesome.
That Karen woke her up at 4:30 and told her to call Jen McCabe that morning. And that Jen McCabe had texted her in the past because she was her coach. That Karen was saying, and this is interesting. She said that Karen was saying, what could have happened? And maybe I did something. Maybe a snowplow hit him. Maybe I hit him. Did I hit him? We're going to get to that in 1 second. Lally asks if the vehicle has a backup camera, like, duh. And she said the defendant, this is the kid says this, the defendant was a lot more like, just like, very like, she seemed like she was on meds and wasn't sitting still and almost shaky that morning, like somebody had just died or something. When Jen was talking, she said that Jen was calm, and didn't get worked up, and told her that John probably went to someone else's house. That's what she told this girl. She knew exactly where John was, dying on that lawn, and she told her that John probably was sleeping at someone else's house. This is at 5:30 in the morning when they went back there. That later on, when Karen came back, she was only at the house for a short period of time and went upstairs by herself. They frequently bring this up, and it's like, that's when she deleted the ring camera footage. But both kids testified she didn't have access to that. She said that she gave gave the kid a hug and said, I feel like I'm living in a nightmare, and left. She said that Yannetti asked her if she said, maybe I hit him. And she says she was interviewed on 2/22/22 and never mentioned, maybe I hit him. So that she was interviewed at the DA's office and never mentioned anything about maybe I hit him. It was this is a new thing that she has recently added to this. And that she had quite a bit of contact with Jen McCabe in the last couple of weeks. And that never once did either of them raise a hand in anger. And that's that. So that's what happened today. We are going to get back in there for the rest of the testimony, but obviously we weren't allowed to live tweet anything. So just wanted to report that. I'm going to post this in a series of tweets, and that's that. All right. Peace, guys. No problem.
All right, there it is. Okay, so let's go back to the court. It's, wow, I agree. Absolutely, this is disgusting. Jen McCabe talking to them over the past couple weeks. Jen McCabe is, girl, you better enjoy your freedom. I mean, you haven't even been living a free woman. It doesn't matter. Even if you don't go to prison, nobody likes you. Nobody. Yeah. He was my friend. I wouldn't leave him on the lawn. She's just a pure psychopathic lunatic, so it doesn't matter. She's crazy. She's the type of girl you run from. You guys don't understand. Like, that's the type of person you hang out with one time, and you know how crazy they are. They're straight up cringe, crazy. You run from these type of people. Okay, you wouldn't find me ever fucking with a girl named that acts like Jen McCabe. Never. Like, that girl is a stirring, walking, shit talking, like, problematic, gets in your fucking business. You don't need enemies if you have a friend like Jen McCabe. Okay? I really just want her to get arrested, though. I've never, ever said that. Like, that I want someone to get arrested. But I really want Jen McCabe to get arrested. I just want to hear her. I want to hear her talk about anything. Like, Bitch, you are accomplice to this homicide. In my personal opinion, that Google search that implicates you. That like
Karen was shaking my arm.
period.
I didn't miss stuff. I'm perfect.
Yes, thank you so much for the new 20 members. Look who it is. This was happening while Turtle Boy was talking, so I waited. But thank you so much. Transcript Fun, Sherry D. Whoop, whoop. Whoop, whoop. A member for 11 months post, baby. And then Nancy turning everybody green in chat. Thank you so much, Nancy. You know, this is our only day in court today.
This week.
This week. Whatever the hell I just said. Let's just start doing some shots. We got any shots over there? Let's start doing some shots. What are we gonna do a shot of? Let's do a shot called Jen McCabe. I want to call Sarah Levingston and just say, hey girl, I saw you at McCarthy's this past weekend. I was gonna come up to you and say hi. Just wondering what side of the plate do you bat from? I just want to be like this. I just want to see. I just want her to do this. Hey, Sarah, can I peck you? Truth Seeker, member for 14 months. Look out.
Yeah. Got a leaf blower.
Got a leaf blower for that hair.
Got a leaf blower. Got to get it out your door.
I honestly think both of them were drugged, says Shannon Banner. I honestly think both of them were drugged. Something in their drinks. I think they were planning on hurting both of them. I have no idea what the hell was going on, but
I'm not
yeah.
standing here forever.
Cheers.
Gotta get over here.
Cheers. Sambuca for all.
Gotta go over to the
Who drinks
sidewalk.
Sambuca, man? That's wild. That's like drinking Rumplemans and shit.
Eyes up. Thank you.
Eyes up, titties down, face in the air. Cheers.
Cheers.
We're still celebrating. It's called
Tuesday.
It's called Tuesday, guys. Lana, why no more court this week? Because hopefully everyone's getting arrested now. Just kidding.
Graduation.
Who knows? I think it was actually roped in because I think Alan Jackson had to do something in California. So I think that was all stipulated to at the beginning of the trial. You know. Viewing from Scotland. Woohoo! You guys put Sambuca with a coffee bean in your what? In your bean? H-Bag says, H-Bag, is it true? Do you mod for Sean's channel? If so, I was thinking since there's no court this week, Sean and I can do our live. And we can have a who can get more rowdy, Lana or Sean edition. Because I love it. Like, I'll rant with the best. Yes, you do? Good. You could tell Sean that he can bring his rantin' raven riled up ass on over here. Or I can go on over to his channel. But either way, let's talk about this. I'm reserving my judgment until we hear all the evidence, says Patty. Patty's on the fence. Patty thinks that Karen Reed, I think, is guilty. Right, Patty?
It's okay.
Absolutely.
Everyone
I think you should reserve your right.
That's actually a good juror.
I got the right. I love Sean and his rants, right? Hell yeah, can you?
Sean is a smart man.
Sean,
LFA.
oh, yeah. I'll text him now. Yeah, you better text him. I don't know if he's busy right now, but I was thinking, oh man, since there's no court this week, what would be better than, us doing like a 1 minute segment back and forth? Like he says, he gives something and then and we take little clips from like the trial to this point. But we gotta, if Sarah Levinson can go kick it at McCarthy's, she can come kick it on this damn panel. Or I want to give her a damn award. She is the MVP of this trial. Because I'm telling you, all those people were sitting around the island. They weren't sitting up by the by that window. And they were just scattered. You know what I mean? Like, come on. Come on now. Hello, Doc Terry. Yes. Sean is leaving for Spain. Well, he can hang on. Oh, you're making Arkansas, you're making a wreath? I'll take a wreath. I wanted to say shoes off, hose on. Shoes off, hoe up. Hoe down. Shoes off. I want shoes off, hoe down. Okay, can you make me a wreath that says that? Give me a price tag, okay? Oh, that's what I want my wreath to say. Shoes off, hoe down. No time for Spain. He's gonna have to push those travel plans back. Why did everyone else see Karen Reed's SUV but not Higgins? Well, according to Higgins' testimony, I mean, I'll give him credit for this. He's, you guys, I wouldn't know where anybody's vehicle was. I go on a party. I'm not standing out a window and telling you what's playing parking lot out there. Like, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know when I'm going to hang out with my friends. I'm not like, okay, where's everybody parked? Like, I would not know that. If you ask me, okay, when I got to wherever I was going, so let's think about this. I just went, where'd I go? Okay, I just went to the Mexican restaurant the other day. Where'd I park in that restaurant? Like, where'd I park in the parking lot? Okay, I pulled in. I parked on over to the left by the Wendy's side. Okay, then I got on my vehicle. I walked into the Mexican restaurant. What did I see? There was nobody at the bar, so I sat at the bar. I always sit in the same spot. I love those motherfuckers. They're my people. And we were doing Coronaritas. What else did you notice? Nothing. I was there just in my own mind. Like, you know what I mean? I didn't notice anything. Did anybody else sit at the bar while you were there? No, not to my recollection. I don't know. Did you say hi to anybody while you were there? No, I only talked to the bartenders. I know them. Okay, let's see. All right, I went to hibachi the other day. Who was sitting at my hibachi table? Every seat was taken. 2 girls were sitting to my right. It was like a mother-daughter combo. Then it was like a granddad, grandma, like grandchild, but he was a little bit older and a little bit younger of a grandkid. And then it was me and Bells. What did people order? The woman to my right ordered noodles with fried rice. No, wait, with white rice and vegetables over. The noodles and vegetables were over her white rice. She ordered, the person next to her, same thing, white rice. I couldn't tell you what else she got with the white rice. I just knew that she didn't get fried rice. Then the grandma ordered double fried rice order. They all got vegetables. They had scallops, steak. The one woman ordered her steak well done. I fucking hate people that do that. And then everybody except for 2 people got Brussels sprouts at the end, or whatever they're called. We were the last people to leave the table. Like, I mean, but that's if you were to interview me right then, like, I could tell you about that. Now ask me, shit, let's ask each other what these people have testified to. Name me the people that are the firefighters that have testified if you didn't take notes. I could, okay, I bet you I could, but I have a photographic memory. There's no way those people are remembering that type of shit. There's just no way. But I have no, but okay, so I go to the restaurant. Okay, whose cars were out of the parking lot? I have no idea. I was not looking outside. So Higgins saying that he didn't see Karen Reed's vehicle, this is what this all goes back to, is that makes sense to me, that he wouldn't have seen it. And I also think that he left after Karen Reed was gone, right? And I don't think that John O'Keefe was laying out in the front yard at that point. So no, I don't think that you saw a body laying there. All right. I personally believe that John O'Keefe was knocked out and that, oh, we're coming back. Sake bombs are amazing. Sake bombs for all. Sarah reminds you of Roz from Monsters, Inc. Oh, God, here she comes. Here she comes again.
Thank you. Maybe see you for the back session.
Ooh, I love you.
All right, Mr. Lally, your
I'm
next
coming.
witness, please.
Here we
Yes,
go.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth call Dr. Justin Rice to the stand.
Oh, yes, Dr. Justin Rice. Who gives a fuck? Cheers. All right. So again, niece, nephew, we have testimony here from 12 to 1. It'll be lunchtime. And then we'll have from 2 to 4. 2 to 5.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the underscript of the court and jury of the case down here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you. Sit to stand.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Hi.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
My name is Justin Rice, RICE. Is that what you asked me to spell?
And sir, that microphone in front of you, however you want to position that, it's flexible, so
Too far away. Is that better?
that's perfect. Thank you. And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm an emergency medicine physician.
And how long have you been doing that?
I finished my residency in 2008, so I've been attending since 2008.
And where is it that you work now?
My current employer is South Shore Health.
And how long have you been working for South Shore Health?
I started there in October of this past year, 2023.
And where did you work prior to that?
Before that, I had been full-time at Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton.
And how long was it that you worked at Good Samaritan?
Let's see. I started at Good Samaritan in 2010.
Now, sir, if I could, I'd like to just talk a little bit about your educational background. Where did you go to school as far as your undergrad was concerned?
I went to undergraduate at the College of William and Mary in Williamsburg, Virginia.
Oh, that's a
And
sweet
what,
cool.
if any, degrees
Cool.
did you graduate from?
Cool school.
I obtained a bachelor's of science in chemistry.
And following your graduation from there, where did you go to school after that?
So after that, I attended University of Virginia for medical school. Is that what you asked me? I'm sorry.
And following your graduation from medical school, where did you go?
Then I did
what'd you
an
ask me?
emergency medicine residency in Philadelphia at University of Pennsylvania.
And what is a residency, sir?
So residency is several years of training that's where doctors will specialize. For me in emergency medicine, some people choose to be surgeons, pediatricians. That's when more of the specialization, if you will, happens in medicine, medical training.
Little's taking
And
classes.
how long was your residency?
It was 4 years.
And following your residency, where did you go from there?
So I, in 2008, finished residency. I worked for 2 years in Manassas, Virginia at Prince William Hospital for 2 years.
Is this guy high as a kite?
And are you board certified?
I am by American Board of Emergency Medicine, yes.
And what is it that you're board certified in?
Specifically emergency medicine.
And when you use that term as far as board certification is concerned, what goes into that? What does that entail?
So when I obtained board certification, it was a two-step process where there was a written exam administered at one of the testing centers. And after you pass that, then there's an in-person oral exam, I guess is what they're called.
What the?
And as you've given like didactic or individual cases, assuming you pass that, then you're board certified.
And your board certification is up to date currently?
Yes.
Now, with reference to the time that you worked at Good Samaritan, as far as the emergency department is concerned, can you describe to the jury sort of what does the emergency department at Good Samaritan look like as far as staff, bedding,
What did it look
layout?
like?
Sure. So
Wait,
at the time and currently, there's 36 treatment rooms in the main ER. A lot of hallway stretchers as well. There's also an express care kind of area, but for the purposes of this conversation, 36 beds in the main ER. Staffing wise, there'll be anywhere between 4 to 5 and 12 nurses. And for the purposes of this discussion, it would have been 2 docs on, and probably 1 either nurse practitioner or physician assistant in the morning.
And as far as the morning, what I'm going to turn your attention to is the morning of January 29th, 2022. Were you working at the Good Samaritan on that day?
If that's the morning of this incident, then yes.
And is there a particular shift or what kind of hours would you be working around that time?
I'm pretty sure I started my shift at 6 a.m. that day. There was a 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. It was either 2 or 3 to, excuse me. It's either 6 to 2 or 6 to 3 p.m., but the shift would have started at 6 a.m. as I recall.
And on that date at Good Samaritan, do you recall becoming involved with a treatment of a patient by the name of John O'Keefe?
Yes.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
I don't think I've ever heard anything like this in my life.
I'm showing you a document. If you could just take a look at that and look up on your
You want me to look through each page or just acknowledge that?
Just as far as, do you recognize what that document is?
Yes, of course.
And what do you recognize that to be?
So
He's
it
never
looks
done this
like
before.
Is a transcription or a copy of the medical chart that I would have produced or dictated. And on the front page is also a, it's called like a code sheet, which the nurses would have put together and I would have signed off on, detailing what resuscitative efforts, as in the specific details and timing of the resuscitative efforts that were performed on Mr. O'Keefe's behalf.
Thank you. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the witness hold on to that during the course of his testimony?
Yes.
And Your Honor, what I proceed to introduce in a minute, the next exhibit will be a redacted copy of those same records.
Okay. Is there any objection?
Your Honor, if we could just review those.
I knew it, Little's doing it, intently looking on there. And she's probably like, what is this man talking about right now? I would feel like, do you know what state you're in right now? You seem kind of confused. Can I help you? Oh, God. This is crazy.
Your Honor, if we could approach.
Okay.
You put the lime in the coconut to make you feel better. Oh, God. She's got an issue with it. Interesting. She's on it. Who's calling me from Austin, Texas right now? I got time for you. Who lives in Austin, Texas? Anyways, Justin Rice, come on down. You are making my day so much better. So much better, buddy. Again, this is witness number 46. The niece and nephew were 44 and 45. And so then, wow. Sheesh. So then we got I have no idea. I don't even know who this guy is. His name's Justin Rice. Look him up. He sounds like a complete winner. I don't think he's ever testified in this capacity in his life. So, I mean, maybe this is how I would sign. I'd be like, what are we here for? If that was the day that this all happened, sure, yeah, that's me. You guys, this is insane. Like, you know why? Lally has spent so much time prepping those fucking liars that he gets to these people that actually matter to maybe, like, I don't know, prove his case, that he took no time with them, and it's very, very obvious. The guy doesn't even know what the day of the damn incident was. Lally.
Here you go, doctor. This is for you.
Thanks.
That's for identification. Okay, thank you. And Mr. Lally, I'll let you hold on to what's been marked SS for identification.
Why are you giving it to her, Lally, you fucking idiot? Don't you need it? Lally, I don't even know what to think.
Now, Dr. Rice, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, about what time did he come into your facility at Good Samaritan?
Would you like me to look at the chart here? Let's see.
If you can't remember things and you need to reference the chart, you can do that, doctor.
Okay, thanks. So it looks like, based on the code sheet, first line starting at 0647, so I'll say 6:47 a.m.
And as
That's
far
interesting.
as his presentation, Mr. O'Keefe's presentation, when he came into the emergency department, how would you describe his presentation upon his arrival?
So he would have been, he was unresponsive and intubated, as in with a breathing tube into his airway via his mouth.
And as he came into the emergency department, what, if anything, was fixed in regard to CPR or other resuscitative efforts?
So he would have had CPR in progress. And also someone would have been ventilating his lungs via the endotracheal tube.
Now, there's mention within that record as far as a cardiac arrest. Is that correct?
I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't understand what you're asking me.
Sure. Well, let me just ask you, familiar with the term cardiac arrest?
Yes.
Can you describe to the jury, based on your training and experience, what your understanding of that term is?
Sure. So, as in, he arrived with in cardiac arrest, which by definition means that his heart was not autonomously or independently pumping blood, or in his case, without electrical activity as well of the heart.
And are you familiar with another term called perfusion?
Yes.
And can you explain what perfusion is and how that relates to the condition of cardiac arrest?
Sure. So, for example, you and I right now, because our heart is autonomously, pumping blood, the heart is the pump and responsible for pushing blood throughout your body, therefore perfusing your body. In a scenario like this, where a patient is in cardiac arrest or asystole, or as in not having any electrical activity in his heart or mechanical activity of his heart, the perfusion that is happening is by CPR, as in the chest being pushed upon, indirectly is, you call it maybe indirectly pumping or moving blood flow. So there is perfusion, but in a significantly limited compared to someone not in cardiac arrest.
And as far as that
this can't be real.
perfusion process is concerned, what, if any, relation does that have to the organs within the body?
Well, so, if your perfusion is limited, then your organs are not getting the normal amount of blood flow and therefore oxygen and all the other nutrients that your blood is providing. so your organs will begin the process of failure.
You use the term in there as far as asystole. Could you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean?
Sure. So asystole would be when you put the electrical leads on a patient's heart. The complete absence of intrinsic electrical activity from the heart would be asystole. So as in not having any observable or detectable electrical activity would be asystole.
Now, as far as these conditions, as far as cardiac arrest and asystole, what, if any, concerns does that raise from a diagnostic perspective in relation to Mr. O'Keefe?
I guess your question with respect to it from a diagnostic perspective, I don't know exactly what you're asking me there.
Let me rephrase that. So with regard to those conditions that are observed and noted within the medical chart from Mr. O'Keefe that you have before you, how would that relate to his condition or sort of how he's presenting and what if anything you're doing treatment-wise?
Well, so even with good CPR, the perfusion of the brain, for example, and this is what I think about frequently during resuscitative efforts like this, as in, I couldn't tell you an exact time, but there's a certain, without perfusion of the brain for a certain amount of time, you're limited with respect to, the concern is that the patient, even if you resuscitate their body, that there's potentially going to be brain death or anoxia or lack of oxygen to the brain and a poor outcome with respect to neurological outcome.
Now, as far as the resuscitative efforts are concerned, is there any sort of standard sort of resuscitative protocols that would be undergone with someone who presents as Mr. O'Keefe did?
Yes.
And can you explain what those are?
So, in broad terms, there's ACLS, which is Advanced Cardiac Life Support. That's an algorithm that through medical training, I've learned and is frequently, the algorithm can be adjusted. There's also a TLS for trauma patients. So there's an algorithm there with respect to resuscitation or guidelines, I guess, with respect to resuscitation.
And within those sort of guidelines or protocols, are you familiar with a medication called epinephrine?
Yes.
And how would epinephrine play into sort of the treatment or the diagnosis of Mr. O'Keefe?
So, in the time that I've been practicing, epinephrine is probably the only medication or drug that has persistently been in the ACLS pathway. It's adrenaline. So the idea is loosely that you're attempting to affect upon the heart itself more squeeze, as in more pressure, and also to increase the potential, or if there is electrical activity, to increase the amplitude of that electrical function at the cellular level.
Now, in addition to the cardiac arrest and the asystole, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, what, if any, presentation did he have related to hypothermia?
So I know his initial temperature was low. I'd have to look, but I can see here that the nursing wrote in their notes that his, I see T equals 80.1 R. So I interpret that to be his temperature was 80.1 degrees by rectal temperature.
And if you
They didn't warm him up
explain
at
to the
all?
jury sort of your understanding as far as hypothermia,
He was 80
is it
when
and
they
how
got
was
to him.
How does that present itself?
Not all said he was 80 when he got to him.
As it pertains to this case, there's there's a few ways to get hypothermic. If I at 12:20 were to have a cardiac arrest right now and stop perfusing, my current temperature of, my current temperature, I'm guessing, is 98.6, right? A normal temperature. Without perfusion, the body will lose, or excuse me, the core temperature will decrease over time. The specifics of that I couldn't, or beyond my knowledge and training, but does that answer your question?
Yes. And so as far as hypothermia is concerned, is there a certain sort of
What?
baseline or what is sort of the typical temperature under which someone would be declared sort of hypothermic or treated as?
I don't know if I could give you a definition of medically what a quote diagnosis of hypothermia. I couldn't tell you a number. I can tell you that 80 qualifies as hypothermia, but I couldn't tell you a number under which that definition applies.
But the temperature that Mr. O'Keefe presented with certainly fits within those parameters. Is that correct?
Yes, 80 degrees is very cold.
And as far as
It's very cold.
resuscitative efforts as they pertain to the core body temperature or the low core body temperature of Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, was done with relation to treatment of that?
Sure. So as the nursing note mentions, there's a bear hugger was applied. So that's a blanket that has warmed air being pumped through it. So that's a way of externally warming someone. He also, having reviewed the chart earlier, I don't see it right in front of you. Actually, I take that back. He had warm IV fluids running. So IV fluids not at room temperature, as in a warm or an oven of sorts, would have been given to him via intravenous or central venous access.
That, but they didn't do that. I thought they did a drill.
And as far as the body temperature is concerned, what if
I've been looking at this chart like, what the fuck
what if
did
any
they do?
relationship
Look at him,
does
look at him, look at him.
temperature have and the warming process
He doesn't
have
understand.
as to a
He doesn't understand his
declaration
own fucking report.
of deceased in relation to Mr.
Well, so there's a goal in resuscitative medicine to attempt to rewarm a body. Loosely, the idea being that the heart, among other organs, will function better or function at all in a warmer environment. That's one goal of resuscitation. With him, as I recall, we, despite resuscitative efforts for approximately half an hour, there was not a significant warming of his core temperature.
And so, sir, with reference to
He was there from
with reference to Mr.
6:47
O'Keefe,
and not
at some
pronounced
point,
dead until
you
7:59.
pronounced deceased by yourself.
Yes.
And do you see any indication within the chart as to what time that was?
Sure. I'll just need this moment here.
This is unbelievable.
According to my note, it looks like the time of death was, death declaration was 7:50 in the morning. 50.
Now, as far as the observations that you made as far as a systole and the cardiac arrest, did that persist throughout the course of your treatment of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Now, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Let me just see that document.
Mm-hmm.
direct your attention to what's the fourth page in, bottom of it says 2 of 4. And I direct your attention to the top of that page. Do you see that, sir?
Yes.
And as far as this is sort of a listing of observations or, well, let me ask you, can you describe what is listed at the top of that page there?
Sure. So this would have been the physical exam documentation of my note. So, with respect to the head, it says, excuse me, the first word is other, which I believe is a function of the computer system. As in, I typed in there right superior orbital ridge region, approximately 7 millimeter laceration, and then with surrounding soft tissue swelling / contusion.
So if I could just stop you there, as far as what you're talking about with the right superior orbital ridge region, could you explain to the jury or demonstrate to the jury?
Sure. So the orbital ridge is the bone above your eye that you can, like where your eyebrow is or would normally be.
And as far as the other sort of things that you noted over the course of your physical exam or review of Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything else of note, did you observe?
Well, according to my note, the only other kind of observations other than would be that he had breath sounds present bilaterally. I observed that he was pulseless. His abdominal exam was atraumatic on my charts, and then extremity exam or musculoskeletal exam, I wrote that he had superficial abrasions on the right forearm.
And from a medical perspective, when you use that term abrasion, so can you explain to the jury what you understand the term abrasions to mean?
Yeah, I use it as a medical synonym for scratches, if you will.
And under neuro or neurological, there's a listing as far as a GC3, is that correct?
Yes.
And can you explain what that is and what that means?
So GC is what I charted. What I intended to write there was GCS, which is a Glasgow Coma Scale, which is a scoring system to identify someone's level of consciousness or unresponsiveness.
And as far as the 3, where does the scale start? Where does it go to, and where does the 3 fit in?
So there's 3 components: verbal function, motor function, and eye or ocular function. And someone who's completely unresponsive, as in no motor, no verbal, and no eye movement or function, completely unresponsive, the lowest you can get on the scale is 3.
Thank you, sir. May I approach this retreat?
Yes.
Now, later on over the course of that same morning, did you have occasion to become involved in the treatment of another patient by the name of Karen Reed?
Yes.
Oh, for fuck's
And,
sake.
May I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I think he said he was breathing. Did he say he was breathing? I heard he said he was breathing.
I don't know if this guy is breathing right now.
Oh, I think the jury now realizes that look at who we're dealing with, and this is who section 12 her.
So
No wonder why.
Another document just asked you to look at that. To the extent you can recognize it and look up whenever you finish. In general, sir, do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
Or what do you recognize it?
The first part I recognized would have been the medical record or medical note with respect to Miss Reed, who was also a patient that morning.
Thank you. Your Honor, the Commonwealth seeks to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit, a redacted copy of those records.
Your Honor, no objections, subject to the redactions.
Exhibit 106. Thank you.
Now, sir, if you know, about what time was it that Ms. Reed came into the emergency department at Good Samaritan that morning?
I mean, I can tell you from this chart, it looks like that at least the first posted vital signs were from 7:51, 5:1 in the morning.
And in reference to Ms. Reed, what is it that she came into Good Samaritan in regard to? Why was she there?
I'd have to review Daisy's note, so
Did he have to review Daisy's
Well, let me ask
notes?
you this, sir. Was
Oh
it in
my
reference to,
fucking
Section
god.
12? Do you recall?
yes.
And with regard to Section 12, patients that come in regard to that, what kind of involvement do you have, or who, if anyone, do you work with in regard to those types of patients?
Sure. So Section 12, I would define as involuntary detention of a person, usually for a mental health concern, whether that's self-harm or harm to others, or if someone who's afflicted with a schizophrenia or psychosis, members of the public can bring someone to or the police or members of the public can bring someone to the hospital on a Section 12, which again involuntarily detains them for evaluation.
And in addition to yourself, is there other staff? You mentioned that there
But she
were
voluntarily went.
physician's assistants or nurses that were working. How much involvement would you typically have with someone who comes in on that kind of prognosis or diagnosis?
I would say, to answer your question, my involvement is variable and dependent a lot of times on what that nurse practitioner or physician assistant feels like they need or want my involvement to be.
And what kind of involvement would you have as far as when someone comes in with that kind of issue? What is sort of the typical protocol or policies that a Good Samaritan would undergo with reference to that patient? What are you doing with reference to the patient when they arrive?
I'm sorry, I think I don't really understand what the question is.
No, understood. Let me rephrase it. So with regard to a patient coming in on a Section 12, what happens with that person once they present in the ER?
So whether they're evaluated by me or a nurse practitioner or physician assistant, if that person feels like, based on their evaluation, that they need a mental health consult or evaluation, then they would have that initiated, as well as what we do for a lot of patients, or all patients' vital signs, and sometimes blood work as well.
And when it comes to that sort of blood work or assay, as far as what's being done with someone who comes in with that kind of report, what is sort of being tested and what is being looked
This
at
is
as far
the
as,
guy
the
that took
blood
the
work?
crazy ass blood work.
Well, there's a few reasons to get blood work, but in general, part of the evaluation is, with respect to the medical presentation, to make sure there's no medical emergencies present, in addition to whatever the mental health concern may be. There's also blood work drawn with respect to disposition as far as some people. For example, it would be inappropriate to have a mental health evaluation if, for example, I were intoxicated on alcohol and my alcohol level were elevated, because I think the idea is that you're not getting, a true representation maybe of what's going on.
So am I correct in that someone presents and then there's like sort of you medically clear that person as far as any sort of injuries or anything like that first?
I wouldn't say first necessarily. I think a lot of times these processes happen in parallel.
So in parallel, you have the medical clearance and then sort of psychological clearance as well?
Sometimes, yes.
And then sort of involved in both of those, there would be blood drawn and reference to Section 12 as far as a typical one would be looking for sort of alcohol and drugs of abuse, things of that nature.
I mean, I'm hesitant to answer yes because of the word typical, because I wouldn't say there's really a typical presentation with respect to mental health presentations in the ER.
And from your memory and or your review of the chart, was that done as far as the blood work done with regard to Ms. Reed on this day?
Are you asking me if blood work was drawn?
Yes.
I believe so. I have to double check. So yes, it looks like there was blood work drawn.
And among the things that were tested within the facility within Good Samaritan was the alcohol screen. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what is the result of that alcohol screen as contained within those records?
Do I answer or no?
Yes.
So it looks like 93.93. I'd have to maybe look deeper in the chart to tell you the units of that measurement. I don't want to guess. So the answer to your question, 93.
Can I approach this briefly on?
Yes.
I just.
Beth. You guys, I'm speechless.
I have to give it to Beth.
What in the fuck is going on? What is going on?
Drugs. Lots of drugs.
What the fuck is going on? I can't.
I'm directing your attention to the tab portion of that.
Sure.
Do you see the units that 93 pertains to contained within that record, sir?
So yes, it looks like it's milligrams per deciliter.
Thank you, sir. May I approach this to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
He didn't know that it was milligrams per deciliter.
I think he's playing a doctor.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Oh fuck! Come on. She's like, where do I begin? Where do I begin? She's like, I was planning on dealing with a doctor today. Okay, here's the cross.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
You testified that you treated Ms. Reed when she arrived at the hospital on January 29th, correct?
I don't know if I testified that I treated her, but I was involved in her care. Yes.
You actually wrote the reports regarding her care, correct?
That is not correct.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at the report?
The report, I believe we're talking about the note, the emergency room note was written by a nurse practitioner.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at some additional reports from January 29th?
Sounds like you want to show me some reports, so sure.
Why is he so defensive? Oh my god! Fuck, get him, lies. Nailed. Pin his dick. His soft, limp, flaccid cock. Pin it. Oh, he just woke right up and said, what? No, I didn't write it for Here you go.
May I approach?
Yes.
Me and Bella think that this guy's never getting laid again. He's never gonna live this down.
Yep.
This is it.
Okay.
Is your recollection refreshed? Do you recall treating Ms. Reed on January 29th?
I do not.
Do you recall writing a report that has your name, Justin Rice, on it from January 29th?
No, it depends what you define report as. To best answer your, well, do I recall writing this note? No. Is that what your question was?
So is it your testimony that do you recall treating Ms. Reed at all?
No, I don't.
Do you recall actually ordering her blood in this case?
No.
Do you recall sending it out to the labs at all?
No.
He didn't
As you
do
sit here
it.
today, you don't know
No.
who collected the blood?
That's correct.
You
Oh
don't
my God, this
know
is
who packaged
amazing.
blood?
That would also be a fair.
Oh fuck yes, they
Assessment,
fucking
yes.
tampered with her
And you don't know who
goddamn
submitted that
blood.
Correct.
And it wasn't you, correct?
I can confidently say that I did not collect blood work. Yeah, I did not do that.
Okay.
I would be asking for a continuance and calling to Ellen Jackson right now.
You testified that you treated Mr. O'Keefe upon arrival on January 29th, correct?
Yes.
Did a firefighter ever approach you on the morning of January 29th and tell you that he had information suggesting that the victim had been struck by a vehicle?
Objection.
Shut the fuck up.
Do you remember that?
I do not.
So if a firefighter indicated that he informed you that he had information suggesting that Mr. O'Keefe had been in some sort of vehicular accident, that's something that you would have included in your report, correct?
I don't know if that's a fair assumption.
But as you sit here today, you have no recollection whatsoever of anyone telling you that the victim had appeared to be in some sort of car accident, correct?
Well, I think I don't have it in front of me, but I think my note that I prepared for Mr. O'Keefe states that per EMS for.
Sorry, what was that? Dr. Rice, you have no record. Apologies.
So I don't think he finished his answer.
So I think that what I was trying to say, right, was that on my note it says per EMS report. So one of the medics, as in one of the folks on the ambulance who brought Mr. O'Keefe in, again, I'm not right in front of my note, but as I recall, it said something to the effect of per EMS report, the patient may have been struck by a vehicle.
Can I show you a copy of that report?
Please.
This town is so sick. Get him, Liza. Get him, baby. Come on. Fuck him up. Let's go, Liza. She's looking for that report. She wasn't expecting him to not say this.
Yep, all of this. That he was in this fucking stupid. God damn. People are fucking sick.
Yes! Pin him!
You can take a look at that.
Come on.
All right, so.
All right.
I'll ask the question. Is your recollection
course.
refreshed?
Yes.
Is there anywhere on that report that says that the patient came in and there was a statement by EMS that the victim appeared to have been struck by a vehicle?
Just give me a moment to read through the.
Sure.
So no, there is not.
In fact, there's no mention of a vehicle whatsoever, correct?
That's correct.
Woo! Liza!
Dr. Rice, did you observe Mr. O'Keefe's injuries when he arrived at the hospital that morning?
I guess you'd have to define what observe injuries means.
Well, during the course of your treatment, did you inspect him for injuries?
So, yes,
You testified that you observed certain abrasions and scratches on his right arm, correct?
yes,
Aside from his injuries to his right arm, and I believe you described sort of laceration above his eye, John O'Keefe did not have a single other injury on his body from the neck down, correct?
I don't know if that's fair to say.
Well, you didn't report a single injury to his shoulders, correct?
Correct.
You did not report a single injury to his chest, correct?
Correct.
You did not report a single injury to his torso, correct?
Correct.
You did not report a single injury to his back, correct?
Correct.
You also did not report a single injury to his ribs, correct?
Correct.
No injury to his hips, right?
Correct.
You observed no injury to his knees, correct?
I reported no injuries to his knees. Correct.
No injuries to his shins, correct?
Correct.
No injuries to his ankles, right?
Correct.
And no injuries to his feet.
Correct.
From the neck down, he did not have a single broken bone, right?
I don't know if that's a fair assessment or statement.
You certainly didn't notate in your report that he had any broken bones from the neck down, correct?
No, I did not. I'd happy to explain that, but to answer your question, no, I did not.
You did not report a single fracture from the neck down, correct?
I did not report a single fracture. Correct.
The injuries that you testified to today were that he had sort of a laceration above his eyelid, correct?
The injuries that I testified to today, correct, yes.
And the scratches on his right arm.
On the right forearm, yes.
No further questions.
Fuck yeah, bitch! Sit down! Woo! You cheating ass motherfucker!
Dr. Rice, with reference to fractures or broken bones, can you explain sort of why that may not have been noted or why that wasn't included within the chart?
Sure, yeah, I'd like to. So with a patient like Mr. O'Keefe who came in, the focus of myself and the team of physician assistant, nurse practitioner, and nurses, whoever was helping in a case like this, the focus is in core resuscitative medicine, of securing an airway, making sure he has a breathing tube in, making sure that the CPR is being applied the right pressure to the right place, making sure that the core resuscitative elements of medicine are happening, unless as in the mind can only focus on so much. So I think in cases like this, because the attention is on resuscitation of someone's heartbeat, their life, there's less focus on injuries or observations that don't coincide with the resuscitation effort or not pertinent to that resuscitative effort, if that answers if that answers your question.
Then why did you even make any
So in
note of
that vein,
anything?
It's not like you're doing x-rays or a full skeletal survey or something like that.
No, we're not doing a full skeletal survey, no.
Because you're more concerned with the fact that his body core temperature is 80, his heart isn't pumping blood, and he's pulsing, correct?
Correct, unless there was an extremity injury that would be pertinent to his resuscitation. If he had had a traumatic amputation, as in removal of a leg, for example, that would be pertinent to a resuscitation. But an otherwise intact extremity, that is not necessarily within the realm of resuscitation.
May I approach the witness?
Yes. Lally, your butt buddy just got owned.
I'm going to direct your attention on document, it's discharge and clinical impression. If you could just read from that, look up when you finish. Read to yourself.
I'm sorry, what would you like me to read out loud?
So as far as the chart is concerned, as far as your clinical impression of Mr. O'Keefe, can you read sort of what you?
Sure, right. So I wrote clinical impression, cardiac arrest, head trauma, exposure to environmental cold.
And approach this to retrieval.
Yes.
No further questions.
Anything further, Ms. Little?
No further questions.
All right, thank you, Doctor. You are all set.
You are totally done. I don't even have words. We have 10 minutes. I think she's gonna call it.
Rather than where it's 10 minutes of one, jurors, can we do an abbreviated lunch today so we can get as much of the testimony in as possible? So it's 10 minutes of one. Why don't we come back here at 1:30? And can we go until 4:30 today? We'll see if you say yes. If that changes, just let Officer Delano or Officer Biden know. Okay?
All right, so we're gonna have a
See you back
40-minute
here at
lunch.
1:30.
All right, so the court, please.
You are muted.
Who took Karen's blood work? Oh my God. Oh my God. She's going to get on the phone and get on the phone with Jackson. Holy. No, they didn't know that. They said that it was so whacked out. Like these numbers were so wrong. Such a discrepancy of numbers. Okay. And here he just said, I didn't do that. I don't recall, blah, blah. I didn't take her blood. I didn't do this.
Thank you, may be seated.
All right, so as far as the redactions that you think should be there, Ms. Little, and you perhaps don't, Mr. Lally, I don't know if the testimony opened the door any on some of what may or may not have been there. I don't have it in front of me. I haven't seen it. So the two of you talk, and if you're not in agreement, I would like a copy of both by 1:15 so that I can decide it before it goes in, and then it will be the next exhibit, either with or without the additional redactions. Okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
All rise. Let's stand still.
I have no words. We're going to have to watch that all again.
Hey there, Karen Reed trial watchers. This is a law and crime legal
I mean,
alert. Google incognito crime
It's a legal
legal alert.
jeez, you guys, I don't even know just what happened. I literally don't know what just happened in there. Can somebody please get the credentials on this guy? Wow. Wow. Like I said, I don't even know what to say. I don't know what to say about that man. I just wish that Alan Jackson could have been there to see that shit, like in person. I mean, I'm sure he's watching from Cali.
Liza handled it.
I mean, Liza did a phenomenal job. You know what I mean? Like they were not prepared for those answers. She had to go look for those reports to say, wait a second, you don't. He's like, I didn't take her blood. You didn't take her blood? Who did? Who did? Karen is looking like she was drugged more and more each day, y'all. Okay, that's why her blood could. Oh my God, you guys, this is insanity. Let's hear when Liza takes over the stand and
Look in the back.
we'll replay.
I do not.
Okay, so here we go.
Watch his face.
So Lally gets done with him and he says,
yes,
no more further questions. So here we go.
Yep.
Oh God, Lally, get your ass out of here.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions of this witness, Your Honor.
All right, here we go.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions of this witness, Your Honor.
Okay. We're gonna speed it up though. So Miss Little is ready.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
You testified that you treated Ms. Reed when she arrived at the hospital on January 29th, correct?
I don't know if I testified that I treated her, but I was involved in her care, yes.
You actually wrote the reports regarding her care, correct?
That is not correct.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your report?
The report, I believe we're talking about the note, the emergency room note was written by a nurse practitioner.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at some additional reports from January 29th?
Sounds like you want to show me some reports, so sure.
Thank you.
I can't believe this. They had to go looking for this. They had to go looking for this.
May I approach?
Yes.
Look at this. Look at this.
Yep. Okay.
Is your recollection refreshed? Do you recall treating Ms. Reed on January 29th?
I do not.
Do you recall writing a report that has your name, Justin Rice, on it from January 29th?
No, it depends what you define report as. To best answer your, well, do I recall writing this note? No. Is that what your question was?
So is it your testimony that do you recall treating Ms. Reed at all?
No, I don't.
Do you recall actually ordering her blood in this case?
No.
Do you recall sending it out to the labs at all?
No.
As you sit here today, you don't know who collected the blood?
That's correct.
You don't know who packaged the blood?
That would also be a fair assessment, yes.
And you don't know who submitted that to the lab?
Correct.
And it wasn't you, correct?
I can confidently say that I did not collect blood work. Yeah, I did not do that.
Okay.
Right here, like Liza's just like, they're totally like, what the fuck? You don't understand.
You testified that you treated Mr. O'Keefe upon arrival on January 29th, correct?
Yes.
Did a firefighter ever approach you on the morning of January 29th and tell you that he had information suggesting that the victim had been struck by a vehicle?
Objection.
Do you remember that?
I do not.
So if a firefighter indicated that he informed you that he had information suggesting that Mr. O'Keefe had been in some sort of vehicular accident, that's something that you would have included in your report, correct?
I don't know if that's a fair assumption.
But as you sit here today, you have no recollection whatsoever of anyone telling you that the victim had appeared to be in some sort of car accident, correct?
Well, I think, I don't have it in front of me, but I think my note that I prepared for Mr. O'Keefe states that per EMS for.
Sorry, what was that?
Dr. Rice, you have no record. Apologies.
So I don't think he finished his answer.
So I think that what I was trying to say, right, was that on my note, it says per EMS report. So one of the medics, as in one of the folks on the ambulance who brought Mr. O'Keefe in, again, I'm not right in front of my note, but as I recall, it said something to the effect of per EMS report, the patient may have been struck by a vehicle.
Can I show you a copy of that report?
Please.
It doesn't say that at all. Like, what is he talking about, right? Karen Reed just smiles because she's like, that wasn't said at all. And so she's grabbing him the report.
Mayor Pro?
Yes.
You could take a look at that.
All right, so,
I'll ask the question. Is your recollection
course.
refresh?
yes,
Is there anywhere on that report that says that the patient came in and there was a statement by EMS that the victim appeared to have been struck by a vehicle?
just give me a moment to read through the. So no, there is not.
In fact, there's no mention of a vehicle whatsoever, correct?
That's correct.
Dr. Rice, did you observe Mr. O'Keefe's injuries when he arrived at the hospital that morning?
I guess you'd have to define what observe injuries means.
Well, during the course of your treatment, did you inspect him for injuries?
So, yes.
All right, so that's all we're gonna watch here. We'll be back here at 1:30, so you guys have 29-minute break. But this is absolutely the biggest bombshell. I cannot believe it. Wow. All right, guys, what is up? Welcome back. Oh my God, Jessica Rice is in chat. That is Jason Rice's sibling. No, I'm kidding. What's up, Jessica? The last name Rice is on the hot seat right now. Dr. Rice, what do you got for me? All right, guys, again, welcome back. Wow, out of left field. I don't think anybody was prepared for that testimony. I don't even know if Lally was prepared for it. Who knows? But at the end of the day, we have basically, I think, a chain, a custody, this blood, everything to do with Karen Reed's blood work. I mean, where did this come from? So you can't just submit something into evidence and its contents without having some type of chain of custody. And right now we don't have that. In fact, he's like, I'm looking at this report. It doesn't say about like.
I have a question for you then. Do you think that he was playing dumb so it would confuse everyone to be like, maybe he did take the blood, but he's just too dumb to know he took the blood? Like, what was that? All of that just happened was.
No, he just messed with the chain. He messed with the custody. So I think I don't think it should be get in. You have to show the chain of custody of how any of that would have been submitted. The blood work would have been taken, then packaged and submitted to wherever it was. Then, that it was all tested. All the results came back.
But let me tell you, this is something that Mike brought up, and I thought it was a good thing, and it's true. How many times has a doctor ever taken your blood anywhere?
No, he just issued. No, but they issue. They're the ones that say, okay, we're gonna issue the order. So then they have somebody come in to do your blood work, and then that gets. But he's the one that wrote the report.
Right. So why wouldn't he have said that? Yeah, I didn't take the blood.
And then Lally doesn't follow up with, all right, so let's talk about that. Right. And so Lally wanted nothing to do with that, and that tells me that there's problems.
Right, because there's no answer.
Cheers.
Right? So why wouldn't you, your doctor, know the chain of command if it's nothing nefarious, right?
Yeah. Lally never followed up with that. I mean, I can't be over here doing everybody's job. I don't have time to do Lally's job. Shit, the guy can't redirect to save his life. He can't even direct to save his life.
He can't object without signing. Give him a break.
Objection.
He barely gets the word objection out.
Objection. Let's see what we got going on in here. Again, come on, get settled in, guys. We're about to start right up here for the lunch hour. She said we were going short. Let's see what's going on. Oh, what should I have for lunch? I had my 2 eggs. Let's see. What should we have for lunch, guys? I think he should know exactly. He's like, I don't even remember treating Karen Reed. Do you even remember treating Karen? Nope.
He doesn't remember treating John.
He's like, let me look at this report. I have also questions about that report. So epinephrine, that adrenaline, you know what I'm saying, boy?
You just make things more complicated for everybody.
You guys,
I don't know what you're asking me.
Just when you think things can't get worse for the prosecution, they do.
Welcome to Canton.
I mean, he is so damn worried about Lally having everybody in his office, having these long meetings with people, okay? And then he doesn't even meet with where's my phlebotomist that get her? I'm sorry. Where's my flow? You know my flow. Speaking of flow, guys, Longhorn has the best Flo's filet. I think it's the best cut. Flo's filet. Speaking of steaks and fillets and stuff, Tonight we're going to the racetrack. It's
Santa Anita.
We're going to Santa Anita racetrack. We're going to one of these racetracks over here. And we're going to bet on some pretty ponies. And I'm picking anybody's name that has to do with this case. I'm betting on all case related names. So if there's a Bev that is running in any a holy cannoli, I'm betting $1 million on that. Anything that has to do with
Even
this
if it's
case.
Beverly Hills Rodeo.
Yeah, Beverly, anything, you know. So, and if there's anything that says cowbell, all in. So
Better just say read something.
yeah, read little. If there's anything that says Jackson, if there's anything that says Yannetti, I'll just use it. Butt dialing up the. Here comes Butt dialing up the rail. Get up the rail, Butt dialing.
On the inside, but
And on the outside, Fat Albert. He's getting at the butt dial in a second. You guys listen to those guys that do commentary on the horses? That's so funny to me. I just sit there and laugh.
Here comes Waterfall. Waterfall with nose.
By a nose. Fat Albert by a nose on butt dialing. I loved the defense in pretrial when Jackson said, I have never dealt with a case with so many butt dials. Yeah, I don't know if it was, him or Yannetti. They were both like, I've never heard of this. And that not one of these butt dials went into a voicemail. That was the other thing. There was all these butt dials and not one of them also went into a voicemail. So
We call it a butt dial. There's so many butt things. Grab ass. Butt dials.
Yeah, the pony's gonna do a little grab ass. No F's given. There she is. Critical thinking cap. God love ya. You guys, if there is a Sarah horse and it says anything like, Sarah loves Julie.
No, Sarah loving the field.
I just want to name a horse, Kind of name somebody's horse.
Just don't name
What would you, if you had a horse, what would you name it?
Suge Knight named it Cocaine.
Suge Knight named his horse Cocaine.
Yeah.
If I had a horse, I would probably name it Sarah Livingston. Melissa said she'd name it Gronk. Yeah, I kind of like Sarah Gronk Livingston. I kind of like that. Jen McCabe.
Horses are so amazing.
Mick Alberts. He'd call it the Mick Alberts. If I had a horse, I'd consider naming it Fairview Down Under. What? Sarah Livingston Down Under. What a loser. Loser Lally. The Lallygagger. There you go. In honor of Lally. There you go. Smoking Butts Lally. That's what I would say. There it is. Smoking Butts Lally. It's done. Smoking Butts Lally. Sign me up. There you go.
Wonder what the odds would be at the track. Would everyone be betting like, oh my god, I want to bet?
You guys know you guys would bet on Smoking Butts Lally. Don't you lie.
Oh boy.
Sidebar, Sarah. I want Sarah Livingston to have a dog. Can you just Bukkake? Let's go ahead. Can you imagine?
Long leg Lally.
Horse name needs to be 18 letters or less. Did I make it? Was it 18 letters or less? Is that like did I mean? cut.
Oh, that's why that one like had it all smushed together.
Hmm.
Like it
That's
was-
how I would. That's how I would do it all smushed together.
Smush it.
Yeah.
I'm the best namer of dogs and animals ever.
Plow my Higgins. Can we do that? Plow my Higgins.
Leaf blow me tonight.
Yeah. Leaf blowing lank.
Like,
Galaga. Galaga. Plow my Higgins.
hide the meat Higgins.
Yeah. Meats and treats. Stupid. And then only if my reach around left.
Rusty trombone Lally.
Oh yeah. So the .93 wasn't measured like the point. Oh, blood for Karen. I have no idea. They didn't even get into that.
He didn't even know.
He didn't even know. He didn't even know. I don't even know that answer. Can you imagine if he? I don't even know that answer. That's pretty much what happened. Jason Rice. Isn't that what his name is? Jason Rice.
Dr. Rice to you.
Cheese and rice.
I'm gonna ask you questions.
Let's see. Yeah, Jason Rice here for you. You said with the blood work, 93.93. Yeah, I think it's. I think that's units of measurement. Yeah, milligrams per deciliter. I think that's. What it says.
He's like, no, it's megahertz.
Yannetti spaghetti. Dr. Rice-A-Roni. There you go. He said that the exposure to the environment was the what else?
Now,
He said goal is to, rewarm the body. That's our goal.
goal is to get the heart pumping.
That word I want to use is profusion. Can you, what is cardiac arrest? Well, it's, what was your question?
Is that what you're asking me?
What unresponsive, can you, can you kind of just like,
Did you observe?
so,
John
I don't know
Lee?
why I put GS or GC. I meant to put GCS scale. And he says, and then he goes, yeah, that's a number 3. And he's like, well, on the scale, it's like the lowest number, like the highest number, like, and then he's like, yeah, the lowest number is 3. Like, couldn't you just have said that like the first sentence?
Did you see Bev's face though when they panned up to her? She was lost.
Eye, motor, verbal skills,
Eye, motor, vote, what?
I just loved him. He said, like the goal, like to rewarm the body. Observations.
Yeah, did you see that?
My physical exam documentation.
The word is
Head had,
observation.
it had some lacerations. Bone, above the eyebrow. Pulselessness. What? Superficial abrasion, scratches,
Was he in an
Can you I don't even know what you're talking about.
Did I answer your question? If you know what I mean.
I swear Nuttall said that his temperature was 80.
Rectally, this guy said. I mean, like, it's just.
When did they stick him with a rectal temp?
At the hospital, dude said.
I know, but then so that means he didn't heat it up at all.
He
The
didn't
time
heat it.
that he was in the ambulance, to the time he was, arrived.
Yeah.
Full day of court today, guys. Today is the only day of court
This week.
this week. The only day this week. This is the only day of court this week, and it's because Bev is getting her hair done. She's considering her options, guys.
She thought she'd beat a doctor today, but then she met Dr. Rice. She was like, holy shit, get me out of here.
Oh, all my batteries. It has nothing to do with batteries, guys. It's hardwired and it's all in the ductwork. There's 2 that are in the ductwork. We think that one's in the chimney or some shit like that. I don't even know.
It's called a vent.
Yeah, trust me. Try living here.
No, just let
Just-
everybody know that the breaker's off. That's all you gotta say.
Yeah, and when you got some issues with your breakers off.
The breaker is off.
The breakers to the smoke, the hardwired smoke detectors are off. We have regular smoke detectors that are just battery operated for safety purposes, but yeah. It had been outside for 6 hours at 15 degrees. That would have been frozen solid. I guess he was only there a few hours. Right? I don't know. I think it's
Well, Carrie said he
interesting.
was covered in 4 inches of snow.
Carrie's about to get lit up on the stand the next time she's called. Little liar.
Carrie could write a book.
You calling me a liar? Carrie could write a book, and I'm loving it.
Carrie is
Mick
telling
loving it.
everything.
McCabe loving it.
Everything.
I'm loving it. McCabe loving it.
Isn't it like the Idaho where like you told them everything? She's telling them everything.
Yeah. Oh my God. She's telling them everything, and I'm loving it.
I'm loving it. She has the biggest mouth, and I'm loving it.
Best score 15. Worst score 3. Yep. He had a 3. Thank you. They never said what the best score was. Thank you for that, Doctor. Best score is a 15.
Now we got this.
All right, remember, guys, we are continuing on with the cover all with your Bev bingos. Bev's a little fucking liar, man.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, nice.
Oh, she
They were
ready?
happy.
Is she ready?
Yeah, they were so happy though.
All right, so your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth called Dr. Gary Fowler to the stand.
It's Gary. I'm gonna name my horse Big Booty Judy. Big Booty Judy. Big Booty Judy. No, that was Big Booty Rudy.
Raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury the case now here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Look at Bev's. Look at how happy she is. Get your purse, Bev. Bev, look at her cracking a smile. Love it.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Love it.
Thank you,
All right,
Your
guys, welcome back.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Gary Fowler, F as in Frank, A-L-L-E-R.
And sir, that microphone in front of you, you can move that
Okay.
any way you wish. So if you want to bring it up or down, just the wand itself. And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a pathologist.
And where is it that you work?
I work at Good Samaritan Medical Center.
And how long have you been working as a pathologist at Good Samaritan?
Since November of 2015.
Now, if I could ask you just a few questions about sort of your educational background, starting with your undergrad, where did you go to school and what, if anything, did you receive a degree in?
My undergraduate education, I went to Tufts University.
All right, so doctor, I'm going to ask you to put the microphone perhaps underneath your mouth and speak into it, because in order to keep this room cool, we need to have these fans going. If they can't compete with you, we'll have to turn them off, and I think everybody would prefer to have them on. So please speak loudly.
How am I now? Okay.
Perfect.
Okay. So Tufts University, undergraduate, I have a degree in biology. That was.
And after you received your degree in biology from Tufts, where did you go from
I went to Tufts Medical School in Boston for 4 years there.
And after you graduated from medical school, where did you go from
I went to a residency in pathology, anatomic and clinical pathology at Tufts Medical Center. So I stayed within the Tufts system.
Because you tough.
Okay.
And how long was that residency?
That residency was, at the time, pathology residency was 5 years. It's now 4 years, I believe, but it's a 5-year program. I finished the residency with the chief of resident in pathology with my 5th year.
And then following your residency,
like, I
where
got
did you
robbed.
go for work?
In 1996, I finished residency, and my first job was at Kearney Hospital, beginning the end of June of 1996.
And how long did you work at the Kearney?
I'm still on medical staff at Kearney, so ever since I was transferred to help Good Samaritan Medical Center in 2015. My full-time job is at Good Samaritan now since 2015, but I still cover Kearney Hospital every now and then.
And are you board certified?
I am board certified in both anatomic and clinical pathology.
You've used that term, and just if you could explain to the jury what your understanding of that term is as far as pathology and sort of the difference between anatomic pathology and clinical pathology.
Sure. Pathology, there's two subspecialties, I guess, in pathology. One is anatomic pathology, which is basically if you, as a patient, go to a hospital or have a biopsy, or a tissue biopsy, or an excision, or anything like that, it comes to the pathology department, and an anatomic pathologist is responsible for making the diagnosis for that patient. So we abbreviate that as an AP, anatomic pathologist. So in residency, you can also train to become a clinical pathologist. And clinical pathologist is a pathologist who basically deals with, to put it simply, if you have a blood test that gets sent to the lab, we are essentially responsible for the quality and the safety of that blood test to help ensure the lab tests that are done on the specimens are accurate.
Now, with regard to your position at Good Samaritan, what is it that you do at Good Samaritan? What are your sort of duties and responsibilities in relation to that hospital?
I am the chief of pathologist at Good Samaritan Medical Center. I'm also the laboratory medical director. So my job at Good Samaritan is to ensure, quality of both the anatomic pathology side of things, as well as the clinical pathology side of things. Ultimately, my job is to help ensure that any laboratory report coming from Good Samaritan is accurate.
Now, the lab at Good Samaritan where the testing is done, is that accredited?
Yes, it is.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what that accreditation means, who it's by, and sort of what goes into that accreditation process?
We are accredited by the College of American Pathologists. We abbreviate that as CAP, if I mention that later, just so you know. And the accreditation process, the CAP has been in business for 75 years or so. They, according to their website, are the preeminent accrediting body for medical laboratories. So what that means is every 2 years we have an in-depth laboratory survey. That's every 2 years, and there are over maybe 3,000 elements or checklist requirements that the CAP will look at in our lab, which ranges from anywhere, for quality, mainly quality control, making sure that we have enough staff members, just about anything that can affect a laboratory result. There is essentially a checklist requirement that we need to fulfill and pass. So that's every 2 years.
And is that accreditation, is that up to date as of now?
Yes, it is. We will be having another inspection. Our window opens in July, so it's coming up. We have a 3-month window where the CAP can come anytime unannounced. So.
And was that accreditation up to date prior to January 29th, 2022? Now, as far as the clinical portion of the lab, what are some of the things that get tested as far as, what are some of the things that are tested for in the lab as far as blood work is concerned?
many different things. When you, as probably all of you know, when you go to a hospital, you have your blood tested, and the physician is looking for different tests, such as like a sodium, a potassium, a chloride, some basic tests that if they show abnormality, that could help them help the clinician make a diagnosis on you. So the most common things would be like a glucose, sodium, potassium, chloride, stuff like that.
Now, there's some sort of like standard algorithm for things that are tested, or does it sort of dependent on the patient's presentation?
I think it's depends on the patient's presentation. There's no standard ordering test that one can order. So it depends mainly on what the doctor is thinking and his differential diagnosis. He will order, a variety of different tests. Some tests are pretty standard. When you go to a hospital, they might order, the test that I just talked about, a CBC. They want to look at your complete blood count.
Just a little louder, please.
Okay, sure. Things like that. Want to look at your hemoglobin, hematocrit, maybe sodium, potassium. Those are some of the really common tests that would get ordered in the hospital.
Now, as far as drugs of abuse, including alcohol, is that something that's dependent upon the presentation of a patient to your facility?
I think an alcohol test or a drug of abuse test is not a routine type of order or test. It all depends on if the clinician or the primary care physician is suspecting could be drugs of abuse or alcohol on board, and they need to know if so to help treat the patient.
And would that also include sort of a patient that presents in regard to a mental health status or Section 12 drugs of abuse? Would that be somewhat standard in relation to testing or blood work that's done in relation to that kind of patient?
As far as Section 12, I do not know if there is a standing order for a routine ordering process for a patient that is admitted to Good Samaritan under Section 12. So I'm not sure.
Would that be abnormal, though, as far as doing a blood draw and testing for alcohol and someone presenting on Section 12?
I don't think so, no.
Now, with regard to a blood draw in Good Samaritan Hospital with reference to testing for alcohol.
Here we go, blood testing. This is what he supposedly did.
Or protocols are in place in reference to that type of blood draw?
I think a test for blood alcohol is the phlebotomist pretty much has to run through the same protocol that he or she needs to follow for any type of blood test, except for the fact that we do not want to use an alcohol swab to clean the area before the blood draw. In theory, if you use an alcohol swab and you're testing for alcohol, then you can, in theory, contaminate the blood sample with some of the residual fluid of the alcohol. Some people say if you let the alcohol swab dry for 30 seconds, it's not going to contaminate it, but we don't go by that process. We have it specifically in our policy never to use an alcohol swab when an alcohol test is ordered.
Now, in that vein, Doctor, with reference to Good Samaritan and the emergency departments, what, if any, precautions have you or your facility taken in regard to those types of blood draws in testing for alcohol with regard to alcohol wipes being used?
My phlebotomy supervisor has removed essentially all, not 100%, but all of the alcohol swabs down in the emergency room. So a phlebotomist who perhaps could forget, which they shouldn't, because we have competency policies for them. So we have that in place where she's removed almost all of them to so somebody can't mistakenly use a swab down in the emergency room.
Okay, so keep your voice up again, please, doctor, especially at the end of your sentences. Thank you.
And so, doctor, the removal of those alcohol wipes from the emergency department of Good Samaritan, does that predate January 29th, 2022?
It's been in place for a long time. Before that, there was a policy that they would use betadine for swabbing, but that policy has been in place for a long time, and before that day of 2022.
You've spoken a little bit about as far as phlebotomists working within Good Samaritan. If you could just explain to the jury sort of what is a phlebotomist and what is it that they do?
A phlebotomist is any person who is trained to draw your blood when you come to a hospital. So we come in, we train people to draw the blood.
And as far as with regard to phlebotomists at Good Samaritan, you mentioned that
I did a
there's
phlebotomist.
some proficiency testing or some protocols that they have to adhere to. Can you explain that a little bit more to the jury as far as what's involved in those?
So with anybody who works in the laboratory, per CAP checklist requirements and the government's requirements, there has to be competency policies and assessments on anybody who works in our laboratory, including phlebotomists. So any new phlebotomist, they get an initial training, and they'll get a training, and then they have to be assessed to make sure that they know what they need to do for their job, including knowledge of all policies. Then after that, after initial training, our competency policy states that we need to assess them again at 6 months. We do the same thing, make sure they know what they're doing. And then 6 months from that, so that's a year from when they started working for us, and then annually thereafter. So the CAP is, we have all these competency policies for everyone to make sure the lab technicians know what they're doing. We also have competency policies for pathologists as well. So it's all about making sure the final result is that comes from our lab is a good quality.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm showing you two sets of documents. You can just look at those.
Come on, somebody that's in there, go to Good Samaritan and go get me some damn wipes. I received Sarah Livingston's high school senior picture. Sarah!
Okay.
Sarah, will you marry
Just in
me?
general, do you recognize what those are?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to?
There are two of our policies that we have for Good Samaritan Medical Center, one for the phlebotomists, one for our laboratory technicians. The first one is a patient preparation for specimen collection policy, which defines our policy for drawing the blood for the phlebotomist. The second is an alcohol policy, which is one of, I don't know, thousands of policies that we have in the lab to describe how our policy for alcohol testing. Every laboratory test in our hospital has a separate policy.
So everything from hematocrit to sodium to potassium chloride has its own policy. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the policy you have before you, that's for alcohol testing?
Correct.
And those two policies that you have before you, were those policies, what was in place on January 29th, 2022?
Correct. Yes.
May I approach again here?
Okay.
Almost seat you introduced in a minute the next two exhibits.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right. So, Madam Court Reporter, I don't think we marked SS into evidence. Do we have that ready to go into evidence?
I don't believe so.
All right. So these instead, Madam Court Reporter, will be the next two exhibits. Thank you. And what is 107, Madam Court Reporter?
I believe 107 is in reference to, excuse me, I believe 107 is in reference to the alcohol testing, and 108 would be in reference to the sample collection.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm just showing you a document as far as some medical records. Are you familiar with those records?
Yes.
Those records are in relation to a patient named Karen Reed that visited the Good Samaritan on January 29th, 2022. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, with reference to, can I approach again, Your Honor? Just
yes.
Sure.
Your attention to a previously tapped portion of those records. Do you see a result for alcohol within those records?
Mr. Lally, you have to keep your voice up when you're here as well.
Let me say it again, sir. Doctor, with reference to those records and the page that I've opened up to, do you see a record in regard to a lab results for alcohol testing with regard to Ms. Reed?
Yes.
And what is it reported as, sir?
It is reported at 93 milligrams per deciliter.
And is that, as far as milligrams per deciliter, is that a relatively standard way of reporting an alcohol result?
Yes, it is in our hospital systems.
Could you explain to the jury sort of milligram per deciliter what that reading means as far as the metric that's used there?
Well, it means 93 milligrams of alcohol per deciliter of the blood.
And as far as, if you could explain to the jury sort of the testing process or the protocols that are in place at the Good Samaritan, so the blood is drawn by the phlebotomist, and then what happens from there as far as the testing is?
Okay, so
Before you do that, Doctor, so we might have to turn off the fans, which we don't want to do. I really need you to keep your voice up so that the court officer over there, so that folks down there can hear you.
Okay. So at Good Samaritan, I can go through the process.
That means speak up.
The doctor will order the test in the emergency room. We have 2 phlebotomists down in the emergency room. That test will print out, the order will print out down in the emergency room. And it will print out a label for the blood tube. It will print out on that label the color of the blood tube to be ordered, and will also print out what on the label what is to be tested in our lab. So that order will be seen by our phlebotomists in the emergency room. They will then locate the patient and perform the venipuncture or the blood draw. And
I thought he
use the
said
correct
weenie.
tube.
I thought
They'll
he
go
said
through the
weenie punch.
process of the one of the most important processes in testing somebody's blood is accurate patient identification. So within our policy, we ask the patient to state his or her name, first and last name, and date of birth. We have them say it out loud to make sure we have 2 forms of identification. Once that's confirmed, there is also a bracelet on the patient, so we'll match it up with a Good Samaritan ID number. So the first step is to make sure we have the correct patient. So then the phlebotomist has the order in front of her or him and uses the correct tube. Before drawing, they have to find the correct vein, a good vein for the patient, which is usually in the forearm antecubital fossa area. They will find that vein. They will cleanse the area with a non-alcohol swab, which in this case the order was for alcohol.
All right, so Doctor, I'm sorry. I'm going to stop you. I think part of it is that you're saying so much and your voice is fine, and then it drops, and it's fine, and then it
Okay.
drops. So Paul, can we turn the fans off, please? It's important that all the jurors hear everything you say, doctor.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, so but speak into the
Okay, I'm
microphone.
going to bring it really close.
All right, this
So-
should be better with.
And hopefully you can turn it back on when I get better at this. So I'm sorry. It's hot. I'm hot too. One is we make sure that it's correct patient identification. We use the correct tube. We draw it. We don't use an alcohol swab. We use one that doesn't contain an alcohol in that. Then the phlebotomist will then put the labels on the tube or tubes in front of the patient, then bring it back to his or her area. Make sure they sign their name they initial their name on the tube, as well as the time. Then it will be put into a bag, and in the emergency room, it goes through a chute and it goes directly to our laboratory for testing. Once we get it, it's called receiving the blood work. A technician, lab tech in our lab will scan, there's a barcode on the label, they'll scan it, and that will document the time that we received it. They will also manually enter the name of the phlebotomist and the time of the blood draw, so we have accurate records of what we received and the time. Once that's done, it's entered into our system, and then the technician will decide what needs to go next. In this case of an alcohol test, we're using a green top tube, which has lithium heparin, has an anticoagulant in it. It's to prevent clotting. So we'll get that tube, and once it's entered, we will centrifuge it. And that is centrifuged for about 10 minutes or so, so that we can separate the layers of the blood. In the blood, when you first see blood, it's all red, and there's no separation of the elements. But within blood, there are red blood cells.
What the fuck is
going on? White cells or inflammatory cells, and there's the liquid portion of the blood. So for alcohol testing, we there's an anticoagulant in it, and so we will centrifuge it to separate the different layers of the blood. The different layers, the red cells will go to the bottom, and the aqueous portion or the plasma portion will go to the top. And when we test for blood alcohol in our lab, we're testing the aqueous portion or the plasma portion of the blood. So that's why it's important for us to centrifuge it and separate the components. Once that is done, that takes about 10 minutes or so, maybe a little bit longer. Then that tube will be brought over to our machine, which is a Roche Cobas machine, and it will be put onto the machine, and that machine will test for the alcohol or whatever else is ordered on the patient. I think I covered everything.
Now, with regard to, you used the term a couple times as far as a centrifuge, can you describe to the jury sort of what that is and how that instrument works?
Sure. So when the tube that we take is a blood tube, and we want to test the aqueous plasma portion of the blood, and the only way to get that plasma portion or the watery solution of the blood is we put it in a centrifuge, which will spin the blood at a rapid rate, something like 3,300 RPMs or so, which is fast, and it will separate the blood into those three layers. Also, in the tubes that we use is a gel that comes in the tube, and it nicely separates the red blood cell component from the water or aqueous plasma component, and keeps those two portions of the blood separate to make it easier for us to test on our machine.
Now, as far as the blood testing is concerned, is there a difference between sort of what's known as whole blood versus serum and plasma?
There is a difference. Whole blood is basically the whole blood. If when somebody has a test drawn, and if we test something on the entire blood without separating it, that would be whole blood. If we say we're testing on plasma or serum, we're actually separating the components of the blood by the centrifuge process.
Which of the two, as far as serum plasma versus the whole blood, which would record as far as a higher percentage of alcohol in the testing?
Alcohol, the answer would be
alcohol.
Plasma or serum would have a little bit higher blood alcohol content compared to whole blood.
As far as the separation that you're talking about, is there a specific area as far as the separation is concerned where alcohol tends to concentrate within?
Yes, alcohol tends to go into the more into the watery or the aqueous component of the blood. So when we like serum or plasma has a 98%, reportedly 98% water component. Whole blood, if you look at the whole blood overall, it has a lesser percentage.
Who donated plasma for beer money in
literature,
college?
it can be 86%, or there's a range. But so since alcohol tends to go to the watery components, if you measure alcohol like we do in hospitals on the serum or plasma, the value that we get will always be a little bit higher than total, than measuring on whole blood.
Aware of, through your training experience, sort of a conversion that can be done between sort of what's reported as testing from the serum plasma to a whole blood count?
In the hospital, we're pretty much in the business of, reporting alcohol, in serum or plasma, and we're not in the business of the legal, I guess, the legal aspects of alcohol testing, because alcohol, what I understand is the alcohol legal limit in Massachusetts is 0.08.
Isn't it everywhere?
Grams per deciliter. We don't make any conversions in a hospital. We're not in that business to do that. We just report on the serum percentage or the plasma level, and we don't make any attempts to do any official conversion to a whole blood level. If we did, we'd have to validate, we'd have to do many studies, and we're just not in the business for that.
And I understand that's not how it's reported within your record or at your facility. What my question is, are you aware of a process by which you can sort of then mathematically convert from milligrams per deciliter to a gram?
I am aware of that. Recently, I had to read about it, but up until recently, I was not aware. So I'm not in that. We're not in the business for whole blood. But there is a formula. I do know about it, and it's there is a if one wants to convert a whole a serum or a plasma level to a whole blood, there are formulas that basically you need to. It's a simple formula, but there's varying opinions on which formula can be used.
Now, as far as this specific patient, the defendant, Ms. Reed, do you have any sense from the chart in front of you as far as sort of the timeline of when the blood was drawn to when it was tested and reported and things of that nature?
I think it was the order was 9:03 in the morning. 5 minutes later, the phlebotomist. It happened pretty fast. 5 minutes later, the phlebotomist got the labels printed. Then 5 minutes after that, they went in and drew it. It was very quickly. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but ultimately, it was received in our lab, I think, 10 minutes after the order, the blood, very quickly. And then the final result when the alcohol level was reported in the computer system was, I think, 50 minutes from the time of the order.
All right, so I have 9:03 a.m., 9:08 a.m., 9:13.
May I approach?
Yes.
10 minutes after the orders, 9:13. Drew the blood, and then it was 9:53 to 9:57 a.m. It was done. Okay, that's all I cared about. Get fucking out of here.
And that lab results done pursuant to the testing and the policies and protocols and everything in the lab was 93 milligrams per deciliter. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you, doctor. I have no further
Alcohol. Here we go.
Cross-examination?
Who's doing it?
Good afternoon.
Ooh, little.
You testified that, hospitals are not in the legal business of calculating BACs. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes,
And you'd agree that there are differences between screening tests that are conducted at hospitals and forensic tests that are done in labs, correct?
correct.
And the purpose of testing in sort of a clinical setting at a hospital is to assist in the quick diagnosis and treatment of a patient. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
And so your priorities may be different than those if you're at a forensic lab where the goal is to ensure accuracy and reliability at all costs, correct?
I don't agree, not correct.
Well, hospitals use serum tests to screen for the presence of alcohol, correct?
Correct.
And you'd agree that serum testing does not measure alcohol directly, but it actually measures the presence of NADH.
Correct.
And NADH is the byproduct that's created when the body breaks down alcohol.
Correct.
And the reason hospitals use a serum test rather than a whole blood test is because it's quick and efficient and you can get test results within 20-ish minutes. Does that sound about right?
Correct.
And you'd agree that NADH, which is what serum essentially tests for, can also be elevated by factors other than alcohol in the blood.
I'm not aware of that.
Are you familiar?
Yep.
Are you familiar with any medical literature that has found that NADH is created when the body has elevated either lactate or LDH in the system?
Correct. There are some issues, in our policy. There are some factors that can lead to falsely elevated or falsely lowered serum alcohol. One is lactic acid or LDH. Another one is Waldenstrom's macroglobulinemia, which is a hematological problem, and other things that can interfere with not just any test or lipids, high levels of lipids or hemolysis or high levels of bilirubin. But our machines are very sophisticated now. If there are any elevations of, let's say, hemolysis or lipids or bilirubin, the Roche machines will detect that and flag it as a possible interference, or it won't even let us result a test. So with any test, there can be interferences, and I'm sure there can be interferences with the forensic way of testing as well.
Sure. So there are other causes of high levels of LDH and therefore NADH also include things like trauma, muscle weakness and loss of muscle tissue, or abnormal tissue formation. Is that correct? Have you read studies about that?
I haven't read those studies, no.
Would you agree that there may be other sort of medical stressors or things that can't necessarily be captured by the technology, but that could cause error in testing?
I don't understand that question.
Well, you testified that there can be certain errors in testing. That's something that we see throughout all different types of sort of scientific literature, which includes ethanol testing.
Yep.
And there are certain sort of factors that could cause a higher level of NADH that might not necessarily be picked up by the machines that you use in the hospital. Is that correct?
I am not familiar. I mean, if there is, it's not not a common phenomenon. Our methodology for doing many tests are based on this NADH enzyme methodology, and we've never had issues with it. I read a lot. I haven't read about major faults of our methodology for testing. Most hospitals, when we look at when we actually have to do proficiency testing with any tests that we do in a hospital. So 3 times a year we get sent unknown levels of alcohol and 5 samples to be accurate 3 times a year, and we're able to look at not only our results, make sure they're correct, but we're able to look at how what other hospitals are doing across the nation. So when I last looked, and it's held true for over 10 years, maybe 20 years, is that of the, I think, 5,000 hospitals that are testing for alcohol, it's over 80% of them are using our methodology, which is the alcohol dehydrogenase and NADH, and I can't imagine if why if there were any major issues with alcohol testing using that methodology, why would it wouldn't be that high of a
as you testified, the goal in a clinical setting, obviously, is to test for the presence of alcohol, but you're not in the business of trying to sort of calculate BAC, correct?
No, we don't. We don't.
So your goals are to make sure that you're screening for the presence of alcohol, but you're not quite as concerned with the precise amount that you might see in, for instance, a whole blood test in a forensic lab.
Well, we result in terms of in the serum. We know the Massachusetts laws and laws across the nation are based on whole blood, but there are in the literature formulas that you can use if it were a medical legal case that one can use to convert our level to a blood alcohol. We don't do it in a hospital. We won't report a serum alcohol and then we don't do the conversion, but because it's a very rare event that that a level will end up in court.
Very rare event.
But there are forensic lab people that can provide that formula.
And when you get a test result from a serum test, that information does not establish when alcohol was consumed, correct?
Correct.
And so you're just looking at a specific point in time to say this is what the serum test reflects at 9:08 a.m. on January 29th.
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right. Mr. Lally, any follow-up?
Just briefly. As far as the interferences or anything that would lead to elevated levels from your review of Ms. Reed's chart, was there anything like that present there?
I didn't see anything, no.
And the interferences would be accounted for in the sense of the machine would sort of vet them out and not result or not recorded in the chart if that were to occur. Is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
The form of the question, I'll sustain the objection. You can ask it differently.
Sure. Dr. Fowler, with regard to the interferences that you were talking about, what, if any, impact would that have on the results being reported?
If there were the 3 major things that could interfere with the result, like high lipids, hemolysis, or high bilirubin, our machine would flag that, and we would have we would have some information that our result may not be valid. And sometimes we will report a result with a disclaimer, or sometimes if those levels are so high, we won't report it at all. But in this case, there were no flags.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Anything, Ms. Little, or are you all set?
If I could have one moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
She didn't like that last part. I wouldn't have liked that last part either. Get him on something right here because there was something flagged. She didn't like that. That's bullshit. To double take a look at that because that doesn't make sense.
Right, this one over here.
They're looking for that report. Good girl. Good girl.
No further questions.
All right, Dr. Fowler, thank you, and I'm sorry I gave you such a bad
Oh, okay. I'm
voice.
sorry if I. Thank you.
Thank you. Your next witness, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth will call Mr. Nicholas Roberts to the stand. Your Honor, may we approach just while the witness is coming in?
Yes.
Nicholas Roberts. Something's up with. She's trying to find that report. Karen's not happy. Karen's probably like, I'm so glad that Alan Jackson is only gone for one day. No, I'm just kidding. They're doing perfectly fine. You know what I mean? It's just like being in the courtroom's a flow type of thing. You got to know where all your shit is at all times. And if people get in the groove to walk around when they like cross-examine or when they, you know, I think more so with cross-examination than direct. It's a flow. We're looking at our next witness here is witness number 48. And Lally wanted a sidebar, of course. You guys, I'm not going to lie. If I was in a classroom right there, I would have left.
Muted.
And I would have went to the bar. And I would have had drinks during that college course class right there. And I'd probably kick myself in the ass later for it.
Just almost for the evidence give the court and jury in the case now hearing true the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Because
so
I'd
help you
probably
God.
get an F on that
Thank you.
quiz,
Yes.
pop quiz that I just bailed on.
I just need you to keep your voice up really loud.
And then it would put a lot more
Soft,
pressure on my
right?
final exam.
Everyone's gonna get mad.
No problem.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
What's up,
Could you,
baby?
please state
Let's
your
talk
name and spell
about
your last name,
Devil
Sure, my name is Nicholas Roberts.
Nicholas.
Roberts.
Let's do this.
And
I'm gonna call you Nick. Is that okay?
I'm currently employed with a company called Thermo Fisher as a field service engineer
And how long have you been doing that?
since November of last year.
And so prior to that, or prior to November of last year, 2023, where did you work before that?
I was in the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab in the toxicology unit.
And how long did you work in the toxicology unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
Since October of 2014.
Now, if I could turn your attention to prior to joining the lab for the Massachusetts State Police, can you talk a little bit about your educational background? Where did you go to school and what did you go to school for?
Sure. I have a bachelor's degree in applied forensic science with a concentration in chemistry and toxicology from Mercyhurst University. That's in Erie, Pennsylvania. And then I also have a master's degree in forensic toxicology from the University of Glasgow in Scotland.
In
Now, after
Scotland?
receiving your degree from the University of Glasgow, Scotland, where did you go from there?
I returned home to the British Virgin Islands where I taught at a community college.
And what did you teach there?
Mainly chemistry and a term or two of physics.
Boo.
And then following your teaching in the Virgin Islands, where did you go from there?
I was hired then at the Mass State Police Crime Lab.
Now, when you're initially hired at the Mass State Police Crime Lab, you're working initially as a forensic scientist 1, is that correct?
Correct.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what your duties and responsibilities are, what your work looks like as a forensic scientist 1?
So a forensic scientist, when you're essentially going through all the trainings that they provide at the lab, we do a number of different testing, mainly on blood and urine, looking for the presence of drugs and alcohol. We also do serum conversions and retrogrades. So during your training period, I started as a FS1, so that went up until I was fully signed off to actually write reports that would be issued to ADAs across the whole of Massachusetts, in which I became a forensic scientist too.
And so what are the difference, sir, between sort of your work as a forensic scientist 1 versus your work as a forensic scientist 2?
So essentially as a 2, you're essentially fully trained and you're able to do all the testing that we do in-house. You also are able to go and give testimony based on the reports that you write, whereas in a forensic scientist 1, you're still in that training process.
And did you work essentially as a forensic scientist 2 from that point in time till the time that you left the lab in November of 23?
Yes.
Now, with reference to while you were working at the lab, was there sort of an ongoing, continuing educational component?
Yeah, so we would habitually receive articles based on different discoveries within the forensic field. So different ways they would find certain types of drugs in different bodily fluids. It's always a revolving door when it comes to drugs being discovered as well as being manufactured, what's illicit on the street, et cetera, et cetera. We would often get different articles, just research papers based on what they're doing to discover these things within the matrices that we are looking at.
Now, in addition to that, while you worked at the lab, what, if any, are you familiar with the term proficiency testing?
Yes.
Or what, if any, proficiency testing would you undergo while you were at the lab?
So we receive both in-house and external proficiency tests. Essentially, the process would be just the same. The only difference would be we'd have internal people sending us samples as if it came from an external source. And then the external proficiency testing that we receive is actually part of our accreditation. So it came in just like regular samples, and we would test it accordingly per our protocols.
And as far as the proficiency testing that you undertook over the course of your time at the lab, did you pass each of those tests?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned a little bit as far as accreditation with regard to the lab. What, if any, accreditation did the State Police Crime Lab have?
We had accreditation. It's a internationally accreditation board for forensics scientists, as well as any kind of lab in particular, and the branch that our lab would have fall under. We have a certain set of rules that we have to adhere to. Mainly, it's a standard known as an ISO 17025, but we have a different accreditation board, and they have narrower requirements because of the type of lab that we are.
It may be pretty well understood, but that as far as the accreditation is concerned, that's done through an external entity. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with regard to the lab, as far as your assignment of work, at the time that you left the lab, about how many forensic scientists were working within the lab in your toxicology?
By the time that I left?
Yes.
Oh. So within the toxicology unit, there was one more when at the time that I left.
And as far as you and sort of the other forensic scientists too, at the time that you worked at the lab, was there some sort of rotation, or how were you assigned work as it related to your work in the toxicology?
So throughout my time there, we had more forensic scientists, 1s and 2s, and we would delegate each type of assignments that we would look for to different types of testing. On a monthly basis, we would get a different group of tests that we would perform throughout that month, and it would rotate to the next person as the month at the end of the month. So that's how we did the testing.
Sir, if I could turn your attention to May of 2022, you're working with the lab at that time, is that correct?
Yes.
Were you assigned to serum conversions at that particular time?
I was, yes.
And at some point were you specifically assigned to a case involving Ms. Karen Reed?
Yes.
Now, As far as a serum conversion is concerned, if you could explain to the jury sort of what goes into that process and what is it that you're reviewing or you're looking at, how is a serum conversion, what is it, and how is it performed?
Sure. So with serum conversions, usually what happens is that we get hospital results. So that would be the police or the ADAs would get results from the hospitals that whoever was attended to. We get the results, and usually hospital alcohol results they use serum in order to test alcohol. Serum is essentially the liquid portion of blood. Let's say, for instance, you fall and you cut yourself, that red stuff that comes out, that has serum within it. What the hospital does, they centrifuge it or spin it very fast in order to get the red blood cells, the white blood cells, and all kinds of the heavier materials out of that blood. And what's left is a serum. So they use that to test their alcohol. What studies have shown is that we actually tend to have a higher alcohol concentration in serum than in blood. So what that means is that due to the chemical nature of alcohol, it likes to stay in that liquid portion more than throughout the whole blood. So a serum conversion essentially is able to convert the alcohol content from that serum that we get from the hospital into what it would be in whole blood.
And did you have occasion to perform a serum conversion in regard to Ms. Reed's medical records?
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
So I'm showing you a document, just ask you to review that with something finished. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
So this is the serum conversion report that I made, with the calculations were made on May 3rd of 2022.
And as far as the result that you received, in addition, so
Why
what
so
kind of
late? What the
materials
fuck?
did you
Why
receive
May?
in order to perform that analysis?
We got the medical records.
May I approach the witness again?
Yes.
What?
I apologize, Your Honor. If I could, looking for the. So I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 106. And directing your attention to this last page contained within this document here. Is that a portion of the medical records that you reviewed in regard to Ms. Reed's serum alcohol level?
Yes.
And if you could, what was reported in the medical records that you reviewed and using in your serum conversion analysis as far as the level?
The level was at 93 milligrams per deciliter.
And so with regard to that 93 milligrams per deciliter, I'm sorry, was there also a time that specimen was collected as far as your review of those records?
Yes.
And what was that time, sir?
It was at 9 in the morning, 9:08.
Now, as far as just in terms of the general term, as far as forensic science, what you did at the lab, can you explain what that term means or what you did in relation to?
What do you mean specifically?
That was very poorly phrased. Let me try to restate that a bit. What is your understanding of forensic science, and can you explain that?
Oh, forensic science is essentially a scientific study based on anything dealing with the law. So whether it comes to ballistics or DNA analysis or toxicology, like I did, anything focused or based on the law or for legal purposes, essentially that's what forensic science kind of encapsulates.
And then forensic toxicology, would that sort of be a subset of forensic science?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what your understanding based on your training and experience? What is forensic toxicology?
So toxicology in general is essentially just a study of poisons, plainly speaking. So anything that'd be harmful to the body, essentially that would be toxicology, because you also not only have forensic toxicology, but you also have like environmental. And the forensic toxicology is just, like I said, again, with the forensic science, it's just basing it on things for legal purposes.
Now, through your training experience, are you familiar with sort of the difference between a serum plasma level versus a whole blood level?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what your understanding is of each and what, if any, differences there are between the two?
So just plainly your serum plasma level, or the serum plasma is what it's called. It could be referred to as either or one or the other. So that is just the alcohol level in your serum, whereas your whole blood is your alcohol content or regular BAC in the whole blood. This difference between the two is, like I said previously, in your serum or plasma, that alcohol content would be higher as it would have been in the whole blood.
Now, as far as the milligrams per deciliter, how that's reported in the Good Samaritan medical records referencing Ms. Reed that you reviewed in this case, is that typical as far as how hospitals would report sort of the serum plasma levels?
Yeah, from my experience and all the times that I've seen serum conversions come to the lab, milligram per deciliters are the units that they use from the hospital, yeah.
Now, as far as that 93 milligrams per deciliter, what, if anything, with regard to serum conversion, what, if anything, are you then able to do to convert that to a BAC or a blood alcohol concentration?
So based on some studies, they came up with a few different conversion factors, knowing that the blood alcohol content would be higher than the serum plasma content. They're able to apply different conversion factors to the numbers that we would get in serum. And we usually get, excuse me, we usually give a low, an average, and a high, being that it's kind of hard to say what one particular person's conversion factor would be between the two of them, since it's dependent upon like age, sex, the water content, what you had to eat that day. So it's harder to pinpoint. Therefore, we give a good range as what it could possibly be pertaining just in case a person converts, or their conversion would be a lot lower or higher. So we give a good range.
As far as those different conversion factors, where do those come from?
It's based on some studies. I don't remember the actual names of the papers that were thing, but they are based on studies throughout the forensic world when it comes to looking at specifically testing blood and serum to find that conversion factor.
And as far as those studies are concerned, do they come from sort of different population bases? Is that correct?
Yeah, so that's how they were able to get the range of conversion factors that they use.
Now, as far as the water within the serum, or sort of how that works with the centrifuge, what, if any, relationship does that have to the reading that you get or the conversion factors that you use?
So the water content, essentially, if the serum being the liquid portion of the blood, water is also liquid. It makes up some of that serum that you get from it. Therefore, your higher water content, more essentially, the lower the concentration could be of that, or lower or higher, depending upon whether or not your water content in that sample is lower or higher.
So as far as those different conversion factors that you're using, this is essentially a mathematical calculation, is that right?
Yes.
And so the different conversion factors that you're using for the low, the average, and the high, what are those conversions?
So the low is a 1.18, with the average being a 1.14, and then the high being a 1.12.
So based on your analysis, as far as the medical records, what was reported to you, using those three conversion factors, what, if anything, did you come up with as far as the low and average and the high for the 93 milligrams per deciliter?
So our values that were calculated for the low was a 0.078 gram percent. The high was a 0.083 gram percent, with the average being a 0.081.
Now, sir, with reference to the alcohol that's reported in the records, are you familiar with, are there different types of alcohol?
Yes.
And can you explain sort of what those types are and
Wait,
what the
what?
differences are or where they come from?
Are there different types?
Sure. So there are multiple different types of alcohol, mainly based on the number of carbons that are within that molecule. You start off with methanol, which is one
Oh, okay.
carbon. Methanol you can find in like some rubbing alcohols. You can find them in many different labs. You have big, large vials of them. Ethanol, which has 2 carbons. That one is the common one that is in our alcoholic beverages, and it goes all the way up isopropanol, octanol, etc. It all depends on the number of carbons in the chain of it.
And the type that's reported within Ms. Reed's medical records, that was ethanol, correct?
Correct.
And so with regard to your training experience as a forensic toxicologist, you're familiar with a term known as a central nervous system depressant?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what that term means and how it relates to alcohol?
Sure. So alcohol is what is classified as a central nervous system depressant, and essentially the name kind of gives it away as to what it does. Your central nervous system is responsible for essentially all your movements, both involuntary and voluntary. So the way you move your head, the way you blink, the way you breathe, the central nervous system is responsible for all of that. With a depressant introduced into the body, it affects that central nervous system, causing things to slow down. So that's essentially what depressant means. It's going to slow down certain processes that a central nervous system would be in charge of. So you can have delayed reaction times. It can cause drowsiness.
Ask another question.
How would that manifest as far as a central nervous depressant affecting the body?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
Go ahead.
There are many different effects that you could see, or side effects from having a central nervous system depressant in the body. Lethargy, sleepiness, drowsiness, unable to walk properly, any kind of any one of those tests that you see on TV from the police when they try to get your horizontal gaze and they try to make sure you're coordinated, it can affect all those things.
Now, sir, are you also familiar through your training and experience of working in forensic toxicology with a term known as retrograde extrapolation?
Yep.
And can you explain to the jury what you understand that term is?
So a retrograde extrapolation is essentially another calculation, but it allows you to be able to calculate what the possible blood alcohol content would have been at a time prior to when the blood was drawn. Say, for instance, blood was drawn at 2, you could essentially figure out what the blood alcohol content would have been at 10 in the morning prior to it.
And that's done with a calculation as well, is that correct?
Yes.
Now,
Retrograde,
what are some of the types
retrograde.
of information that you would need to know or that you would want to know in order to perform a retrograde extrapolation?
We'd need to know, one, for sure what the alcohol content would have been. We also need to know the time that the blood was drawn, as well as the time of the last alcohol consumption.
Now, in regard to timing, as far as what, if any, limitations are there in regard to performing retrograde extrapolation as it pertains to timing is concerned?
So when we do these calculations, anything that's shorter than 2 hours, we usually don't do that conversion.
And why is that?
Because we're built in within our calculations, we allow for 2 hours. That has to do with the way that alcohol leaves the body. If the alcohol is still being absorbed by the body, we want to give it enough time to get to a point where it's coming out of the body as opposed to increasing in the body. So that 2 hours puts the person at a point in which that alcohol be coming out as opposed to it being absorbed.
So there are essentially 3 different sort of phases as far as intake of the alcohol into the body through dissipation. Is that correct?
Yeah, we have usually there's a well-known kind of metabolism route to
let's
which
all start drinking for Karen.
Alcohol metabolizes out of the body. Yes.
And so, can you describe to the jury sort of that metabolism process as far as how it starts to its end?
Sure.
So with having, let's say, one drink, what the body begins to do at that point is absorb the alcohol. Usually you get like a steady line that increases with time. So if you think of a regular chart where you have the level of alcohol in the body versus time, which would be on the y-axis or the x-axis at the bottom. As time goes along, after your first drink, the body starts to absorb the alcohol. If that was your only drink and that was it, the body then at a certain point, it stops absorbing it because there's no more to absorb and it plateaus. So essentially the line goes straight. After that point, the body starts to eliminate it at this point. And then your level or your concentration of alcohol within the body decreases with time as it's getting rid of it.
And so there's sort of the absorption phase, the plateau, and then the elimination phase. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that in the course of your analysis for retrograde extrapolation, it's important to know sort of when the last drink was. Is that right?
Yes.
And why is it?
That way we can get a good time in and figure out the amount of time that has passed between the last drink as well as the time that the blood was taken.
Now, did you perform
Sounds
a
like
retrograde extrapolation analysis with regard
Kind
to
of like
Ms. Reed's,
masturbation, baby.
BAC
Feels good
or
until you
the
realize
converted
you're
BAC
fucking
from
yourself.
serum conversion?
I did.
And so with reference to Ms. Reed, as far as you looked at obviously the hospital records, you looked at the serum conversion report, what if anything else did you review or look at in coming to that retrograde extrapolation analysis?
We usually get a police incident report, and that usually identifies the time in which, per their narrative, what time in which they had the last drink.
Per their narrative.
Yes.
I think I'm gonna order some Popeyes. I want some chicken.
So again, presenting you with the document, if you could just look at that and look up and finish.
What do I want? Something's gonna be quick. I want like maybe Jersey Mike's. How about Jersey Mike's?
Do you recognize that document, sir?
I do.
And what do you recognize it?
This is the retrograde extrapolation report that I did for the subject of Karen Reed.
Now, with respect to the time that you utilized in that report, as far as when was the time that you utilized as far as the last drink or time of operation?
The time that was utilized as the last drink, it was at 12:45.
That'd be 12:45.
So she was
AM,
sitting. She was sitting in the car.
So
Who
using
gave
that
her
to sort of
that?
extrapolate from 9:08 a.m. when the 93 milligram
12:45 a.m. last
Marion
drink.
to 12:45 a.m. Correct?
Last drink I saw her have was
Now,
at
with
12.
regard to that 12:45 a.m.,
Not even like
what if any
like
difference would it make
11:30.
if it were a little bit off of that? Say it was 12:30 a.m. or it was 1 or 1:10 a.m. What if any impact would that have on your conversion?
So we tend to go by hours. So we kind of round to the nearest, I think, 15-minute interval. So
That's how lawyers bill you.
a couple minutes or 10 to 20 minutes forward or behind of that 12:45, it wouldn't change the results by a lot, if any.
12:45. She's
And
just
similar to the
tipping
serum
it in the
conversion,
car.
is this done with different conversion factors as far as a low, an average, and a high?
So we usually just calculate a minimum and a maximum for the retrograde, and that incorporates some conversions as well.
Now, as far as the minimum versus the maximum, what do each of those sort of signify, or how do you come to those mathematical calculations?
So with the minimum calculation, we incorporate the 2-hour period. So we assume that maybe that 12:45 wasn't, the body wasn't at that point finished with the elimination. It wasn't in the elimination phase, so we allow it for 2 hours ahead of it. We also have a conversion factor. Once again, this is a study that was done to see the elimination rate of different people within a population, what rate they would get alcohol out of their system per hour. So we implied the lower limit, which was a 0.1 gram percent per hour, with that 2-hour allotted time interval, and then we use the lower serum conversion number, the one that was converted on the lower end. We use all of that in the calculation in order to come up with the minimum. The maximum one uses the opposite, so it uses the higher converted serum conversion number with the higher elimination rate, using the full amount of time.
And these calculations or these conversion factors are all based on sort of medical studies that you've reviewed in literature that goes into your training?
Yeah, all of it was part of the training, and they came up with those numbers prior to even when I was hired there. But it is based on multiple different studies in that, looking at that elimination rate.
And so from your calculations when it came to the minimum with regard to the retrograde extrapolation, what if any calculation, what if any result that you come from with your calculations as it came to the minimum?
So the minimum amount that was calculated would have been a 0.135 gram percent.
And that's essentially reporting in a blood alcohol concentration, is that correct?
Correct.
And then with regard to the maximum, what if any result that you get from your mathematical calculations in regard to that?
The result was a 0.292 gram percent.
And so that range that you receive is a bit of a wide range. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And why is that?
So we base those calculations, they're based on that conversion that I did from the hospital results from serum, giving us a good range of values in the first place. But then we incorporate the retrograde extrapolation one, which uses a time factor, and that 2-hour difference using two different elimination rates, that causes a wider span of values. And it's just so that it can encompass essentially anybody within the general population, that they would be somewhere in between that lower limit and that upper limit.
So essentially from those mathematical calculations, anyone within sort of the general population with that result would be somewhere between the 0.13 and the 0.29, correct?
Correct.
May I approach this to retrieve your arm?
Yes. 0.13 and a 0.29. Are you out of your fucking mind? Are you out of your fucking mind? No, absolutely not. But yeah, we still don't have any chain of custody here. We got no chain of custody yet. How is this being entered with no chain of custody on this blood?
I could have one moment, John.
Yes,
I could have one moment, John.
yes.
Doesn't make any sense.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Okay. Ms. Little?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You used a method called retrograde extrapolation to reach your sort of opinions and conclusions in this case, correct?
Yeah, it was a calculation.
And that means that you rely on an assumption that a trend will continue beyond sort of observable data.
So
Great question.
The metabolism is actually pretty well studied. So we know
Not if you
that
take-
that elimination rate, unless you introduce more alcohol into the system,
What if you introduce,
it
like,
declines
Adderall?
at that rate.
What if you
And
introduce
it's
like
pretty linear.
cocaine?
Exactly. So in other words, certain assumptions are incredibly important for you to reach your analysis.
Sure.
And that includes sort of the timing of the very last drink that the individual had. Is that right?
Yes.
If your drinking pattern is sort of different than what you assume for purposes of your calculation, then you'd agree that your entire extrapolation would be incorrect. Is that right?
Yes, it could be.
Exactly. Where'd you get the yes?
And
Perfect.
again, those assumptions sort of included the time of the incident, right?
Yes.
And importantly, the time of the last drink.
So those two will be what we use. It's the time of the blood draw as well as the time of the incident or last drink.
And your report acknowledges the testing that was used to obtain ethanol results in this case was not performed by the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
Correct.
And for that reason, the report and those results do not fall under your forensic lab accreditation standards.
Correct.
The Massachusetts State Police, as you testified, is an accredited forensic lab.
Yes.
And so you're required to meet certain minimum standards in order to uphold that.
Yes.
And you'd agree that those accreditation standards are different from accreditation standards that, say, a hospital lab might have.
They can be.
And do you ever work on testing within the Massachusetts State Police Lab for serum tests or whole blood tests?
So we did test the blood and serum for alcohol content at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab. Yes.
So then why didn't they do
And
those?
their typical protocols are to use whole blood tests.
We use whole blood or serum.
In terms of the machinery that's used with the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, you'd agree that the gold standard is gas chromatography and mass spectrometry machines.
Usually with a headspace detector.
I'll let it, go ahead, you can
Sorry.
answer that.
Usually with a headspace detector, yes.
And that would detect whole blood rather than serum.
No, it just detects any volatile substance.
But you'd agree that a serum test usually, as you testified, has a much higher level than whole blood.
Yeah, due to the nature of the substance itself.
And so you kind of have to go through this extra step of trying to extrapolate, okay, how do I convert this to get to whole blood?
So what we incorporated anytime we had a serum sample submitted to the lab for alcohol testing, we actually did the same serum conversion in order to figure out what the blood alcohol concentration would have been.
And that's an extra step that you have to take using conversion factors, correct?
Yep, that's a calculation.
You're not actually testing for ethanol in the blood, you're testing for
Another,
ADH,
I mean,
and then you have to do a
another
conversion
error
to
could
get it to
happen.
what a whole blood test would just automatically show you.
Yeah, so we get the serum level and then we convert it via calculation.
And typically in the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, you would do what's called confirmatory testing.
Yeah, so we have a screening method as well as a confirmatory test, correct? And
Confirmatory testing means that you take two separate samples and you test both of those.
Essentially, well, our protocol involved testing in duplicate, but that's not always the case for the other drugs that we tested. We essentially have a screening test, which is one type of test, and then the confirmatory test would be a separate test, or sometimes even the same test, just we run the sample again.
And the reason you typically would do two tests is to ensure that there's no error in the testing.
Correct.
And that acts as a fail-safe against false positives. You agree
Yes.
with that? And it also ensures that you're testing the correct sample.
Correct.
And in this case, obviously, you didn't conduct any of the testing.
Correct.
You're just assuming the accuracy of a single test that was performed by a hospital.
Actually.
Oh,
Boom, bitch!
Yes.
Sit down.
And so if the clinical results are invalid, then your extrapolation.
He's very, very good, but he didn't
Yes.
do the work. He's just converting, which you gave me.
Now, you discussed a lot about sort of serum testing and conversion rates. Do you recall
Again,
that testimony?
who did the testing? Who did
And
it?
you'd agree that the precise conversion rate between serum ethanol levels and whole blood ethanol levels is almost impossible to accurately predict.
For each individual person, it would be difficult, yes.
And that's because the amount of water in our blood is scientifically impossible to predict with accuracy.
I'm not aware of any kind of test that would do that, so yeah.
Because individuals are different, right?
Yes.
And so the conversions that you use are based on averages from scientific studies.
Yes.
But you'd agree that in certain instances, people can fall outside of that average range.
Yeah.
In fact,
she has MS.
A comparison of, hospital serum alcohol levels, they range quite wildly. You agree with that?
Yeah.
In fact, you're aware that some studies show that a conversion rate from serum alcohol to blood alcohol can be as high as 1.59%.
I wasn't aware of those numbers, but yeah, it could range. That's why we give a wide range, and you could lie on the outskirts of either side.
And so that would mean that the actual blood alcohol content, once it goes through the conversion rate, would be much, much lower than sort of the average conversion rate that you relied on.
Yeah, it could be both higher and lower.
And that includes that range that you gave, right?
Yeah, it could fall outside the range.
I like him. He's my new boy MVP of the case. So see, non-combative, just answering the questions.
Imprecise an extrapolation is.
He's not biased.
The
There's
less
no
reliable
bias
it is.
here.
Yeah, you do have to base it on good. Your starting blocks have to be good. So you have to know the times in which the blood was drawn, the time of the incident, and essentially what your value was for your BAC.
And the time of the last drink, you'd want to know that?
So we would put that around the time, either the time of the last drink or the incident date.
And so the more sort of unknowns you're trying to account for, you'd agree the less
Wait,
reliable
incident
your
date?
results.
You go off of the incident?
It could be, yes.
And you'd
What's the
agree that sort of the
incident
range you gave in this case,
Is
which
it
was
6:04 in the morning?
0.135 to 0.292, that's a very, very large disparity.
Yeah.
Almost a sort of 120% swing.
Yeah.
120% swing.
That would be the equivalent of, for example, predicting a child's going to grow somewhere from 6 feet to 14 feet.
Objection.
Sustained.
Good job,
It's a very large number. You'd agree with that.
Yeah, there's a large range, like I said, due to the factors involved in the calculation. That's how it gets so large.
And that's because you're acting with a lot of unknowns in this case.
Yes.
He should test Bev's levels. I like him too. I think he's a good guy. I agree.
Now, you testified that your retrograde extrapolation assumes that Ms. Reed reached the elimination phase of processing alcohol at or before sort of 12:45 a.m.
Yeah, we allow for, we start for the maximum at the 12:45, and then it would have been 2:45 for the minimum.
Ooh.
And so for purposes of your calculation, if Ms. Reed drank alcohol after 12:45 a.m. and before her blood was drawn at 9:08 a.m., your entire calculation would be invalid.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
No further questions.
Hey, Mr. Lally.
Straight, please.
Oh, Lally Bally boy.
So in this instance, Mr. Roberts, you're dealing with a time of incident that was known, correct?
Yes, it was given to me that it was at 12:45.
And as far as the BAC or the serum conversion that was coming from a medical record, so that was known as well at 9:08 in the morning.
The time that the blood was drawn, yeah, that was known as well.
Now, as far as the question you were just asked, if the defendant drank alcohol after 12:45, does that include sort of shortly after 12:45, or how long after 12:45 would it take in order to affect your calculations or your retrograde extrapolation?
It's hard to say where that would have skewed it. It would have definitely caused a different time frame depending on how long after the incident or the reported last drink, if there was another drink in between there. It just shortened up the amount of time that would have been prior to the blood draw for sure.
What I'm asking is, would it have any significant impact, or would there be any difference if the last drink was, say, at 1 a.m. versus 5 a.m.?
So that'd be a 4-hour difference. So essentially that could, given the conversion rates, that would put the numbers very different. Yeah.
Yes.
But what I'm saying is, so the 5
No,
a.m.
he just
would
got you.
significantly impact your calculations, correct?
Yes.
The 1 a.m., would that significantly impact your calculations?
No.
Okay.
You all set, Ms. Little?
If I could just ask one question. You said that you were given 12:45 as the time.
Yes. Who gave you
sort
that?
of based your analysis on. And
Yes.
to be clear, that was not something that was provided to you by my client, right?
No.
That was something that was provided to you from a police report.
Correct.
Yeah, Daddy. Yeah, Daddy, right there. Woo!
All right, Mr. Roberts, you are all set, sir. Thank
That's
you
what I was
very
waiting
much.
for. I was just waiting for who provided that 12:45 time.
Okay, your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth call Mr. Michael Trotter to the stand.
Michael Trotter, get your trotting ass down here. Michael Trotter. He is a popo up in this piece, I think. We have no idea who took the blood.
May stand in your face of court. Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the evidence of the court and jury in the case now hearing for the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes. Thank you.
He's got to be
All right,
retired,
Mr.
man.
Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Michael Trotta, Trotta.
And where do you live, sir?
Sharon, Mass.
How long have you lived in Sharon?
Long in Sharon since 82.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I am the superintendent of public works for the town of Canton.
And how long have you held that position as superintendent of public works?
Since 2003.
And did you work for the town of Canton prior to 2003?
No.
Now, with regard to being the superintendent of public works, can you describe to the jury sort of what are your duties and responsibilities when it comes to that work?
Typical management duties of staffing, controlling, directing, working on the budget, working on scheduling, long-term scheduling, 5 to 10 years, capital planning, overall operations, the day-to-day operations, what it takes to maintain a water system, a sewer system, the road system.
This is, oh my God,
Now,
the water supply guy?
with reference to,
Every town's water man is
I'd like
just
to turn your attention
corrupt.
back to late January, early February of 2020.
Aliquippa, you know what I'm
At
talking
some
about,
point in early
baby.
February, were you contacted by a trooper in regard to a blizzard that had happened the week before?
Yes.
And do you recall who that trooper was or how they contacted you?
I believe it was Michael Porter, and I believe the contact was by phone.
Michael Pooter?
Now, with reference to that trooper, is that someone that you knew or you had spoken to before in any way?
No.
Michael
And
Pooter?
prior to that date, did you know John O'Keefe or Karen Reed or anybody?
No.
I can't.
And as far as anybody within an Albert family within the town of Canton, were you familiar with them? Did you know them at the time?
No.
Now, when you were contacted in that early February of 2022, with regard to the blizzard the week before, what if anything was the trooper asking you? What kind of information were they looking for?
He wanted to know what the procedure was when we prepare and staff a snowstorm.
And if you could explain to the jury sort of what is the procedure, or what at that time, what was the procedure and what was sort of the makeup of what Canton DPW would do with regard to a snowstorm?
Well, we have the town is divided up into, I believe, 29 plow routes, several main routes, and side routes. The routes are generally somewhere between 3 miles and 3.5 miles long. And we have 30 I think back then we had 39 pieces of our own and probably 30 something private plow trucks. We try very hard to have 2 trucks on a route, but we generally don't get enough. So if we try to have a town truck on a route with a private plow on a route. The private plow is procured through a bid process. They have to have a contract. They have to have insurance, liability insurance, and they have to show that they paid their taxes to the state and that they have workers' comp. And they have a contract with the town. Then the operations manager is in charge of the on-site, boots on the ground, if you want to call it that. He'll assign the specific truck and the private contractor to a route. Generally, the day before, maybe 12, 18 hours before, the 2 of us talk. We try to schedule the overtime so that you're not going home at 3 o'clock and then you're getting woken up at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning to come back. We like to schedule it so when the guys go home, they know when they're going to come back. To the best of our ability, that's what we'll do. We'll tell the contractors when they are expected. And generally, if we're plowing, it starts with a sanding operation. So we would have a sanding fleet, which is maybe a dozen trucks. They'll come in early, and then the rest of the public works people come in.
What about salting? You guys sand? What about salting?
At a scheduled time.
And so there'd be about, and correct me if I'm wrong, there'd be about 30 some odd trucks that were sort of DPW trucks.
A few more. I'm not sure
have it as
the exact
39
number.
pieces.
It's probably 37 or 38 because that counts sidewalk plows too.
That's what I've been wondering, sidewalk plows.
So there may be, I think there's 3 sidewalk plows, so there's probably 34 or 35, we'll say, between medium-sized trucks and the big construction trucks.
Okay.
That was sort of my next question. As far as the DPW trucks are concerned, do they vary in size, or what is sort of the range and size of the town?
They'll go from a pickup, 2-ton pickup, a F-150 or F-250 Ford, if you're familiar with that, to a medium-duty 20,000 to 22,000 pound truck up to a large construction truck, which is generally 26, 28,000 pounds.
Now,
the large truck is a 6-wheel truck.
And as far as the other trucks, the private ones, those would sort of be subcontracted out through the bidding process. Is that correct?
Yes.
With the range, as far as the size of those trucks, would that be similar or something different?
If they are pickup trucks, or usually lighter pickup trucks, there may be a couple of front end loaders. There's probably, I don't think there's any big heavy duty trucks, but they're probably pickups, might be couple of Jeeps, pickups, again, a
couple of Jeeps,
medium duty, like an F-350 or F-450 pickup. Those are Fords, and loaders.
Now, with respect to questions or what you were asked about by the trooper, was there a specific sort of street or plow route that the trooper was inquiring about?
I believe he asked who was down, that's Fairview, or down in Cedar Crest area, that's what we call it. I believe that's what he asked me.
Donna, may I approach?
Yes.
Karen Reed was really looking
Showing you
at
the
that.
document. Just look at that, look up on the fence.
Woohoo! Welcome, baby. Welcome, new member. Tahoe Love.
Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, sir.
And what do you recognize it to be?
This would be a plow plan for that day. It's a plow plan for the season, but it is particularly a plow plan for that storm of January 28th through January 29 of 2022.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
I'm out to introduce in a minute tonight's exhibit.
Okay.
I have no objection.
Thank you.
Yeah, Natty, I have no objection. She was not even going to ask. She's like, okay. Like, oh, there they go. There they go. There they go. There they go.
Charlotte, when it comes to that form for you that's now been marked as Exhibit 109, I just have a couple questions for you in regard to what's listed there. So with regard to the top of the page, there's a listing as far as 1/28/2022 Boulevard, 11 p.m. You see that?
Yes, sir.
And what does that mean, sir?
That means that the first group of workforce, which would be the Sanders, were scheduled to come in at 11 o'clock that night.
Now, as far as the next entry going across the top of the page has 1/29/2022, is that correct?
Yes.
And as far as what's listed as W&S/BM/REC at 2 a.m., what does that mean?
W&S would be water and sewer. BM would be building maintenance. REC would be the rec. And they are scheduled, that would be the balance of the Canton's workforce. They were scheduled to come in at 2 o'clock in the morning.
And that 2 a.m., would that be at the same sort of central location?
Yes, they would all report to the Bolivar Street garage. I think that address is 150 Bolivar Street.
Now, as far as the next listing, it states contractors at 3 a.m., is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And who is that referring to?
That would refer to all the private contractors that would be plowing that day. So again, it's staged.
Sort of the
It's
last
staggered, you
sort of
mean?
notation on the top of that, it indicates out at 5 a.m., 1/30/2022. Is that correct?
That would be when we completed and everybody went home.
Now, with reference to the Cedar Crest neighborhood or the area that would include Fairview Road, there's different route numbers that are assigned, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And which route number would include that Fairview?
That would be Lower Cedar Crest number 11.
And from that, that would include Lower Cedar Crest, Kings, Fairview, and Spring, correct?
Yes.
And as far as the vehicles and the vehicle types that were assigned to that route pursuant to this list, what types were they and who was assigned to?
Truck 30, which would be a town of Canton truck. That's a 43 International. Brian Lochran would be the driver. The 43 International is a medium duty truck. The next up would be 7400 International. That would be the large construction truck.
Lucky.
And there is an absolute, a by the yard 4x6, which is I believe that's a small 1-ton dump. That would have been the private contractor that was on the route with the city truck.
And so that truck 30, the 4300 International, is that a bigger truck or a smaller truck than the 1-ton?
Then please again?
Can you show us a picture?
It's a larger truck. It's a, like a 3 to 5 cubic yard truck. And the large truck is like an 8 to 10 cubic yard dump. It's a dump.
It's a dump
truck.
Dump truck yard. I love it. Boston. Go park the car in the Harvard Yard.
And as far as the height on that International, would that be how much Would it be taller or shorter than say a 1-ton dump?
If you want, I would estimate that if you're sitting in the driver's seat of a car, you're probably 2.5 feet. When you're sitting in the driver's seat of a 1-ton, you're somewhere around 3 feet. When you're sitting in the driver's seat of this 4300, you're probably somewhere around 4 to 4.5 feet. And when you're sitting in the big construction truck, you're another 8 to 10 inches, 5 feet plus.
Now, when you're driving or when the plow drivers are plowing the roads, excuse me, what, if any, sort of instructions are they given as far as how to first start plowing the roads when they first come upon sort of dropping the plows and going?
If we're in a plowable situation, which is kind of hard to define, it's generally when we feel that traffic is impeded or may not be able to safely get up and down the street. So that's probably anywhere around 2 inches. They're instructed, and we're expecting a heavy snow. They're instructed to plow the middle of the road, keep the middle of the road open. And as they make their way through the route, they're supposed to push back a little bit. If they try to clean a whole lane and then come back and do the lane again, generally they end up being in trouble and they can't keep up if it's a heavy snow. So they're instructed to plow the middle of the road, to keep the roads open as much as they can before they do their finished cleanup.
Can I have one moment, Sean?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So they just plow the middle, and then you're gonna come back down the street, and then you're gonna do that lane, and then you're gonna go back down the street and do that side of the lane. Yes, this is not the guy that. I don't know if Turtle Boy interviewed this guy, but I know that Turtle Boy. I thought he talked to Lucky. Man, we are learning about how you plow.
Thank you, sir. No
how
further
you plow.
All right, Mr. Yannetti.
Oh, Yannetti's got this one. Okay, Daddy. What you got, baby? Bring it on.
Good afternoon, Mr. Carter. Sir, Michael Proctor called you on February 3rd of 2022. Does that sound right?
It may be, I'm not sure of the date.
It was within days of the big snowstorm, correct?
Yes.
You knew that he was investigating the death of John O'Keefe, which had occurred on January 29th, correct?
I did not know that.
Had you heard that there was a police officer who was found dead on the lawn of another police officer in Canton?
Well, I knew, yes, I knew.
It's fairly big news at the time, correct? And were you aware that that was why Michael Proctor was calling you related to that investigation?
After he called and identified himself, he said that is why he was calling.
Of course. Now, you spoke with him over the phone only, correct?
Yes.
He never came down to the DPW to meet you in person, correct?
Not me, no.
And he never asked to interview any of your employees, correct?
We may have discussed who was on that route and who plowed, but I'm not sure at that time if he had told me he was going to go talk to anybody else.
Oh, so it's your testimony that you may have told him the identity of the plow driver
Holy
when you
shit.
spoke with him on February 3rd over the phone.
I may have, but I am not positive.
You don't have a memory of him asking you who the plow driver was?
He asked, no, I don't have a memory of his exact questions.
But
Holy shit.
leaving aside the exact wording of his questions, it's fair to say you don't have a memory of him asking you who plowed Fairview Road on January 29th. Is that fair to say?
asked me about, I believe he asked me about this plow list,
About the what? The plow list?
this plow list.
Right, but on the plow list, there's the name by the yard, correct?
Yes,
All right. There's also, to the left of that, an indication of the name of the plow driver, and it's just a first name and a last initial,
Yes.
correct?
yes,
It doesn't spell out the whole last name, does it?
no,
But you know the full last name, correct?
yes,
You have a limited number of employees, right? It's not a 1,000-person company, right?
yes,
All right. And you're well familiar that Brian L. is Brian Laughlin, right?
yes.
As you sit here today, do you have any memory of whether the name Brian Laughlin was brought up during that phone call with Michael Proctor?
I may have said to him, that's who BL was, but I did refer, I believe I referred him to the operations manager to double check who was on plowing that day.
Okay. You say you may have mentioned the name Brian L. or Brian Laughlin, but again, I'm just trying to drill down on what your memory is. Do you have a memory one way or the other as to whether the name Brian Laughlin came up in that conversation?
If you ask me, do I remember 100%? No.
Okay. In any case, Trooper Proctor, Michael Proctor, never asked to speak with Brian Laughlin when he talked to you over the phone,
He
correct?
did not ask me, no.
I'm going to allow the question and answer.
And how short was that phone call with Michael Proctor?
If I tell you, you're going to ask me, how do I know for sure? I would say a few minutes, whatever a few minutes is.
I'm going to accept that answer. And you would agree with me that after, and you, by the way, you were trying to be helpful, correct?
Yes,
After that couple or 3-minute phone conversation, you'll agree with me that Michael Proctor never followed up again with you personally.
that's a good question. I am not sure.
Okay. Well, I'd like to direct your attention to about a week and a half later, specifically the date of February 14th of 2022, which maybe you don't remember the precise date, but around that time period, you came into work around that time period, and you learned that a defense investigator named Paul Mikowski had left his business card for you with somebody on the DPW staff, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently.
Yes.
I do not.
Sir, that means you
Don't answer that question. I think he's gonna ask one that's an appropriate one for you to answer, okay?
All right.
Do you recall when you came into work receiving a business card from Paul Mikowski?
No,
Do you recall calling Paul Mikowski back?
no,
Do you recall speaking to any investigator from the defense at any point within a couple of weeks after you spoke to Trooper Proctor?
Wow.
no,
What?
Do you deny telling Paul Mikowski to call Bill Walsh?
Objection.
Sustained.
Who is Bill Walsh?
Billy Walsh is the operations manager for
Is he
the,
the highway department supervisor?
yes,
Did the name Bill Walsh ever come up in your conversation with Michael Proctor back in on February 3rd?
Objection.
Did that name come up when you first spoke with Trooper Proctor?
again, I believe I mentioned it, but I am not positive.
Is it fair to say that the Canton DPW has their own plowing and sanding trucks?
Yes,
Does one of them in particular have a nickname?
Ooh.
if they do, I don't know what they are.
Have you heard one of your trucks being called Frankenstein?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why?
You don't drive the trucks, correct?
No, I do not.
But Brian Laughlin does?
Yes, he does.
And Brian Laughlin was driving the truck that plowed Fairview on January 29th of 2022?
Objection.
Let me have a moment.
Yes. It'll stand. The answer will stand, Mr. Lowry.
Let me just have a moment.
Remember, today we are staying open for business until 4:30 today. Bev's unleashing us. She says that we can stay until 4:30.
Sure.
Look at Karen Reed. Look at Karen Reed. Here she goes. Look at her.
Yes.
Sorry.
Look at Karen Reed getting involved. I love it. Here we go, baby. Karen Reed, show him this.
Do you have reading classes as well? Or
Well, I have, yes.
are you able to read the exhibit that you have in front of you?
Yes.
Terrific. I'm handing you another document, sir. And I would ask if you would compare that document with the document you have in front of you and tell the jury if it's the same document or not.
Holy shit. They're comparing documents. Yes. Yes. Come on, baby. I love discrepancies. Give it to me. Give it to me. What you got there, Trotta? Come here, Trotta. Be a good Dago. Let's go.
It appears to be.
Does it appear to be identical?
Yes.
Are you sure?
I will take the one back that does not have the exhibit sticker on it. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
And I have no further questions. Thank you.
Any follow-up, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor, but may I just retrieve the exhibit?
Yes.
No,
All right, Mr. Trotto, you are all set, sir. Thank you very much.
All right.
All right. Have a good day.
You have another witness here, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, your next witness, please.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth call Mr. Louis Jutras to the stand.
Louis Jutras. Who are you, Louis?
Raise your right hand. Solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. I take the statement.
All right. Let's see what we got here. Louis.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Witness number
Louis
50.
Jutras, Jutras.
And where do you live, sir?
Stoughton, Massachusetts.
And how long have you lived in Stoke?
About 23 years.
And what is it that you do for work, sir?
I work for the town of Canton. I am the manager of the Information Systems Division of the Finance Department.
And
The
how
what?
long have you been
I'm
doing
sorry,
that?
what was the last part?
Of the Finance Department.
Thank you.
And sir, how long have you held that position?
Almost 25 years.
Now, if you could explain to the jury, just as far as your job is concerned, what does that relate to, or what is it that you do as a director of professional service?
Sure. So my responsibilities are for the municipal departments and all the technology associated with that.
And does that include everything sort of from cell phones to GPS in town vehicles to security systems, things of that nature?
Yes.
Now, with reference to your department, how many people work in your department?
There's 3 of us in total, myself and 2 others.
So you essentially supervise the other 2 people as well?
Yes.
Now, at some point, if I could turn your attention to around the time of January 29th, 2022, some point after that, did someone from law enforcement or from a police department reach out to you in regard to security cameras or camera systems within the town of Canton?
Yes, I received a notification from the Lieutenant Gallagher that there was a motor vehicle incident in town, that the state police would be looking for some video footage.
And so you received an initial notification from Lieutenant Gallagher telling you that the state police will be reaching out looking for video.
Correct.
And at some point shortly after that, did you receive any sort of, did anybody from the state police reach you?
Yes. Trooper Donna reached out. We had a phone conversation. We had email correspondence relative to dates and times. We had pulled some footage from one site in Pequiside Farm that was put together. And then after that, there was a request for anything facing Washington Street, either from Town Hall or from the library.
And so as far as what was relayed to you by Trooper Dunn, what was sort of the description or what was it that you, were they asking just specifically timeframes, or did you get any other information as far as what you were looking for?
From what I recall, there were 2 different timeframes, between 12 and 1, and then between 5 and 6. That was in our discussion correspondence relative to Town Hall.
Giddy up, Gallagher. Giddy up.
And just to be clear, that's from 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. and then 5 a.m. to 6 a.m.?
Correct.
Now, as far as the Pequiside Farm, describe to the jury sort of what kind of location that is, or what kind of town property it is, and where it is in relation to the town.
Yes, so the physical area is off of Pleasant Street, which intersects with Washington Street, closest to Dedham Street and the police department. That's a large area, big white house, and we have cameras that, face the entrance, the street, and the surrounding building.
As far as the coverage from those cameras, you've had occasion on this occasion or prior occasions, subsequent occasions, to look at sort of the view that the camera gets from Pequiside Farm?
Yes, yeah, we have a straight shot down from the building, down the entrance driveway, right to the street. The other cameras that are around there's a couple of doorbell type cameras that physically focus on specific sections. And then other ones cover the general grounds around the building and the backside.
All right. So can I interrupt for a minute, sir? Could you please spell the name of the firm?
Yep. Pequiside. Pequiside.
That's one of the videos.
Sorry, Mr. Jutras, is it fair to say that the Pequiside Farm cameras cover more of the property and less of the street out in front? Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as that was the initial request was in regard to Pequiside, is that correct?
Correct.
And so the subsequent request, what was that in regard to?
That was for anything town hall or library that physically faced Washington Street.
And so the town hall and the library, sort of where are they situated in relation to each other and in relation to Washington Street?
Yep. So they physically abut on either side of Washington Street, right at the intersection of Sherman. They are diagonal to each other.
Now, as far as the recording devices or the cameras on town buildings within the town of Canton, are they sort of uniform, or does it vary from location to location, or vary within the location?
The physical model of the recorder, as far as the manufacturer, that is the same that we have across 15 different sites. The types of cameras do change, interior, exterior, doorbell, things like that. But all the actual recording units are of the same manufacturer, just different sizes and models.
And as far as the town hall and the public library cameras, as far as the exterior cameras, at least, they face in that area of Washington Street and actually capture portions of Washington Street?
Yes. Yep.
$15 cameras, huh?
Now, as far as the cameras are concerned, particularly the exterior cameras that we're talking about, as far as the library and the town hall, how are they sort of set up to record? Is it one continuous recording? Are they motion activated? How are they?
Yes, the cameras, based on size and so on, they are all set up for motion in pretty much all of our locations.
And as far as the
motion activated
your
cameras,
view of those cameras, is there any sort of indication on the footage as far as date and timestamp or anything like that?
Yes, we usually have it in one of the corners or someplace along when we have the video saved off and exported.
And when you were able to pull the video that the troopers were requesting, the date and timestamp affixed to those videos, was that accurate as to what the date and timestamp actually was at the time that it's recording?
Yes, I would believe so.
Wait, what do you mean you believe so? What the fuck?
And sort of those date and timestamps, you know where they come from.
They're gonna kill you.
The system
It's the
is
DVR.
linked
It's
to
called the DVR.
a time server, which is remote and is used from the national standards.
Time server.
Now, as far
it's
as
remote.
video is concerned from those,
What about your
they're
DVR?
motion activated, but how far back do they go as far as how many days pass before, does it get sort of overwritten at some point?
Yes, depending on the site, most of them, because of the motion activated, because of, various request types and so on, and the number of the cameras, we usually try to get about 30 days. There are some that go longer because the site is or isn't used as much. And then there are other ones where, specifically with the library, they only requested to have a maximum of 30 days on that device.
And so when you received this request from the troopers, that was well within 30 days, is that correct?
Yes, yeah, because we're talking February 7th for the last request.
Now, as far as the video that you exported, well, let me ask you this. As far as when you were asked to retrieve that video, can you explain sort of mechanically the process, how you got that video and how you delivered that?
Yeah, so specifically for the town and the library one, that again, timeframe provided, using the manufacturer's software product, doing the search, picking the cameras that are facing the Washington Street side, and then having the time frame and exporting that out. That becomes, depending on the size of it, either a full executable that can just be opened and viewed, or a combination of files that has a player with it. And then based on the fact that we had already put videos together and that material was picked up, I had sent a file share link for that information.
You had sent that file share
There's a
to
link
Trooper Dunn, is that correct?
in chat.
Correct.
Now, as far as the video that you reviewed, were you sort of parsing or were you looking for specific areas, or did you just sort of take the whole time period requested and send that off to the trooper?
As far as I recall, it was the whole time frame, just because we only have 2 cameras or so that physically cover the area in question. And he had 2 separate hours in question as well. So they were able to be exported and sent.
Now, as far as this particular video, this is video only, correct? There's no audio that's attached to these cameras?
Correct, no audio.
Now, as far as access to these cameras and the footage within the cameras, who, if anyone besides yourself, would have access to remove any sort of footage from the cameras?
No one.
Now, sir, before we get to the camera footage specifically, I just want to ask you about another area. In relation to...
You just said it was all remote,
also
so
within
can't
sort of
somebody
the
get on and...
ambit of your duties and responsibilities would include GPS on town trucks, correct?
Ooh.
Yes, Public Works has a setup via their radios for GPS information.
And so with regard to that, specifically the DVW trucks, what, if any, information did you receive from anyone at the DVW in relation to those GPS devices within the trucks shortly after the snowstorm from the 28th and the 29th of January?
Yep. So on February 1st, I received notification from
February 1st.
the operations manager that the GPS information was not working.
And so you received information after the snowstorm that it wasn't working during the snowstorm, is that correct?
Correct.
GPS wasn't working? How
And
convenient.
as far as GPS sort of going down in the DPW trucks, is that abnormal, or how often would that occur?
Yes, it happens several times throughout the year for various reasons. They have a radio repeater It's connected through a network. It runs software on a server that we have in-house. Server's rebooted, network goes down, things that, change for various reasons, and we need to reestablish connection to whatever recorder it is for that repeater, and then the information is then picked up.
Now, taking you back to the Canton Public Library.
Yeah, we don't know
video
if that's
that you
allowed to be
provided
admitted.
Trooper, were
We'll
you
find out.
told anything about sort of any type of vehicle or anything to be looking for within that particular video timeframe that they were asking about?
Not that I recall.
Did you recall ever actually watching the video yourself as far as confirming sort of what it was?
Yes, I mean, I watched it from the time frame to see that we had information, watched it just to move forward to the end to make sure there was information, and when the recording, was physically available. But what was in it? No.
May I approach?
Yes.
Great. Anita. May I approach these titties?
So I'm showing you a disc, just ask you to,
And they're just saying
as far
that
as that
two
video
videos
from
were
the Canton
relevant.
Public Library, you've seen that video subsequently, is that correct?
This disc with the wording on it?
Yes.
No, I have not seen this.
Not that specific disc, I'm sorry, sir, but the footage, have you been shown that particular video footage, or did you review that footage before you gave it to the troopers?
This is not mine to the trooper.
Understood. May we approach?
Okay.
I've never seen such a thing. This is not my video to the trooper. Here you go. Holy shit balls. Have you guys ever seen something like that? You guys, this trial has to be going down in the history of just normally the person that is in charge of, pulling it and transporting it here. I'm going to put it on this disc for you, and then I go walk it down to the police. You know what I mean? But this guy's like, this isn't my disc. This isn't what I gave this is what I gave them. Do you understand that that's like, boom, that's not getting in. Unless he stipulates to it. Unless Yannetti stipulates to it, but that guy cannot testify to whatever's going to go on that camera or whatever they're trying to pull up. He can't testify to that. I don't know what he's trying to do with it, but he just said, this is not mine. This is not what I gave them. So it's interesting to me because that's what he's like, this is what I gave the troopers, because that's what y'all should be using, And if he's like saying, this is just the copy that I made for the defense. Well, wait, where's your copy? What? You guys, this is wild. That's what the chain of custody is all about. Maybe this guy is going to stay over here. Maybe he heard about the whole feds and he's like,
All right, so we both agree that this will be the next exhibit?
Oh, they stipulated.
And that's Madam Court slide drop.
So they stipulated.
Oh, I'm sorry. All right, so the parties agree that this is the next exhibit, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
Thanks.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would just ask to briefly, publish portions from those.
Hold on.
What's that exhibit number, Sugar Tits?
Yes. Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the first video portion from 12 a.m. to 1 a.m.
This is 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. There it is. There it is. Look at. There's no snow on the ground.
What's up on the screen? Do you understand what's up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And as far as the view from this camera from the library, is that correct?
Correct.
And so as far as what we're looking at here, this is the view from the camera as you observed it on the security camera and as you provided it, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, sir. Do you have
Higgins dragging his plow.
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with this area as far as the area of Canton?
Yes. Town hall is right across the street.
And I'm sorry, I stepped right over your words when you were saying that.
Yeah, so town hall is right across the street.
And the intersection here is at Sherman, and this is Washington, the longer street that you'll see.
So Washington sort of runs parallel with the street, and then Sherman is the street that appears intersected with Washington
Correct.
in the area of town.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if you could take that down and then just put up the flag to assist. Again, sir, what's up on the screen? Do you recognize that?
This is 5 a.m.
Is this essentially the video that you provided to the troopers or retrieved from the town library from 5 a.m. to 6 a.m. later on that day of January 20th?
Yes, sir.
And the orientation as far as Washington Street, Sherman Street, that's all the same in reference to the earlier. The camera hasn't moved.
Correct.
Thank you. Take that.
John O'Keefe would have been, if he was on the ground, there was no snow. So like when he would have been
I may
like
have one
up
moment,
off the ground,
Yes.
it would have been all covered. It would have been just grass. His ass would literally be grass. You get what I'm
Thank you very
saying?
much, sir. I have no further questions, John.
Okay.
Holy balls back.
Good afternoon, Attorney.
So confirming the state police, when they contacted you, asked for 2 hours of video footage, right? Between 12 and 1 a.m. on January 29th and between 5 and 6 a.m. on January 29th, correct?
Yes, sir.
You pulled that video footage, or at least arranged for it to be pulled for the state police, correct?
Yes.
And I believe your testimony was that you checked the beginning time and the ending time to make sure that you had the right time periods for those 2 hours, correct?
Yes.
But you did not sit down and watch 1 hour of snow falling and or cars driving by the public library, correct?
That is correct.
Did
I
you do
did
that
not.
for between 12 and 1 or between 5 and 6?
Correct. I did not.
And at the time that you provided the video footage to the state police, did you know whether or not there was any missing footage within those 2 hours?
No. Because again, I did not play every single second of the video.
Understood. It's fair to say, and you're certain, that you did not cut out any of the video footage in those 2 time periods, correct?
Correct. It's motion activated. That's the only piece.
You provided the state police with the raw footage as it existed in your possession at that time, correct?
Yes.
And at that time, you knew that the raw footage was only saved for between 30 and 60 days?
That one is less than 30, yes.
Right. Now, as of early February, when you were dealing with the state police, you knew that Karen Reed had been arrested and charged in court, correct?
I do not recall if I had that information.
You knew that there had been a police officer found dead on the lawn of another police officer in Canton?
At that time in February, I believe so.
And that likely would have been discussed when the state police called you?
I do not recall the conversation other than asking for video footage for Washington Street.
Not sure.
And I'm sorry, sir, if you could just keep if I can't hear you, I guarantee you that these last jurors can't hear you. Could you repeat that last question?
Yep. Again, when in the conversation with it, we had the dates and the timeframes, and anything else relative to it, I do not recall specifically the conversation.
Okay. So you don't have a memory of why you were being asked for this?
Correct. I know it was for a motor vehicle accident. Who and what, I do not recall if that was ever mentioned specifically.
Okay. And you would agree with me that as the IT director, you had the ability, if you wanted to download the footage onto some hard drive to preserve it, if you wanted to do that?
Yes.
Did any state trooper ever ask you to download and preserve that footage so that it would exist longer than that 30 to 60 day period?
No.
And so it's fair to say you did not do that, correct?
Correct.
You complied with what they asked you to do.
Yes.
Now, skipping ahead to April 6th of 2023, you were contacted by Michael Proctor, a state trooper investigating this matter, correct?
I do not recall.
Do you recall Michael Proctor asking you to provide to the defense in this case the same raw footage you had previously provided to the state police?
No.
And you don't recall telling him that you couldn't do that because after 30 to 60 days, footage is gone, correct?
I had a phone call with what I thought was Trooper Dunn asking for another copy of the data and telling him that I did not have it and I couldn't recreate it.
I see. Oh, so you assume
if it was Proctor, but no, I thought I was speaking with Trooper Dunn.
Trooper Dunn was the name that you remembered from February.
Correct. That was the first interaction I had.
And when they mentioned state police, you assumed it was the same state police trooper, correct?
Yes.
It's fair to say that once you shared the footage with the state police in February of 2022, you didn't control what they did with it after that, correct?
Correct.
And you have no personal knowledge about how they preserved it or didn't preserve it, correct?
I'll allow it. Do you have any idea?
No.
And one last question. You cannot testify about whether any video was removed from the footage after you provided it, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Interesting.
No redirect, Your Honor.
No redirect. All right. Who's up next?
I do not, Your Honor, no. May we approach this on?
Well, you fuck. All right. So they only asked for 12 to 1 and 5 to 6. $12 to 1. Well, then we should see Allie McCabe. Where's Allie McCabe's vehicle? Where's Allie McCabe's vehicle? We should see her, right? She picked up Colin at 12:10, right? Okay. Damn. I mean, they're just liars, you know what I'm saying? Lally wants to end the day early. Lally, you have all week off, man. They don't resume till next Monday. We got some time off here. Karen can go to the beach if she wants. Can you imagine if Karen wasn't out on bond? Bail? Can you imagine that? Well, which way did Higgins and them go home? Go over to Brian Alberts? Wouldn't that be on?
So you are unmuted. In fairness, I didn't tell the lawyers that I was hoping to go until 4:30 today, and I understand, as sometimes happens with law enforcement witnesses, they get called away. So,
oh, there was a law enforcement witness.
That's it for today. Now, next week, I would like to go as much as we possibly can on the days that we're here for full days. So Monday is a full day. I would like to go until 4:30 if everybody can, with the shortened lunch hour. Tuesday, we're not in session. Wednesday is a full day again. We'll go right till 4:30 with the shortened lunch. Thursday is a half day, maybe even closer to 12. And Friday, we will not be in session. So those are dates that we gave you before. So we will get as much done as we possibly can during that period. Okay, so those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it. You've got a few days off. Just disregard this case. Don't think about it. Leave everything here. Have a great 2 days.
Don't even think about it. We'll see you later. How awkward also is it that she has to sit? That's pretty close, sitting next to Paul O'Keefe for all these days. Wow. All right, guys. Well, obviously we're going to be talking about it. I want to know who they're going to have the week off here. Let's see the communication after the jury leaves. Let's see.
All right, if it
Is
for
Paul being nice?
scheduling, I will actually see you over here for scheduling purposes.
Is Paul being nice? Paul is being nice. Oh, good. I have no idea how the family thinks. No idea. Not a clue. All I know is Bev wants to talk about some scheduling issues. So next week, we have Monday, full day, no Tuesday, Wednesday, full day, Thursday, half day, off Friday. So again, Monday's a full day, Tuesday's no court, Wednesday's a full day, Thursday, she says we're probably just going to go till noon. She's at pickleball. So don't even think about it, guys. Don't even think about it. So, but now we got some information we can work with. We got the Canton 12 to 1 and 5 to 6 a.m. Interesting. Interesting. Ridiculous that we have to wait that long. Pickleball than titty bar. Bev has her Tuesdays booked, guys. You guys, this is going to be going on all summer. This was just witness number 50. The Commonwealth says that they have like 100. Isn't it like 100 witnesses? I have no idea. But guys, I have yet to see any evidence that Karen Reed has committed a crime, let alone murder. Okay? She might have been jerking her boyfriend around because he was jerking her around, you know, so she gave him a dose. Looks like Turtle Boy scooted out of there. Looks like a lot of people did. Who are the people that are sitting behind now over there? Interesting. People are just getting fed up with Bev. Only 3.5 days next week too. No, 2.5 days next week. Just Monday, Wednesday, and a half day on Thursday. 2.5 next week. He says John had the hottest girl. Why isn't Higgins getting arrested? I have no idea. I think your parents just probably just left right now when everybody else got to leave. But guys, this is actually trial day 18, right? So we've been doing this for like, I don't know, like a month, it feels like. Yeah, I think we started on April 29th. So today's the 28th. And 18 days of court. I don't have anything yet. I don't have anything yet. I don't even have any evidence to charge her for like conspiracy. I don't have any evidence, like nothing yet. So we'll see. I don't even know what they're talking about. Thank God Grant is no longer in there. Did he lose his seat for life? What a fucking lunatic, man. That man is wild. You can't get your seat in line. If you don't have your seat in line, you need to... I want to know if the defense is going to say, are they going to ask for a directed verdict, or are they going to say we're going to put on our defense, because they have that right afterwards. Just talking about that schedule. Grant cannot be around Jess at all. Oh, so he did get in trouble for that. Okay. All right. Well, we have no idea who took Karen's blood. What else did we get today? The kids got their testimonies in. We didn't get to hear that. And we heard a little bit, right there at the end of Higgins's direct examination. And We got to hear from the plow guy that sets up the schedule. And we got to hear from the IT guy that, you know, Trooper Proctor asked for it April 6th, 2023. Michael Proctor asking you to provide defense. Couldn't provide it, didn't have it. April 6th, 2023. You got to be shitting me. He says, I don't even have that footage that I recorded. Not even that footage. Now you got to sit here and tell me that with all the buzz was going around in this area, that guy had that camera and that footage for 30 days, okay? You're telling me that you wouldn't be a little bit curious to be peeking at that shit? Come on. If I had access to that shit, you know damn well I would have been looking at that stuff. In fact, I would have preserved it myself, and I would have sold it to TMZ for a pretty penny. I probably would have sold it to TNT for free, though. Guys, watch the select board meeting tonight. Is it going to be good? Maybe I need to go live. What time is that at? Let me know. Is it later? Give me a time frame on that. If there's going to be some fireworks, I'll cover it. Remember, I'm going to be live on Thursday with Idaho. Big Bang's coming. Cyray's testifying. Somebody else is testifying too. And I'll be doing, obviously, I'll still be covering the Karen Reed case to recap some stuff. I get to play around a little bit. And then, yeah. Oh, it's on at 7 p.m.? Maybe I'll have some drinks in me and do it, like, play the recap at like 10 and just laugh my ass off. The end is usually fireworks. Good. But yeah, if I would have had access to that video footage, that Canton, whatever, the town, whatever he had access to, which I believe he had 15 cameras, so he had access to all 15. You're damn right I would have preserved all that stuff. It was a murder investigation. This shit ran wild, okay? Heather says, oh my God, I love to watch you watch the board meeting. My reactions. Lana's reactionary videos to the board meetings. Yes, maybe I'll do that. I bet the superintendent of the public works retires soon. I don't know what's going to happen there. All I know is a law enforcement officer is being called to the stand next. So they'll let the public speak 3 minutes max. Yeah, I covered one in Idaho. It was pretty interesting. So I'm just shocked that they would use motion activated cameras for the like town cameras. I've never heard of that because I've had to go through tons of surveillance in an Idaho case, and it was not motion activated. It was just running. And that was 2020 as well. And this was 2022. So yeah. Our school board meetings are lit as a tit. Oh my God, that doctor, I think something's off with him. All right, what is she talking about? Anything? Is she just leaving? Oh, look at that woman. She's dressed in all yellow. Karen's dressed in all blue. All right. All right, guys. You guys have been great as always. Thank you so much for everybody that has super chatted. Thank you for those that have become members. Nancy, thank you so much for gifting 20 memberships. That's rocking awesome. And then right there at the L, Hellfish member for 5 months. What is up? So yeah, thank you guys so much. Moderators, you guys are the best in the biz. The busy beat. So I might just have to go live with that meeting tonight. All right, guys, one last. Take care. We're out. Peace.